Alright, folks, welcome back again. 欢迎大家回来。今天是301天 It's day 301. We are a day after our 300 review. I actually got most of the things I wanted to say completed. There were one or two sections I kind of skipped over. It's a little bit less off the rails than the Wanikani one. The Wanikani one, I bumped into someone in the middle. We're digressing and kind of missed a whole section. But this one, yes. Funny. I went slightly over time. It was 5 hours, roughly 5 hours was the target. Slightly over that. I believe our lesson was pretty okay yesterday. Had 3 things. I think the most difficult is probably this. I don't even remember if I did anything with this. Yeah. Wall, which is lie down. I'm not entirely sure if I did anything with this. Chen would be the left and Ren would be the right. So Chen plus Ren, you get wall, which that doesn't really help out too much. So we'll leave it as is for now. The other one is Chang B, the B part of Chang B, which is hot sauce. Hot sauce was the thing I dropped actually. Oh, the bottom is a little thick, but we're gonna have to excuse the hand for not writing anything. And then Yu is linked with the other Yu, so we're placing please and desire together. This Yu was the valley that he lacks the desire to return to. So this is desire. I've been thinking it's probably blepharitis. I'm not sure what that is. You had it before with fall and winter allergies. I'm not entirely sure what that is. I know for sure it's getting winter time. I get nosebleeds in the winter time. That happened like pretty much a couple times throughout the day yesterday, including today. It's basically swelling of the eyes. Ah, I see. Well, that would certainly check out with your eye problem. Or something weird with your eyes. Oh, speaking of nosebleeds. All right. You've had your first snow this season today? Dang. Hopefully no one has vision of blood issues. Okay, alright. Alright.
陷阱
Lessons. 陷阱. Alright, pitfall.
陷阱战斧
战斧，战 Battle X. Yeah, okay.
战斧，甩掉，
甩掉。甩 is to throw off, and then the other one is to drop, right? That's fun. Throwing off as in like taking off something. Yep, this is gonna be a problem. Alright. Makes sense. Throw off and then drop it.
甩掉，书写，
Expressed in writing. Excuse me if anyone's squeamish about blood. Alright, ooh shit. Which is express and write, express and writing.
书写，抒情诗，
抒情诗 express feelings, poem, just lyric poem. That's good enough, actually.
抒情诗，
抒情诗 Some may even say that's song lyrics, sort of.
陷阱，书写，
Yeah.
战斧，甩掉，
Try is a little bit weak here. Look a little bit.
抒情诗，斧头，
斧头. Using toll as the holder. No silence on the axe. So that's
斧
noted.
头，冗，
Wrong. Why do you look like something else? You kind of look like What was Oh, it was a paperclip, wasn't it? Oh no, wait. Yes? Not that Not that either. Distress, yeah, it's a paperclip. Oh no, but it's not under. There are a few others. Like oh, you look like Chung as well. Oh, Chung. I think I'm thinking of Chung, which is sink. Pretty sure. Whoops. Look, Chung. Or not Chen. Sorry, Chen, not Chung. Where's Chen? Yes. Oh, no, it isn't. Yeah, legs. I'm sure if I have a closer than that. Oh, wrong. Table and crown. Oh, no, wait. Anything with a turntable kind of reminds me too, like Kang. I think Kang is something like this. I think turntable is just a stroke up here, right? Let's take a look at turntable. The component turntable. Oh no, it's not. It's a lid. Okay, I gotta sort those out over time. Yeah, turntable can kind of remind me of this combination. I wonder how common this one is. So let's look at table. Look at the unifier of table. I have a very, after yesterday's review, I kind of have a very, the nice thing about reflecting, the nice thing about reflecting every once in a while is your vision kind of clears up. So I have like this very clear things that I can expand upon. So table, let's go to table. Let's see, table, we have turntable, we also have tray. Superfluous is such a fun word. Yeah, I use it I use it quite often actually. As opposed to like excessive or trivially like overthinking. It's more like superfluous thought. Or the feeling of superfluous thought. Let's see. Okay. So actually, wrong is pretty unique. So we're not having any concerns about that. Surprisingly different. Oh, but it's not including turntables. Let's see how close turntables are. No, turntables are pretty far and wide. I was gonna see how is this common? This is not common enough. Okay, far more on table. Okay. Seems like it would be a fairly common meta component. We're looking for meta components. Of course, it's Robin Hood though. Robin Hood is in the basement of the temple where he has found a bunch of priceless Buddhist crowns on a table. Okay. In the corner of the dusty basement. These are all superfluous crowns, relics that the monks don't need, or so Robin thinks to himself as he opens his superfluous a big loot bag and stuffs them in. He hopes to give this superfluous wealth to the poor. Alright, that checks out. Long-winded. Excellent. Rong Chang. That's just superfluous and long. Long superfluous. Superfluous staff. Interesting. Rong Yen. I was thinking maybe extra, surplus. Rong plus like yi, rong yi, as superfluous with surplus. So over, more, or maybe even like everywhere, something everywhere, like wrongly or something like that, or wrongly in terms of logic. There's a chance they all exist. Kevin, it's not, most of these they're supposed to be examples, but they're not comprehensive. I imagine you could probably come up with some sort of contracted word. It's kind of, I haven't tested this out on anyone yet, but it would be kind of fun to ask someone I know who does in fact read and understand like Chinese at a high level or a superfluous level, so to speak, and have if I made up words, right, if I contract if I add characters next to each other, is it interpretable for them on the fly, as opposed to picturing characters as words, but you picture characters as meanings and feelings. It's such an interesting feeling, but it does make English closer and closer. This gets closer and closer to English now, where you don't actually, when I was younger learning new English words, I don't necessarily learn the English word because I know the definition. I know the English word because I know how to figure out what its meaning is, either through the context of the sentence or the way it sounds or relation with other things. In this case, it's even more so because compound words are less common in English. Compound words are or compound things are far more common in Chinese. Makes you get even closer to that feeling. Like this is he, obstruct, right? It's probably he I, or yeah, he I, obstruct is probably the example if I had to pick it. Oh no, they went with ge, he, so separate, obstruct and separate for barrier. We do have another obstruct, which can be ge too, like ge I would probably work there too. Yeah, here's the I. No, they went with something else. Oh, actually, there's another. Oh, no. I'm looking for I. Yeah, this I. They didn't combine it for like some sort of obstacle. Went with different character. Lots and lots of synonyms or synonymy characters, so to speak. All right. Well, it was kind of tough. What was our last one? There is a Harry Potter one with the pig in the electricity plant. There is a nucleus. Nucleus happens to have a pig in it too. Pretty sure. Yeah, only it's a tree. So this is the homonym and it has the same character. That's why it kind of looks like the doors, saloon doors are too promiscuous. It's kind of tough to know what the saloon door is. But the pig, Harry Potter is definitely one of the leads in the pig thing. There is a weak character that I'm working on here, Jie. Jie has Slenderman and a coyote. So that's kind of something, right? Jie. Outstanding is probably what I'm thinking of. Where is outstanding at? There it is. So it has a coyote and tree. And then Slenderman. Slenderman is the thing that throws me off, but it also has a tree and an animal. The other the nucleus has a tree to the left, and then pig to the right. This has coyote under a tree next to Slenderman. So that's the grouping for in the electricity plant. That could be situational. Animals are less common in the electricity plant than anywhere else, actually. Harry Potter is inside the electricity plant where he's trying to get through one of the electrically lit hallways. Alright, unfortunately the saloon doors that lead to the room are obstructed by an electrified boar. Won't let him through. That's kind of whimsical. Harry tries casting a spell at it, but he cannot make the boar move because he's a pep, as it obstructs all of his spells. Alright, that's good enough for Harry Potter. Makes sense. Separate, obstruct. So, a barrier that separates and obstructs.
和
Chang. Oh no, we have a lot of characters. Oh, we have a lot of characters. Again. I guess what yesterday's notice, yeah. We don't have a lot of vocabulary words. It's gonna be this for tomorrow too, because there was only 6 vocabulary words, or a couple vocabulary words forecast, but there's like twice as many characters forecast. Furious. Oh no, ferocious. It's not the same as fierce, but it could be lined up with fierce. Oh man, Chung. So this setup right here, this group, which hasn't been decided as a separate group. I think I might actually make a double sun meta thing, because double suns come up fairly often, no? No, it doesn't actually. The other Chung is this right here. This is Charlie Brown's wheelhouse. Although I could have sworn there was another one. Where's Smooth? Oh, there's more. Here we go. Yeah, we have lots of suns. Sun is, here's Jing. Jing throws me off because Jing is where Charlie Brown failed to deliver. Let's see. We should have, how many times does double sun show up? Oh, but it could be the other one though. So there's Chung, initiate, and Chung to prosper, right? Prosperous. And then there's Smooth. Where's Smooth at? Chung. Wait, was that? That's not the Chung I'm looking for. It has Wheel. Oh, maybe it's not double sun. I must have missed it. Chung for Smooth is the one I'm working on. And then we have Sing, of course. Chung. Where in the world is Carmen Sandiego right now? I do not see what I'm looking for. Smooth. Oh no! Oh, it's one. It's a oneer. Oh, it uses the enclosure. Ooh, enclosure is rough too. So enclosure and then the sun, enclosure and sun and double sun. All right, so it's not too bad. Just Chung. So Chung, the closest Chung would be this one. Which is prosperous. Yeah. Charlie Brown is in front of the chapel where he and some priests are running away from two ferocious poodles. That does sound like Charlie Brown. That are on the loose. They stay near the front of the chapel doors and pray for two suns to come down and use their ferocious heat directed towards the ferocious poodles to keep them away. Charlie trembles at their furious barks in the distance. I think we're not going to use that one. Right? The two sun thing is kind of funny. But I think we're going to go with Charlie Brown. Charlie Brown is in front of the chapel once again, or once again running away for 2 days, now from ferocious poodles of another churchgoer. And all he really wants to do is go to Sunday service. Okay. 2 suns, 2 days. Savage. Crazy? Link it with crazy? Huh. Ferocious, crazy, savage. Alright. 猖狂.
昌雕
Y'all. Wait, did I write ferocious poodle? Ferocious
Yo.
poodle. Diddy Kong, I don't really have a firm grasp of where Yao is gonna show up. This is very simple, so just gonna have to take it with face value here. Diddy Kong seems to have the simple side on lockdown. Diddy Kong is in front of the barn, okay, dealing with a tricky situation. Sounds like him. He is at the top of a slide, okay, but has no clothes. I mean, he's a monkey, so he can't slide down. One of the cows tosses him. Well, he does have a t-shirt and cap, though. I guess maybe those. One of the cows tosses him a cape, which he uses to slide down, doing a flip trick as he exits at the bottom. Diddy feels that the only tricky people like himself can survive in this crazy cow-filled world. Just monkeying around. I guess that's good enough. There's a cow. Yeah, let's change this up a little bit. So Diddy Kong is in front of the barn. Wearing a cape. Monkeying around. Doing tricks. Being tricky on top of a slide, antagonizing I don't know, teasing the barn animals, right? Okay. Picky about food. Ooh, oh, interesting. That type of tricky. Oh, okay. Interesting. Different tricky. Like tricky to tricky mouth. Nice. 嘴刁, tricky mouth, picky about food. That's actually quite adorable. Okay.
斧头
Whoops. When I think of axe, I often think of a battle axe.
河
this was door being obstructed.
Yo.
And then we have the... Oh wait. Oh yeah. It's the table of monk relics, right? Old monk relics.
俑
Superfluous monk relics. And then Chung.
昌
Alright.
兴
Xing. A core. Now it could be like the core, like heart core related. Heart core, not hard core. It could be figurative, like the core of some characteristic. Or it could be like nucleus. And by coincidence, 星河 is one of the things. We'll see. It could be like 星星. It's a 星星 probably like heart plus core, or central. Yang Xing, or maybe center. 中 Xing. 心中 Xing kind of sounds okay too. Or it could be like the middle of a place. So you could have like 新市, like the city center, the core city center. Or maybe even like government stuff, like Xing, Jiang Xing, the core of politics. So maybe like a platform or something, like principles. And this can go a lot. This can go with a lot of things. It still kind of strike me as a plant related thing. So we'll see if it's like a plant core or like a tree core, like the roots, like a root core. Xena's in front of the infirmary. The flower kind of the heart makes it look like it's gonna deal with something living, and then the flowers kind of insist that it can pair up nicely with something that deals with the plant. Xena's in front of the infirmary in the garden. She goes to smell some flowers. Oh, you know what this reminds me of? This does remind me of Xing. We do have one. Xing for salary. Yes. It has aspects of flowers in it. It has a flower and a tree. And then an axe or a hoe. And then guard. Salary. So she's in front without realizing they are dangerous. Oh, she goes to smell some flowers without realizing they are dangerous in front of the infirmary. The flowers spring up and go right through the core of her heart before she even had a chance to take out her sword. Yeah, the death stuff. We're going away from the death stuff. Every time there's a death thing, I write something else. I think death is too arbitrary. Any bending most things to like take out your character would generically apply to everything. Like, oh, they accidentally drowned with water, or they slipped on a banana peel and got, or suddenly get hit by a car. That type of thing is not discernible to me. Xena is in front of the infirmary, where she is maybe guarding. She's guarding the core medical facility. While she is guarding the injured and staff, she was able to appreciate the flowers that are maintained in the courtyard for the patients. Trying to make sure I'm not thinking about the English Manners garden in front. The immaculate lawn. What do we have? Chips? Oh, a chip. Oh, that type of chip. I hope it's that type of chip, not the other chip. A computer chip. Okay, that's fine. I'm like, chip? Yeah, okay. Xingpian. So they went with the core in that way. Alright. I thought maybe there's a chance for brain and organ stuff too. Oops.
心窍
Chow. To pry open. That's a lot of fur. What are we gonna do with you, Kirby? This one's gonna be awkward. Kirby is in the bathroom of the barn where he finds a finger trapped in... No. We're done. That's the end of the mnemonic. Alright. So... Kirby is in the bathroom of the barn where he is instructed to help with chores. Unfortunately, his fingers are not great at picking up fur from the Barn animals that got stuck. That got jammed everywhere. So instead, he simply sucked them up indiscriminately. Indiscriminately. And we won't pops up a fur ball. Pops up a fur ball later. Alright. Not to be confused with Tom the cat, but we're going pretty aggressive now towards our archetypes. To pry open. Oh, Kai makes sense. Ciao. Ciao Kai. Pry open. Oops.
Ciao.
Alright. Next one.
Zhou.
Yo. Oh, this is the state. Q. Q. I wonder what this. Oh, and then just go with state. That's fine. We have legacy, Japanese and Chinese. Both.
Zhou.
Agree. Zhou. Shu and Zhou. Yep. Shu and Zhou. Yep. James Bond in front of the bakery on special order from the state. James Bond fire. The bakery is in the state of France. That's not where I thought that was going. And he is investigating reports that they may be baking tools and techniques that can usurp the state's culinary hegemony. That's fine. It's good enough. That's a bit of a turn of. I was gonna use like the state of like the technology and tools, right? But I can see the bakery, French bakery, to make it related to bakery, and yeah, special orders mission. All right, that's fine. Oh hey, it's Jiazhou for California. I don't know why it's Jiazhou. Where the Jia comes from for California and then state. And then Zhou Li, state run. Intriguing. Oh, Hanzhou. Oh, that's kind of an interesting name. Like the characters sound.
Zhou.
Okay.
Mai.
We got a component today. I wasn't expecting a component. Blood vessel, just straight up blood vessel. So I'm guessing like xie mai is probably one. Xie mai. Or blood and added to blood vessel. Or mai xie. Or blood vessel's blood. Could happen. Artery, okay. Or it stands alone and they just put like da mai or xiao mai, like big blood vessel, small blood vessel. To get like like vesicles versus arteries, because arteries is on this list. But you could get like vesicles, which are smaller, or arterials by adding like small. Mario is in front of the bathroom of the high school, skipping class. Mario? I don't know how I feel about that. He's taking a break from class. He is eating some tofu. That's a funny image. Although, that's still a funny image. Because, sure, Mario is a mascot for Nintendo, which is a Japanese company, but Mario's background is that he's Italian, and Italian and tofu isn't like an iconic pair-up, but that's kind of funny to think about. Like, on the one hand, I wouldn't be surprised if Mario's depicted eating tofu because being a mascot of Nintendo in Japan. On the other hand, you're thinking about Mario the character, and I'm like, tofu? He's eating some tofu that he found earlier. I don't think Mario was ever depicted eating tofu in a video game. Out of shrooms. I mean, some might argue, well, mushrooms are kind of like tofu. Mushrooms are not vegetables. I want to clear that up. Fungus are very different. But then in my head, I start thinking, colloquially, tofu tends to serve a similar texture and focus as fungus. They're meant to be like protein alternatives, right? So oftentimes when you think of a slab of kind of tactile mouthfeel to substitute, you think of cheese, tofu, and mushrooms. Those are three very interesting substitutes for like chicken breast or something. That's kind of, sorry, that went somewhere else. My mind went really, really far everywhere else. He's eating some tofu that he found earlier that day under a cliff. Of course, Mario would be doing that. No, I think we're gonna get lost here. He doesn't feel too good. Suddenly a bunch of millimeter moons burst out of his blood vessels, spraying his blood out. Yeah, see, this deals with death and disease, which I don't have an archetype for death and disease. We're not using that archetype. So Mario, okay. So Mario is in the bathroom of the high school, right? Doing the good old plumbing. So he's on a plumbing job at night, in the evening, right? At night, that's where the moon comes in. How do I fit tofu in? Okay, maybe Mario's in a bathroom at a high school by the cliff on a plumbing job at night. While he is working, he brought some tofu snacks as a snack, as lately he has been concerned with his blood pressure. That's the closest thing I'm gonna get to blood vessels. My blood pressure in his blood vessels. So he's trying to eat a little bit healthy. Fine. Go fit the plumber thing. Could kind of start sounding like George Costanza, but he's not a plumber. Of course, arteries. There it is. Oh, move. Dong mai. Move blood vessels. Okay. And then how do they do veins? Jing mai. Interesting. Quiet or clean blood vessels. Oh, intriguing. So they didn't go with like large and small. That's what I would have. That's my initial thought. Like if you get arteries, you can get big. So da mai, and then veins would be smaller. So xiao mai, right? And then but they went with the characteristics. So dong mai kind of makes sense. Arteries are the ones that are where the biggest parts of the movement is, like, it's near where the movements are, and then veins is where it like brings the quote unquote, oh, it's quiet. Oh man, it's not even, I thought it was kind of clean or calm, but quiet. I'm not, I guess maybe this is with respect to the heart. So the veins are often farther from the heart than the arteries. The arteries are closer to the heart. So you can kind of see where the movement comes in. Dong, dong mai. And then quiet is probably because they're really far away from the heart. Usually. I wonder what they call arterioles and ventricles. Arterioles and ventricles are the smaller variances of arteries and veins. Pulse. My ball. If I ever get to the point where I start talking about arterioles and ventricles as opposed to arteries and veins, I think I've already passed the point of needing to make these arguments anymore. With myself, right? Stop talking with myself. My ball. Ball is... It's not that ball. You're planting the trellis with the fingers. It's like snow rest. Oh no, it's a different ball. It's really close to another ball though. The one where like he sets up a plan. Let's click on this first. Yeah, well informed. So very close to ball. Oh my. Yeah, the double ball is well informed. I usually think of it as a plan. Well, being well informed usually involves planning or prepping or intelligence. Like in not up here intelligence, but intelligence as an information. Interesting.
脉
It's awfully specific. Okay.
翘
Oh wait, you know what? I didn't write that it was jammed, that it needed to be pried open. So he simply sucked up all the fur indiscriminately to pry open the farm equipment, I guess. This one's a bit of a toughie.
脉
I. Okay.
周 心
Alright.
丹
Dan. You do not look like a Dan. You kind of look more like a Joe. And that is not great. Red. Dan. Red. Really? Wonder what type of red this is. Huh. The closest thing I can think of is like Dan Mai. Oh no, Dan Mei. Red rose. That type of Dan. What other thing is like that? Or maybe Dan Mian. No, I don't think this is like the thing to describe expressions and stuff. That's interesting. It could describe a surface though. The Dan Mian. Or oh no, wait. This is Dan as in red pouches. Probably. Like red envelopes and whatnot. Dracula is in front of the pawn shop where he has just exited. Okay, pawn shop, yep. He is wearing a hood to protect himself from the sun, naturally, and we suddenly see a drop of red blood fall to the ground. It looks like Dracula just sucked some red blood. Yeah, okay, that works. We're good. Oh, it isn't. Oh, interesting. It's a really unrelated Dan. There's Danmai for Denmark. Okay, so Denmark has red. Oh, that's interesting. So they used red and wheat. Is that? Yeah, Danmai. That's a coincidence that they used Mai. I was thinking of May and Mai as a pair, but not the Danmai. Red wheat for Denmark. Obviously, this is transliteration, so it's not like carrying the meaning. But red wheat for Denmark. Dancing loyal art also sounds a lot like worry and concern. Interesting. Dancing. Alright, so
then
not even close. Interesting. I don't actually quite know how. I guess red is in the auspicious color, but red heart or loyal. Maybe like in a sense of love situation and compassion.
E
Yee. Oh no. Whenever you get to these things, it's usually built in. So these characters tend to have built-in function, and it's kind of hard when they're standing alone. Like as if, just like, in, or, right, of, even, if, so those things, oof. Yikes. What the silver lining is, probably you're probably going to use them and see them very often, so because they're part of the sentence. These are all part of the outside of the sentence, like structure parts. Likewise, interesting. So same in a different way. Colloquial same, not same dictionary same, internet same. Yoshi is in the bathroom of the house door. There's a large pedestal, kind of rough to look at, pedestal in the middle of, I almost want to combine like this part, the pedestal with the fins. Hold up, let's look at pedestal. Yeah, see, this is what I mean. The pedestal with the fins. There are quite a lot of pedestal with the fins. I mean, we could reduce it to also, because you can kind of imagine it as still an extension of also. Yeah, I remember seeing this. This happens way too often. It's either this version with the cross. Let's see, 1, 2, 3. So I guess we can turn chu and yi into separate things. Is there one with just the pedestal and no, without the mark? Yeah, so chu and yi will likely be 2. So there's just one use, 2 uses, 3 uses. That's more, that crosses our threshold. And then E has 1, 2, 3. Questionable. They're pretty there. Instead of thinking about fins is really tough. Fins is a tough component. Yoshi, although it's Yoshi. Yoshi is in the bathroom of the house. There's a large pedestal in the middle of the tile floor, and suddenly fins drop from the ceiling. There we go. Yoshi, unsurprised, also drops some of his eggs and miscellaneous things on top of the pedestal before using toilet. He also flushes some more of his eggs down the toilet. Okay. Okay, so Yoshi is in the bathroom of the house. Maybe we can sort of elaborate on the bathroom. The house is dependent on the characteristic of the character. I only do it this way because then it can circumvent things like, is the house equipped with the thing? So here, he drops off his shoes. I'm pretty sure Yoshi wears shoes. He drops off his shoes next to the pedestal. Where there are towels, and also some fins, which he puts on to play in the large bath, I suppose. That one is kind of yikes. Also can be anywhere. 反制一人 vice versa. On kind of like opposites. 指 what the 指 hold up. Oh yeah, of. See, like 指 is he just like, man. So opposite of also. So vice versa. Okay. I feel like 然 can also be conclude or follows. So follows. 指 oh man, of. I don't know if I would get of with 指 standing alone. Namely. Also immediate. Namely. Okay.
E.
Tough. I for grief, man. Master Chief gets all the negative. Gets a lot of negative stuff. Our last I was suffer. Does it look like this? Not really. Yeah, the last I was suffer. Now we have grief. Yeah, it's him taking a dart to the elbow. He's trying to pull it out with his fingers. This looks closer to some form of like a liang and or a huan or yuan, sort of. The top is different. What do we have? We have the dress stuck in between. The mouth stuck between the dress. Dress is special. Dress gets split a lot. Master Chief is in front of the high school in a state of grief, okay? Because his comrade was unalived, of course. Let's check this out. On top of his usual armor is a black dress. Huh. I guess the funeral rental place ran out of suits, but it could just be dressed. It doesn't have to be dress. He isn't audibly crying though, always silent, even in grief. I wonder if he even has a mouth at all under his helmet. Oh, maybe he just keeps silent, which is related to mouth. Grief and sorrow. We do have grief and sorrow. Which one is it? Oh, Bay. Okay. Bay I. Fair enough. For sorrow. Sad and grief. I 求 implore. I'm gonna need an English on this. We need to English this a little bit. Implore, beg someone earnestly or desperately to do something. Beseech, pray, appeal to, request. I guess request is in there. But there's some sense of desperation. Out of grief. That's what I'm trying to understand. Like grief plus request, implore for the future, I suppose.
I 海
Kai, triumphant. I wonder how often this shows up, the bean and the mountain, because I kind of just want to make it into a thing at this point. Let's look at beans. Right, I'm going over T is our new one, right? So how many bean mountains do we have? We have our newest one, Kai. Bean mountains. Do we have a bean mountain? More than one bean mountain. Alright. Bean mountain is not good. Okay. No point of reference. No point of reference. Actually, bean mountain is very uncommon. What about beans? Kai? No. This is gonna be tough. Kermit the Frog is in the basement of the high school, where he is trying to balance a mountain of high school canteen beans on top of a table. That doesn't sound like the Kermit that I'm building. He puts cans after can on top of the table until it forms a mountain. He is triumphant. Oh, okay. Yeah, sure. Big frog. Good frog. He sits back and triumphantly appreciates his mountain of beans, while some other high school students that are skipping class in the basement said, "That's sick." Okay. Well, we're gonna change it up a little bit. So Kermit is in the basement of the high school, helping with lunch, right? Helping with lunch. He at the storage table, or I guess just he stacked a bunch. He went to the basement to help retrieve beans, right? And in a triumphant, right? Or he triumphantly carried a mountain of cans of beans to the table in the cafeteria. To the tables and to the cafeteria table. Good guy Kermit. Strong frog. Triumphantly, dexterily, right? Song of Triumph. Just add good to that. Good. Alright.
海
Wu. Oh, is this like Wu for the Wu dynasty? Or is this like the Wu in Wuxia? It could be the Wuxia. Hold up. What are you gonna do? And it's soapbox. So we finally got the soapbox. That means that we can also mature this. Right, we can mature this. So soapbox will also mean wu from now on. Right. So it's our flex. Walter White is inside the living room of the house. He does have a soapbox, but it's wu. Oops. We got lots of woos, but I'm looking for error. Yes. Which is speech, okay. Or words. Alright. And woo is reserved for nothing. Yeah, our only woo is nothing at the moment. Yes, that's our only nothing. I mean, that's our only woo. The others are ways. They're all ways. Where he is fixing up an ancient soapbox that comes from ancient Wu dynasty. I don't think there's a way to get around this. Oh wait, he has been using his goods, his product money lately to buy this sort of stuff. Sort of. I was thinking similarly, actually. So Walter White is inside his house. And he is working a new scheme. Like he is working a new transaction, right? For his product. And they are being smuggled in ancient soapboxes from the Wu dynasty. That's what I was thinking of. Smuggling. So, okay. Hopefully that sticks. I don't think it will. It's like Qing, Wu, Huai. Those ones will not stick until we use them. Wu Yi. Wu Chinese. Interesting. Wu Guo. There's no Wu, Chao Wu or Wu Chao. Hold up. I'm pretty sure it's one of the three kingdom periods, right? Pretty sure it is. Yeah, the 3 state periods. Wei Shu. I actually don't know which way it is. It's the Wei Shu and Wu. I'm not entirely sure what the tone is. Shu. Eventually we'll get all of them. So interesting. I wonder how that relates to. Hold up. Look at the character. Is that the same Wu? No, it's not. Oh, Wuxia is just Wuxia. Oh, I had no idea that's it. That's what they went with. Oh. Those are the characters. Military. Yeah, military and chivalry or knight. Wuxia. Wuxia. Yeah, Wuxia. Interesting. It has no relations. This one.
Wu.
Alright, you don't look like it. What did you do? Okay, you don't look like separate. I need to look at this separately. Oops. That was done.
Wu. Dan.
I kind of need to look at you separately too.
Yi.
You're fine. A bit elaborate, but fine.
Kai.
I need to look at you separately too. There's a lot of character separation here. Can be a little tough.
I.
All right. We're loading up them characters. Like, look at this. So tomorrow, is tomorrow gonna be the first time all of it is characters for the next couple of days? Like, wait, how many is per row? 5 and 13. For the next 2 days, is this 26? 13. Wait. Not 26, but 40. So let's see, 13, 26, 39, 40. So the next 2 days, we're only getting characters. That can't be right. No. Because 3, 6, 9. We'll level up today. Which I guess this is only depicting the current level. It's kind of difficult to know what this is. I think we're... Oh, these light up. So yeah, the next 2 days we're only getting characters. Or no. Oh, no. Levels aren't... No. Levels are not broken up. They're just completing levels. It's that number does not correlate with this. Are the rest just characters? Because that's kind of concerning. Usually this is also expandable. Alright. Well, let's get into it. No more stupid. Maybe 2 weeks ago, we had 2 units back to back that had lots of characters, and I thought I might have to change up my workflow to adjust to the characters. I don't want to be bombarded by new characters. I think new characters without tether can be very tough. It would be a great way to challenge my current workflow though, my current mnemonic workflow, to see if it falls, if it gets lower and lower without vocabulary. I think it's relatively robust. Relatively. What, the 9 cars? Heck. Huh.
糕点，
这家店的糕点非常有名。
龟，鼠，
The Unk, the original Unk. Oh no. I lost it. Oh.
藏，带，鬼，揪，
All right. Yeah,
跳舞，
我不喜欢跳舞，
had to double check there. What the fire and Slender Man? 小伙子，
小伙子，
小
小伙
伙
子对于
子，
未来充满希望。
小伙子. I mean, it's kind of like children and small, yeah, a child or a young man. I'm just gonna put child. It's a lad. Lad. wee young lad. Okay.
公吨、
他们出口了100公吨的粮食。
Metric ton.
奶茶、
我喜欢喝奶茶。
鞋、
Doors.
镜子、
镜子挂在墙上。
吃饭、
我们一起吃饭吧。
It's amazing that takes eat. Maybe I added eat, but it's pretty much eat.
神、
Okay. Wait. Why? I'm getting mixed signals. Oh no, I'm getting mixed signals.
"围绕、
月亮围绕着地球转。
I got my wires crossed there. Ah! Wait. Oh, whoops. I typed the wrong thing. That's fine.
太平洋、
太平洋是最大的海洋。
墨水、
他用墨水写字。
Okay. Did I type blank ink instead of black ink? Ink is it defaults to black. Huh. Or like check in to return. Huh. 恩节，
感恩节、
感恩节是感谢的时候。
Thanksgiving, American Thanksgiving is coming up, right? 感恩节。
气温、
气温降低了。
铁什么？铁匠。
铁匠为我打造了一把剑。
Okay.
奶粉、
我喜欢在咖啡里加奶粉。
岂能？
这是不可能的事，岂能成真？
成真。
赢、
Send help.
衍生、
这个问题衍生出很多新的挑战。
邪恶、
那个角色很邪恶。
小扁豆。
小扁豆、
小扁豆。
小扁豆是营养丰富的食物。
扁豆了哦。Okay. No, 属实 no. 属实。
早晨，
他早晨5点起床。
召回，
特斯拉召回了几千辆卡车。
Call back or recall is probably better, but call back is fine. And return is fine too. It's like recall, like either a faulty item. I don't know if this is used in recalling something, like remembering something. I don't think so. Yeah, it's to call back. Those are the examples, anyways. Or to get something returned, like taking something back. Let's see. Sure. 累是全 can get lost in a lot of this. 全岛
群岛，
这些群岛上有许多热带植物。
No true. There's only two. 群岛群岛 I can't spell archipelago.
瓶塞，
这个瓶塞太紧了。
Pork. 烈士
陈列室，
博物馆有一个特别的陈列室。
Going with lad. Pretty sure this is 熟食. What? What? Oh, it's probably straight. Hmm.
猛然，
他猛然站起来了。
I think we're just gonna go with fierce here. Or fiercely sudden, yeah. It's fine. Abruptly is fine. I kind of like abruptly. Abruptly kind of captures the fierce. Oh, hey, speaking of he. Whoops. I typed the wrong tone in the... Oh, we practiced this. Sheng. Sheng. Oh no. I don't think it's Sheng Yan. Yeah. Oh no, wait. Is it? Wait, what type of festival is this? I need to think of the festival. What in the world? YOLO? Uh-oh. I'm gonna use that roughly. Turntable. That's a coincidence.
剪，
核武器。
核武器。
为什么美国有这么多核武器？
Speaking of nuclear weapons, right? The diplomat. Okay, I'm pretty sure that's Sheng. Yoga pointer. Say. 这一个特别的节日 that doesn't help. The special festival. It's like, yeah, I get it. Oh no. How does this interpret it? See, I really thought it was... I worked on this, but I don't know how I'm getting it mixed up now. Pointer? Really thought it was yeah. Words. It's a holy holiday. Oh. Oh, that's supposed to be Christmas. Is it? Yeah, it's supposed to be Christmas. Oh, yeah, yeah. What am I thinking? It's 圣诞节 for Christmas. It's not the same. Those are not the same characters. No, not Sing. Oh man, I actually need to review how to say Christmas. What do we have here? Oh, okay. Oh no, is this the P? Oh no, I don't think so. Yes, no, it is, right?
脾脏。
脾脏是重要的器官。
Which one is this? Is this the spleen? Oh my gosh, body parts. I tell you, organs and body parts. This is not uncle, is it? Do we relegate to uncle? Okay. Either that or I added it. 圣诞节。
圣诞节。
圣诞节是一个特别的节日。
I mean, it is a special holiday, but many holidays are special. It's not the one that I'm working on, right? It's not my. That's not my. Is it? What the? Oh no, this is another thing that I struggled with for some time. Wow.
填补。
填补空缺。
Tien, Phil. Tien is a butthead. It's good that it showed up like 3 or 4 months later and still okay. After the figurative flipping table scenario. Oh no, is this? I'm gonna just throw it out there.
Da.
Of course it's Da. I'm like, flower gloves, it's probably Da. We worked on this too. This is like to put up. Yeah, not the greatest. All right. I winged this. What's the problem here? Oh, these are rough. So woman 必须 something 丈夫 It probably has something to do with fairness. That's what that kind of reminds me of, but oh. I'm actually losing both. I'm losing the tone and the major read on the right, actually. So, pretty sure this is B. Or maybe not. I don't have anything that lines up that sounds right. And horns. With words. Everything points, for me, kind of just points to Pinocchio. Yeah, there's no chance on this. Oh, yeah, it's all, yeah, it's P, ping, yeah. Both of these are problematic. But it's not criticize. Yeah, I don't know how I'm gonna work around this. This is the only they have singular use. All of these have singular use right now. Pretty sure these two are lumped together and have, yeah. There's a review, but yeah, both of these are not used very often. At all. If at all. I'll rewrite both of them for sure. It's still they're kind of pretty decent. The ping was fine. It was actually P. I thought it was B. The P was lost. Oh, interesting. No, the ping was okay.
先
Whoops. I typed the wrong tone. What the shackin'? What incarnation? Oh no. It's gotta be a U, right? Heck! I don't know what that is. It's
泉水，
这个地区的泉水非常清澈。
disappointing. What? Oh, I typed it wrong.
小麦，
这些面包是用小麦做的。
Oh, rip.
寻，
Ceremony Mason Shack. Not that. Again. I don't think it's that. Hmm.
批评，
我们必须批评政府。
冷酷无情。
冷酷无情，
冷酷无情的态度伤害了他的家人。
考察，
我们需要更多时间来进行考察。
That's definitely expression, not wheat. Yo.
表达，
表达人民的意愿。
表达人民的意愿。I'm not getting the da part properly, I think. I have to think about it. It's in the wrong, it might be in the wrong direction. What the bundle? Oh no, wait, just kidding.
东北，
他住在城市的东北部。
So attract and express. I guess express is fine to like give like on the surface or attain, yeah. Okay. That's kind of a I kind of overthought that one. What in the world? What in the world? Oh, no, wait. That's not what I think it is. Right? That's not supposed to be... I can't tell if that's supposed to be a goat or an earthworm. That's supposed to be... I don't think there's a chance for this. So, that's supposed to be a goat, right? Oh, it's plastic again. Oh my gosh, this happened again. And where's this? It is supposed to be a goat, but what is the problem with this? It's moon. Moon and dirt is a problem with this because it has nothing to do with Superman. Like, Superman isn't being super here. That's the problem. The vocabulary is not a problem. The character is a butt standing alone. It doesn't do anything.
开幕式，
你看了开幕式吗？
Alright. So we can finally change it up and make it super. We'll make it super.
移动，
他们打算移动到一个新办公室。
容易，
放弃很容易。
逛街 or 逛街。
逛街，
我周末喜欢逛街。
What? Hold. Okay. Hmm.
绝对，
我对你的承诺是绝对的。
Or 绝对的 solve against Sue.
速，
Oh, Superman. What the turtle and shell and
桃花，
桃花在空中飘落。
桃花? Is that supposed to be? Okay. Alright.
难得，
他难得看书。
Oh wait. 难得. Oh, rarely, right. What in the world? Hmm, 这本书有几个不同的 something 本译本
译本，
这本书有几个不同的译本。
有 what? Why do I feel like it's a YOLO?
飘
Okay. Okay. What the Guan? Not yet. That is not yet. Oh no, I still haven't found the ceremony yet. Yeah, I think we're gonna give up on Shu. Oh, this is order, isn't it? Oh, it's been a while. Shu. I think we're probably going to have to. Yeah, we're gonna have to change this. He doesn't behave in any archetype, and it can be anyone. That's an old one. What? Wait. Is that not who? I think the left one's right. Who? And did I type Jiao or Qiao the first time? What the few hands? Oh no. Oh no. Oh no. We're gonna go. Wait. This is gonna be rough. Oh no, wait. Oh no. Not thinking about the same.
续
She. Not sure. She.
随时
我随时可以帮助你。
谁是 I'm gonna take a jab at this. It's probably Han.
韩
Like maintain or keep. It's maintain or keep. Or contain. That's fine. Yong or Yong or Yo. It's probably Yo.
优
Secluded. Oh wait, is it Hui? No. Hu Qiu. Something's wrong. I don't know what it is at the moment, and I don't know if it's because it's. There's a mix-up on Jiao and Qiu and Jiu that I need to clear up right now. Yellow. Okay. Alright. There's something with that too. What the? What the? Tall branch? Or did I use something else? YOLO. Okay. It's not what I... What? Alright. We have some things to sort out here.
逐渐
他的健康状况逐渐好转。
It's gradual progress or... Yeah. I'm gonna write progress. Something gradual is moving forward. This is to make right or absolute. Fine. Or make correct. It's absolute. Absolute. Let's see. Oh man.
音译
很多外国名字都是音译的。
劳累
我感到非常劳累。
Okay, so hard to know. Okay, I see where the mix-up here is, but I can't quite tell which one it is. And I know which one I'm getting this mixed up with. I'm getting this mixed up with sha, which is sand. And then because of that, I can't think of anything else. I want to say it has something to do with like
零关键
关键时刻快到了。
关键时刻快到了。验I don't know how to interpret that. How do you close key? That's supposed to be a key, right? Or bankrupt or crucial? Oh, close key. Oh, okay. I think I'm okay. That's fine. Actually, maybe not so much. It's the shut that doesn't make any sense here. Hmm.
存款
他的存款很多。
Heck! I missed the I. So the key is the key to that vocabulary word. Alright. I was leaning too far on the close and not more on the key. As in crucial key. Not key as in literal key. Which can it be? It can also be used as key. The literal keys. Oh, we practice this too.
想
We're linking this with the other xiang that we dropped.
皇宫
皇宫前有一个花园。
There are two things. This is probably the one that I dislike. Did I screw this up? Yes, I did screw that up. As in I picked the wrong character. Oh no, which one is this? Yellow. Ah, man, I worked on bookshelves too. And we linked the bookshelf with the booklet somehow. Yellow.
敢
Probably shaft.
会
This is book. This is a cabinet. Or a cupboard. That's fine too.
经
What happened here? This looks like it's so recognizable. Oh man. Was it separate things? Stick, mustache? No, it's probably. Oh wait. Qiao.
敲
I don't know what my mnemonic is, but the moment I thought about it. Oh no, I didn't change it. Okay, so we're changing it to just all. So let's do this really quickly because it actually worked out on the fly. So Kirby is in front of the barn. He is kind of short. Kind of short. Wants to get in for some food and drinks. So he grabbed a tall stick or branch to knock on the barn door. That's what I was thinking, and it led to the same thing. So. Where that is. Cool. Oh, I've been misspelling it. Whoops. Yeah, never mind. Just kidding. And then okay, so Yi is page. I've sorted this out before, and I think this one is.
摔
And it's probably pluck. Oh, it's not. It's the humble or like topple, tumble. Okay, that one is really. That one's the outlier from the. This one is the outlier from the cocoon group. And I was mixing it up with Lu, which is rate, and then also there was one more. Oh, is it just Lu? I thought there might have been a G as well. No, it's just Lu. Yeah, Li and Shuai are so deceptively not each other. So these two are, and they do not occur very often. So these two don't look like each other at all. Okay. There's quite a lot going on right now. There's plenty I'm trying to sort out here.
踢足球，
我们周末常常踢足球。
Qiu is the other one, right? And then it pivots to jiu when you have this character. But I accidentally kept typing jiao. I meant to type jiu.
白馒头，
我早餐吃了一个白馒头。
So this can't be yi. Yi is page. Ce is bookshelf. So this has to be what? Oh, I don't. Oh, I think I might be getting bookshelf mixed up with something else. Don't know what it is right now. What? The heck? I legitimately have lost what the plate is doing there. I think I'm gonna go with... Oh no, wait, that doesn't make it put together. I'm gonna say it has something to do with kick open. Oh no.
脸，呼救，
他大声呼救，但没有人听见。
Called out or yell. Yell out. It's fine. And usually it means for help. Can't get back to sleep, so this seems like a good use of your time. You got about 50 words kanji correctly added to Anki, and you reviewed about half of them. I'm gonna try to add another 30 or 40 more. Nice! It's going much better with a fully custom deck. Nice, nice. Cool. Glad to hear. Can't go to sleep, huh? Why is it that you can't go to sleep after doing such a great amount of work? That didn't help. The bookshelf. Where am I going wrong with bookshelf? Huh. Thought I typed that already. I did. Bookshelf. What the bookshelf? Really thought it was alright, so I'm not getting good. Oh, it was in the the electricity plant. Am I gonna be able to get more over? No. We need to rewrite this into our new archetype. Moreover is like if and all that stuff. Gotta need it in a vocabulary. And how do I... So, something open. Oh, no, that doesn't make it. No, that doesn't make sense either. That doesn't make sense either. It's 4 a.m. You woke up, but initially slept a bit before midnight. You woke up at about 3 p.m. So you're not honestly surprised knowing how you function, but it's fine since you're more productive early mornings. That's fair. You've been adding note fields with pointers to memories tied to kanji and words, which help a lot. Then putting the note on the front for the first half of the review sessions and on the back halfway in. Ah, that sounds like a great way to transition between early and late. Yeah. I think we're just gonna make this. Oh, no, that's exactly what I thought it was. Okay. Oh, and this is a pivot. This is a bloom. Oh. So what did I type? Oh, did I type Chung? Dang it. It doesn't make sense because the meaning doesn't make sense to me. Yeah, so we might want to add an extra note for Sheng. Oh, I can kind of see how it makes sense now. Actually. We'll add that note. Actually, we can add that note now. Oh, I already did add that note. Yeah. Yeah. It works. So we could add the note to this. The start of flourishing of a plant. You're also adding grammar and sentence structures as individual cards in the deck with all the words, etc. You think that's going to help considering the large amount of grammar you've covered this next year? Oh, yeah. You'll probably get ahead, right? And then when you're doing this next year, it'll be your application. Going into the class when you're doing all that thing would be your application. So it'll probably double down on everything that you've been working on. It may also give you an incentive to add whatever else you find interesting in class as examples added onto your deck. The only issue with this workflow so far is time taken, but that's going to get better with better efficiency and better time management. Yes, doing produces unexpected efficiency improvements despite not changing anything, which I don't expect you to not change anything, right? Frequently you'll continue to change things as well as increase in efficiency from repetition. And yeah, adding words based on interest, yeah. And your interest can come from doing the thing itself. So making those cards create a new interest in itself. Data mining and looking at what your class. I don't know if you do this. I'm not sure if that's a standard protocol, but generally speaking, I don't after like going to university, you always come to class prepared. So I feel like I know you mentioned this comment before, and lots of university students have mentioned this around the world. It's not something unique to the United States, where some students constantly say things like, oh yeah, the class is behind, or the class is too slow, so I'm just gonna go do my own thing while waiting for the class to either catch up or just provide as application. Well, the class is supposed to serve as application, and you always go to class prepared and ahead, because when you're ahead and prepared, you find application. So you spend most of your time not having to worry about what is going to be said in class or what's going to be covered conceptually in class. You're looking for what the examples in class to reinforce what you know. It used to be hikikomori for 4 years before this, so honestly, I'm quite happy with the progress. And you're half organized, you say, and you started behind everyone, so you're still catching up a bit, especially in Japanese. Yeah, I think to me, I'm not gonna, like, this is no guarantee. However, what I often say about things like being behind, I don't know if you were around like long enough, like yesterday or the day before, but I have always been behind in my life. Like, I'm still behind now. When you're learning something, on the internet or compared to others, it will genuinely, when you have something to learn, is being behind. When you're creating, you can be ahead. That's the mentality that often I feel there's a disconnect between it. If you have something to learn, you are behind by nature. When you're creating, you're ahead by nature, because that's something that someone else might not be able to create. And even if someone have already created it, what you're creating is you're looking ahead of something. And when you're learning, you're looking from behind, right? And one of the things is in school, at universities, which is different from, in my opinion, lower than high school. When you're in high school, you're always going to be behind, even if you're ahead. So like, if someone already know all the stuff, they are always treated behind because you're learning foundations. You're constantly learning for the stuff. But when you matriculate to universities, the goal is to transition from being behind to ahead. So the goal now is to learn the things before you enter class. If you think class is slow, it's actually kind of true. Largely because you're going to learn all the things on your own time, and what you're going to class for is whatever application you can find. In my opinion, this is not for everyone, but for me, whenever I go to class, I already know what's in class. That's why they give you syllabuses, like syllabi, I don't know how you, syllabi, course things, all the things in advance most of the time. You should be ahead, because class is your application. Getting a grade is the reason you've already learned things ahead. You're trying to get a grade. So there's supposed to be review. The content is supposed to be review, and the projects and stuff you're learning is supposed to be reinforcement. Reinforcement for retention and application. So all those exams and stuff, you should already know this stuff. Right? Like, a lot of times high school students who do really, really well, like say a 4.0 high school student, they go to college and they say, oh yeah, the first 2 years is review. It was easy. I didn't spend a lot of time doing anything. I spend it partying and wasting time. That's something you can do if you want. Partying. The thing is, the first 2 years, it's going over application. Because it's supposed to review all the things you're supposed to know in high school. But what they're trying to give you is they're trying to incentivize you to figure out a way to use the knowledge that you had in high school. Because the next couple years, when you get into like 3rd year and 4th year, you're going to start working on getting ahead, not behind anymore. You're going to be ahead in some ways. And you're finding out, in my opinion, you're supposed to find out what you're going to use with all that knowledge. And if you kind of fall behind, the classes can cover that. But generally, being ahead allows you to be creative. And making an Anki deck is you being ahead. And then the moment when your class comes, you're going to learn anything that you're behind, but you're already ahead in some ways. Well, you have 18 months to go from behind and with gaps in knowledge to getting A somehow, and learn time management on the way, and you miss schooling for some and never learned study tech. Yeah. but doing helps you out a lot, in my opinion. So one of, like, for example, I don't know if you watch YouTube of like other students or like American students. Oftentimes whenever you think of like Harvard, Cambridge, I'm throwing in a British university because, so Harvard, Cambridge, when you think of top universities, a lot of times you might get like an influencer or like a person sharing what it's like to go to top universities. And most of the time is you create to be ahead on your free time. And then when you go to class, you're trying to figure out weaknesses, gaps. You're seeing gaps and application. The goal is not to see gaps, like not to encounter too many gaps, right? So you've already mentioned you notice the gaps, so you're gonna fill the gaps, right? You're gonna fill the gaps. It's a safety net. Classes are safety nets for concepts. If there are any gaps, it gives you the application to go at your free time to create and fill those gaps. And this cycle is, in my opinion, if you look at, like, I've seen one from a Harvard grad before, usually med school students. And a Cambridge is usually, or Oxford, Cambridge. That's usually for science. And other top universities would be like Tokyo University. Most of them deal with these aspects. You have to be creatively ahead. So that means develop your problem-solving skills and critical thinking skills outside of class. Because class is the problem. Class is the application that you're trying to solve all the time. So when you go to class, you're looking for the problem. Usually it might be gaps, weaknesses, but not the entire class. It's usually it's subtle here and there. It's like discontinuous chaos a lot of times. Because you don't know what your normalized experience is. You're going to college. College people come from everywhere. Universities come from everywhere. So you take those gaps, it creates your application in which in your free time, you can be creative to get ahead with problem solving. So this to me is something that summarizes many of the common themes between those who are successful post-university. Not like ones that do not do this. People that do not do this in the long run still get 4.0s in college. But they have no plans, in my opinion. They will be unlikely to advance into a scholarly profession because they don't want to. Like they don't have a desire to do that most of the time. Like they might be satisfied with the way they're developing. But if you're going into advanced and scholarly placements, generally speaking, you're gonna need skills to be ahead of things. And ahead of things require problem-solving, critical thinking skills. Because there won't be answers in the future. Won't be answers. You are creating the answers. And sometimes, even if there are answers, you're creating better answers. And when you're going to do stuff while you're in college, it's one of the best times to do so. Like if you're getting a 4.0, then aim for a 6.0. And you might be thinking, well, it's out of 4 points. Where's the other 2 points? It's your own creation. It's whatever you're doing in addition to it. If you're gonna learn something from class, the class is not your glass ceiling. It's your glass ceiling to break. You're here to break the glass ceiling because you're looking forward So by the time you graduate, by the time I graduated college, I knew ahead that I wanted to be a scientist. I didn't think about just graduating anymore. In high school, you think about just graduating because you're lacking the experience. You don't have time to think past that. So most of the time in college, I'm already preparing myself for graduate school. I wasn't thinking, oh, college is the only as far as I go. Most of the time you're looking for creative liberties to know where you're headed in advance. You know how gifted kids never really learn study skills and often burn themselves out by the end? Yes, I was one of them. And usually those gifted students learn when their gifts scale off, it doesn't work at university level. And it definitely doesn't work at a grad level. And it definitely doesn't work at a life level. And life level will change life level to professional. So if you're not adapting early on, you learn eventually that you need to adapt. I was a gifted student. I scored kind of close to the I'm pretty sure I was in the 99th percentile when I was 15. But once I went to college, that's fairly irrelevant if you don't develop your problem-solving skills and your critical thinking skills. It's a glass ceiling. And burning out is a critical thinking and problem-solving skill issue. Yeah, I'm also not a fan of student influencers talking about study tech. Glass ceiling. You're not a fan of a lot of things because you haven't understand how to learn from other people, in my opinion. A gifted child tends to be very isolated and think about themselves as the solution for everything. Most of the things I'm referring to are not my ideas of my own. And the things you're doing, they're not unique or original. Not until you understand what other people are doing. And you don't have to like their content. You can learn from their content. And that's different from knowing their content. So you could know study tech exists and say you're not a fan. It's different from understanding their tech and finding out how to use it in your own workflow. This is problem solving. Or optimizing. You can even call it optimizing. The idea that you can argue emotionally that you're not a fan of something means that you're closed-minded. Not a bad thing or a good thing, because these guys might present zero value to you. It very well could present zero value to you. Right? But I would at least want to understand what others are doing in order to contextualize what I'm doing. So I do pay attention to what my classmates are doing in my class. I go to class because I'm curious about what other people are doing. And not to know what they're doing, to understand what they're doing. The more I understand all of the people around me, the less competition I have. And this is not to say it will happen. It's the mindset of doing it. I try to do this each and every time. If it's very easy for you to say it's not a fan, you're not a fan, so you can ignore that, then that's information you don't have, right? That will also be information that you can't relate to, and it will be information that you can't draw advantages or disadvantages from. If you're not a fan of a study tech, knowing why and how you're not a fan of it, criticizing it, for example, critiquing it at a high level allows you to also avoid those or mitigate those pitfalls. Knowing what not to do is as important, in my opinion, if not even more, in the future when you're ahead. When you're ahead, most of the things you're going to do is negative data because people haven't done it before. So if you're not in the habit of analyzing negative data, maybe the things you're not a fan of, you can't have foresight into understanding pitfalls and things that you may run into. Over the course of 7 years, right, in my PhD, I would say 80 to 90% of what I did was negative data, which is like a stereotype. That's how you feel most of the time. 80 to 90% of the data is negative. What it does is it informs you what doesn't work. And that's how I approached Duolingo for the longest time. Most people provide this negative data, and I analyze it in order to make it work, to turn it into positive data. If everyone already spent their time generating data that is counter to yours or maybe even useless, it's useful to know what it is not, because generally when you go out to do something, most of the time it doesn't work. If you're a leader and a creator, if you want to continue being behind and being a follower, that's what I feel I was until like all the way until the end of my PhD. But it felt less. I did this less and less. I was catching up. In certain areas, I was ahead. In certain areas, I was behind. When I was in high school, I was always behind. Everything was behind. In fact, even despite being gifted, right? I was in a group of, I don't know, 9 students. Maybe like, we're gonna round it up to like 15 students. In the school. In a school of, what was it? Like 2,500 students? No, that's a little high. Well, I think it's like 2,000 students. I was one of 15. But I was behind. Like I grew up being behind, like contextually behind, or knowledge. I was behind in knowledge, but I was not behind in skills. My skills were ahead the entire time. Like how I solve problems and acquire knowledge. I acquire knowledge at a faster rate, but I was behind already because I was in low income. I was at least approximately 2 years behind. I did not go to college with pretty much no college credits, for example. No college credits because by the time I got to the end of high school, I still had a 4.0, but I had a 4.0 with no college credits because I finally caught up to the 2-year deficit in knowledge. But knowledge is, in my opinion, not the defining factor of what makes someone gifted and using the gift that they have. Using the gift that you have is applying your skills to as much of the content as you can. So if you're not a fan of something, that means that content is no longer accessible to you. So if you're not a fan of an influencer who has a lot of influence, then all of that sphere, you can't make commentary on it. right? If I ask you, can you explain to me specifically with an example why you're not a fan of student influencers? Can you explain that? You probably can't because you're not a fan. So you didn't use any of it. You didn't use any of the information. And that can be tough. Like, I often think that emotionally you would need some sort of interest, right? But you never struck me, you didn't ever give me the impression that you don't have any motivation to learn. So oftentimes my impression of you is that you selectively choose things, and that leads back to the point of burning yourself out. Burning yourself out to me tends to be a very common symptom of gifted people because they hyper focus on something without a natural act of balancing their skill set out. I burned out when I was 32, and some would say that was at the peak of my professional career because that's when I completed my education, right? Or ended a chapter of my education at the beginning of another education. And no, I didn't burn out on the skills that I were good at. I burned out on the skills I was poor at, which is to be interested in other ways people live their lives, because that was an important skill set. But if you're not a fan of it, you might not invest in it. Like, for example, what you're doing now, making Anki decks, if you're not a fan of it, it doesn't mean that it doesn't have value without doing it. So it's a pro and con, and one of the biggest con is what you cited. You run out of time. Do you think it's viable to cover 4 years of content in 2 years? Also, you wouldn't say you spend much time on student influencer. You wouldn't say you spent much time on student content. I didn't. Okay. From what you did see and try, it just wasn't effective for you when trying. I already mentioned all of this, but let's go over it again to make it clear, the connection. So I already inferred. You already inferred it, but now it's a good confirmation. You infer that when you're not a fan of something, you tried something and it's not effective because you're results oriented right now, which checks out. It's consistent. So that confirms what I was trying to say 15 minutes ago in the last one. But my focus, the point I was making, is that knowing what doesn't work or isn't effective is important if you use it. However, when you say it's not effective, it doesn't tell me how it doesn't work. You're saying you tried something and it doesn't work. That strikes me as someone who tried it, you couldn't really tell you why it doesn't work. Exactly. So that's the point I was making. Or at least that's the impression you've given me. Well, sort of, but it's not about buts. It's about what the depends is, describing the depends. If it's an incomplete picture, it's still more than I'm not a fan, right? I mean, you can choose to do this. I'm offering an alternative perspective here. The alternative perspective is if you tried something and it didn't work, that's useful information. You can characterize what doesn't work. The nice thing about this is because this will probably happen more often in your life than working. I think one of the false impressions about the internet is that it makes it look like everything works. Actually, most things don't work the way you planned. Pretty much most strategies and stuff will probably not fit your ideal expectations. So to me, if you're practicing this skill, it will be applied more often. Expecting things to work when you try is something that will cause burnout to me. Because the scope of your ability to critically solve things is limited to things that work, not things that work and don't work. Do you think it's viable to cover 4 years of content in 2 years? I think it's viable to do most things if you are able to creatively envision it. But if you don't think so, in my opinion, then it's not going to happen. Now, this viability question is a results thing, and I can't predict the future. So the only thing I can think about is whatever is viable is what you have done. So if you're trying to, say, squeeze 4 years of content into 2 years, and when you go to do this in 2 years and you only cover 3 years, that is viable for 3 years. That's the outcome. If you tried to squeeze 4 years into 2 years and turned out you only learned 1 year of content, then you have learned that is viable for 1 year of content. Whatever it is, it caused a decrease. Understand the relationship of why trying to squeeze 4 years into 2 years results in 1 year of progress. That to me is how I feel differs from someone who isn't interested in doing things because they're only interested in results. You want to be told that 4 years, or you want a strategy that 4 years can be crammed into 2 years. Well, if you have 2 years, I would aim for the 4 years. But if you end up short, maybe you still only learn 2 years, then you have learned that you can learn 2 years in 2 years. Now you have to solve the problem of how to get the other 2 years. Right. You think your reasons are stupid, so you prefer to go with the idea it's just not for me and move on, you guess? That's I think that feels like imposter syndrome a little. So I don't know, I don't want to, this isn't professional advice, but generally saying that your own reasons are stupid, you're worth more than that. So I know this is gonna sound like a life coach situation, but your reasons are worth more than that. I think the first thing I would say to encourage you is that your reasons are only as stupid as you think they are. Since you're not dependent on other people, right? You give me the impression that you value your own ideas or like your own outcomes quite a lot. So I think it should extend to reasons. Your reasons are never stupid. Because if you start thinking they're stupid, they're not worth looking into. They're not worth your time. And all your reasons are always going to be worth your time. It might not be worth my time. Like, you might be feeling like you might be projecting, right? Like, this is a projection. A lot of times you might think other people think your reasons are stupid, but oftentimes it shouldn't matter. If you're going to be built to be a leader or creator, your reasons are your reasons. They should be worth it, right? You're worth your time. So if you already spent time trying something, in my opinion, if you already spent time trying something, that is your time, your precious time. So Understanding why, maybe even understanding why you think they're stupid is probably a place. I would not call your reason stupid, but that's me. Other people might call your reason stupid, but I haven't even heard the reason, so I wouldn't know if it's stupid. And to not misrepresent other people, I don't think when someone says something doesn't work, I hate it, my first question would be, why do you hate it? Can you explain why do you hate it? Because the only way you're going to hate anything less, or not run into that same hate, or end up in a class that you hate the same thing, is to know why you hate it in the first place, or how you hate it. So I don't think your reasons are ever stupid. From my perspective, I think, with a grain of salt, I would say that I am a minority. I actually think it's good to know why you don't like doing things as much as you do like doing things, because then it helps you avoid those things. So if you ever want to like not get caught up in another influencer trap, for example, like an influencer hustle, you gotta learn why you think it's stupid, right? Why is it stupid? And the nice thing about that is when you do these things, your time, in my opinion, your time will feel valuable. So you didn't waste your time trying some stupid influencer's study tech. You found out all the reasons why that stupid study tech didn't work for you, and now you can explain it when someone else asks you it. So in the future, whenever you're like making an Anki deck and you recognize, wait a minute, why does this kind of remind me of a stupid study tech? And it might be not for good, or it's usually constructive. Because if you start reminding yourself, it's like, oh, maybe you come to realization like, oh, maybe they're onto something, but I wasn't ready for it. Or it's still stupid. So then you realize like, oh yeah, I'm right. It's still stupid. To me, that's how you feel less stupid about your reasons too, by the way. The stupidity goes away if you, in my opinion, if you impart more value to it. I do stupid things all the time. I'm gonna be honest. Like, some people might say the stupidest thing I've ever done was use Duolingo for a year to learn Japanese and Chinese. And my conclusion is it's not stupid. And how do I prove that it's not stupid? Despite everyone telling me it's stupid, I can explain to you in a video that I recorded for 8 hours long about the things that I either learned, the pros and cons of using Duolingo. I made value out of this time. They made value of their time by spending 30 minutes telling me how Duolingo is stupid. And I asked them, why is it stupid? And they couldn't explain it. They do these in my opinion, they likely do these hand wavy things like, oh, because Duolingo is gamified. I'm like, okay, what is gamification? I have a working definition of what gamification is. I like video games, so that's where my derivative came from. If you have 2 or 3 hours, I can explain the characterization of gamification and how it parallels between gaming and Duolingo. This is the stuff I learned. The other person would be like, oh, you know, you'll just be worried about streaks and stuff. It's like, why were you worried about streaks? Because I wasn't worried about my Duolingo streak when I was learning. Right. Those are the things that would demonstrate that you understand the stuff. Well, here's a good example. You don't like writing-based study, like taking pages of notes, because it leads to hand pain, intriguing, and you struggle to absorb class information if taking notes at the same time. Absolutely. So, hand pain is a problem. I don't know if you've ever seeked hand pain. I do mobility exercises. So I'll give you something I learned from hand pain. I've had hand pain a while back. I wrote lots and lots of notes. Like, lots and lots of notes. When I was in high school, I already mentioned this, but when I was younger in high school, I didn't understand we'll play the gifted card. I was a gifted student. So the content that they tell us to remember was easiest for me to memorize everything. Like, the content wasn't big enough yet, so I can memorize everything. And what I did was, whenever I answer questions, you know, homework questions and stuff, I would write all of it. And it's to the point where in high school, it's not really considered plagiarism. It's more like you're writing the passages you read. And then in the exams, I would rewrite it from memory. So I would write a lot. And I started developing like some parts of my fingers and stuff. There's still like permanent calluses in the hand. So, but one thing I learned from the hand pain that is restricting me is that I learned to adapt mobility exercises. So I do wrists. Actually, you probably can see me in the beginning of my streams and stuff. I tend to do on a regular basis. So I formed a habit of doing mobility and grip. I had actually, oftentimes I keep a ball next to me, like this one. Like stress balls. It's not for stress. It's more for grip, right? So that's what that taught me. I don't know if you do any of that or incorporate, but I don't write for an extended period of time without. And the pain, I hope you don't have a congenital disease or something, right? Like you could have a family history of maybe muscular dystrophy or something. Outside of that, if you're a healthy human being, usually your body can adapt to sufficient time of writing based things regardless of the hand pain. And then in the struggling to absorb class information, if you're taking notes in class, right, that's a really common one, and I absolutely agree. At the same time, what I discovered, what I will like for myself, not for anyone else, is that if you're taking notes of your interpretation, is different from taking notes for understanding content you should already know. So my notes when I was in college was, in order to get rid of the struggle of absorbing class information when I'm taking notes, is that I don't take those notes. The notes you're referring to is taking notes of info that you don't know yet. So you are trying to memorize things on the fly by using an encoding strategy of writing. That is not what the class influencers that I'm talking about. The study tech that I'm in, it was literally the opposite of what I said about the influencers that I'm referring to. And I'm not talking about any influencers. I'm talking about influencers from the top universities. They don't take notes to absorb class information. Like that type of class information. They take notes for enrichment. Like when I go to class, my notes are filled with questions and a list of gaps in my knowledge. And there are few gaps in further studies. So I already know most of the information going into class. The notes I'm taking is the application of notes. Like when you're telling me your life story, right this moment, I'm already taking notes of what you're saying. On this screen, I am taking notes of what I'm trying to say, and I'm creating a flow of logic to help direct my current conversation with you and how you're sharing the information. So when I say struggle, I see struggle. and absorbing class information. This is what my notes look like. It's not the content specifically. It's my interpretation of the it's my interpretation and how I understand it now, thanks to someone else sharing a new information with me. So I'm seeing how your information helps my interpretation of my discussion. So when I'm taking notes like that, I'm also having conversations like that. When I'm giving a seminar and someone asks a question, those are the type of notes I'm talking about. Like when someone's teaching me something, I'm formulating new questions because I need to learn more information that isn't in the class. So when someone says something weird that's in contradiction to what I read already for class, I would write it in my notes. Like, this person made point A, but the text point A doesn't agree with this person's example. I should go and check the text again. Maybe I misremembered, or I should ask a question to the proctor about why my impression of what I learned in text A is different from what you're showing in class. So most of the time in college, we came to class to evaluate that our interpretations are correct. So when I go to class with my best friends and stuff, we're there to make sure that all the things we already should know is correct and coherent with the professor's take. So we're there to correct each other. And then when you go to graduate school, you're always there to correct each other. You go into class, you go into seminar, you're there to be the person to be asking questions and clarifying. You're challenging their information. So that is what top students have as one of the number one study texts. You go to class expecting not to take notes on the things you already know. You're taking notes on all your thoughts so that you don't forget them. Like, oh wait, I swear this character meant like this definition A, but, and then you go to class and your teacher says it's definition B. I'm like, that can't be right. Like, what the heck? These are the notes that I take. And there's a lot of them. And you have a lot of those notes all the time in your head. And if you think you can remember all those things, that means that you would never say it's hard to explain. It's hard to explain for me. I have lots of thoughts when I go through one class. So I try to write at least half of them. Or like some of them, the most important ones. Yeah, my notes, I don't know if this is the same for your class. Again, this is taking my own anecdotes in college. In college, we were given all the notes. Like all the professor's notes before the class starts. It was a common, or I either request, like some of my friends and I, if they don't give the notes, I would request from the professor if they can give the notes or all the content that will happen in the class before, or maybe 2 days before. And every single student comes in, and if they're on top of their game, they have already came in knowing exactly what to expect from the class. Now they're on their eyes peeling, their mind is ready to see if there are any discrepancies. So every single student passed like the junior level in the specialized classes. It is the professor that will get rid of any inconsistencies. So you're there with pretty much 99% of the knowledge. And now you're looking to confer the knowledge. And your notes that you take are anywhere you feel like you have a problem. like in a discussion, when someone is sharing with me their life stories, their problems, I take notes. These are what my notes look like. I talk about and what anecdotes relate. So when you were talking about, like, you also added in your Anki deck, right? You said in your Anki cards things that you're interested in. Those are my notes that I'm thinking of. When, like, I still remember when my biochem professor was talking about carbohydrates, right? Carbohydrates, and how complex carbohydrates are digested by amylase. Amylase in your mouth. It's secreted through your saliva, right? Or by your in your saliva through your mouth. And I thought about it as like, I wonder how this works. Is there a difference between plant carbohydrates and animal carbohydrates when it comes to amylase, right? And there is a difference, but I don't remember what the difference is. Do you? Like, that's kind of the idea. Like, oh man, I forgot the part where how does plant carbohydrates differ that prevents amylase from acting on the plant proteins? That's the cellulose part, right? Which leads to roughage in your stomach, makes you regular, because cellulose isn't processed in the animal like in us as humans. So those are the type of notes we're looking for. Creative ideas, because you already know most of the information, or you're supposed to. That's one of the biggest defining features. Actually, when the role was flipped, when I was a lab assistant, usually lab assistants, what they do is they take over the day-to-day lab stuff. Students, you can tell the difference between a student that came prepared. This is what it means to come prepared. Came prepared versus a student that is taking notes at the time of it. And universities usually do what they do most of the time. They put quizzes in the front of the class. So then they can tell which student is prepared. The quizzes is supposed to tell you, but most students think it's just a pain. The quizzes is supposed to tell you if you are prepared. You should be able to answer all the questions in the quizzes before class because you're already prepared. You should know all the information. The quizzes is about the upcoming lecture. The lecture should be all the information that you already have. And all these students are instructed to read and take their own interpretation of the lab that's ahead. So they have the knowledge already. All the knowledge is there. You should have known what to do. Step 1, step 2. It's like giving you a cooking sheet or like a baking instruction, right? You watched a YouTube video, for example. Nowadays, I wouldn't be surprised if the lab tech just gives the student a YouTube video that shows the experiment being done. So when they come to class, they get tested on it. And then the actual class involves figuring out all the problems that came up. All the problems that came up, all the unintended, unforeseen problems, right? Or intended ones. And that's what I mean by you don't learn things from YouTube. You know things from YouTube. Most of the things you think about, like the study texts and stuff, you know them. You don't understand them until you try it and then analyze it. That's when you actually, in my opinion, complete the learning cycle. You need the information in order to learn from it. And learning from it involves doing it as well. And that to me is the difference between an internet expert and someone who is experienced and knowledgeable. And that's kind of where the study tech is. Now, I'm not saying every student does this. I'm talking about like the particular ones who are like, 10-year doctors and like tenure, 5-year, 10-year professors and whatnot, when they reflect upon their youth, most of the time, these are the common things. And I did no different. It took me like 2 years. It took me 2 years to get into that. And it became so much easier. Like, there's one class, they told you not to take notes. And what they meant was not to take notes with the pen. Like they deliberately told the student to pay attention to what they're saying, not try to copy down notes. The word copy is the word. You're not trying to copy what you see because you should already have that. And here's one even better. Here's a meta that someone did. I already mentioned that most of the time students get used to getting all the information before class. One professor deliberately give the notes after class. It's because their lecture is formed in the form of questioning. So what happens is most of their lecture is interactive. So what the professor tells you advance is, I'm going to give you all these slides. All this information is going to be available to you after class. So if I see you busy copying what is on the board, I'm going to tell you now, I'm writing no additional notes. Nothing on the board. So if you're going to write any type of notes, it's going to be on what I say, not what's on the thing. So the person was de-emphasizing what is already available to you. All that information you can find in your textbook. And oftentimes, this is also true unintentionally. Most of the time, there's no time to copy those things. So a PowerPoint would just have a slide of a textbook. Like if I was teaching Genki, this is what, in my opinion, a bit of lazy YouTubers and whatnot. Not that it's not pragmatic. It's pragmatic to save time. Where they're like, oh, I'm going to teach the Genki textbook. Slide, project, page 1. I'm going to look at it and I'm just going to read through Genki 1. It's like, well, that's it for class today. And then the students will walk out and say, what was the point of class? I could have just read the textbook. It's like, that's correct. You could have read the textbook. And the thing is, if you're wondering, oh, maybe the professor's lazy, it's like, but if the professor's doing that, it's a chicken or the egg question. Do they know for sure that what they're doing is helpful for the students? Because the students wouldn't even be bothered reading the textbook. That's usually comes more frequently than the professor being lazy. Because honestly, at the other end, a lot of times over 50% of the students don't even do their reading assignment before they go to class. If it's not mandatory, they don't do their reading assignments before class. I didn't do my reading assignment in class. I thought I was gifted enough. Right? When I was in for first year in school, I thought I was gifted enough where, oh, I'm just gonna take notes in class and I'll memorize all the notes in class, right? And then you're saying you're struggling with absorbing the class information while taking notes. Well, you're not gifted enough anymore. And I wasn't either. So what I did was I read all the stuff beforehand, and then I could focus on everything. I could take notes and focus on anything that the professor said in class. So that's one of the burnouts, right? The burnout is adjusting to a new method. And I can tell you now, near the my end of the stuff, my notes only have questions and what I can do with the information in my notes. Like that's all. Like problems, so potential solutions, where do I go? All the other information is, I've done it so many times. That type of information doesn't ever change. So if I go and sit in a chemistry class, I'm not writing, the definition of a compound organic molecule. I should already know that for the class. The question is, what type of example does the professor decide to use as a compound organic molecule? Because I have a favorite, or I have something that I would use, but the professor might be using a different example. And I would want to ask the professor, why did you choose this instead of my molecule of choice? What kind of compound organic molecule would you use as an example for like carbon-carbon bonds? I mean, I'm kind of a fan of diamonds or a buckyball, but they could choose something like, I don't know, carbon dioxide or something, like, for all I know. It would be very interesting. Oh, and sometimes you find strange is Japanese writing makes it take significantly longer for the hand pain to start when writing than English. That could be really important. It might be something about, so if I can maybe extrapolate, there might be your resting position. So like, this is guessing, and I'm not a doctor, by the way. So when you're writing this, I often found that I'm using more of a constraint movement. So these are finer movements. And the strokes are directional a lot of times. In English, oftentimes these characters, they, like, I actually use capital letters, but when you're doing this stuff, there's a shifting. So it could be like, you could investigate that. Maybe you can work on this flexion, right? This flexion versus like your hand flexion, right? Your finger flexion. I feel like a lot of times, because of the confined space for me anyways, I agree with you actually. I experience less hand fatigue writing this than like, what is this word? So this word is smooth. I write in all caps, by the way, so it kind of somewhat is similar to the way this is writing, but there's a shifting. It's constantly pushing to the right. Here, the whole work area is within here. So it's a finger stretch. So my actual wrist is not moving to the right and like shifting back and forth. There's no bending. It's the flick of the wrist. Now the difference is when you're doing calligraphy as well, you try to keep your wrist from moving. You're moving your arm. So it might have something to do with your wrist weakness, which wrist weakness, there's quite a lot of mobility exercises where you can like slowly only push close to the point of like strain, and then you can like also do like a cat camel position on the ground where you can apply flexors to your wrist. It could be a wrist thing. Usually hand pain comes from the wrists for prolonged like gaming or keyboard typing and stuff. Like occasionally I would develop a pressure point down here because the wrist is always flexed this way when I'm typing very rigorously. Over time I get tired and my wrist would flex backwards. I care about my wrist a lot, not because of writing. I do calisthenics, so most of the time I'm grabbing onto things like a pull-up bar and stuff, and wrist fatigues way more from like hanging from a pull-up bar and whatnot than actual writing. So a lot of times my wrist pain a lot of times go away because I spend more time doing something more strenuous than the actual thing that I'm doing, which can be something that to encourage yourself. I actually think that's really encouraging that you found a difference in hand fatigue between writing Japanese and English, which would be cool. Hear me out. I didn't learn Japanese when I was at university, but you are. I would write my science notes in Japanese. Like, I didn't learn Japanese in university, but it would be really fun to write my notes in Japanese when I'm in science class. and test that out, but I didn't have this opportunity. So what I did back then when I was at university is when I'm in biochem class, I think you might not be the person I was talking to. It might have been Sway. I met another university student in the Philippines, and they're a computer science major. I think they might be in their second or third year. And I was talking about how general education, right? I did lit, like classic lit or British lit. actually. Brit Lit and like logical systems. And whenever I learn something, these are notes too. So I take them into my biochem. So any skills you have, if you want to keep them and make them effortless, much like your Anki, right? When you're doing your Anki, this is gonna suck. I'm gonna sound like a hypocrite, but you have to trust that when you do these things, they get more efficient, right? You mentioned that earlier. They become more efficient. So right now, I know it sounds like a lot. I truly agree with you. It sounds like a lot. When you fast forward a year down the road, 2 years down the road, it's like bread and butter. Like, I'm literally writing notes, creating new ideas while I'm speaking to you at this very moment. Some of the ideas that I'm like sharing and the examples I'm sharing is happening in real time, because I can't possibly anticipate that you were going to bring up these. You might be able to bring up some of the statistical normatives, right? I do archetyping, so I do know behavioral associations with someone who have wrist pain, so I prepared something for wrist pain. But the very specific nature and detail of your hand pain and your responses would need wiggle room. So being able to do that, having prior knowledge, is how one would take notes when you walk into class knowing what they're going to say, but it turns out a little bit different. And whenever it's a little bit different, it either could be more right or more wrong, more desirable or less desirable. And those are the notes you're taking, because you don't need to remember the information that's going to be regurgitated over and over again. You're looking to use that information. And yes, I would even argue, if a student got a B and they knew how to use the information, right? If they knew how to use the information, I would take that student over an A student who only memorized the information. Because that information, it's going to be gone in another year or two. Like, it's not going to be there anymore. They didn't know how to use it. Using information creates retention. And without using the information, you also don't develop problem-solving skills. We're talking about people who will lead one day, who will create things one day. This is still good. It's a good thing if you know that's what you want to do. Like, this could be a pattern for, oh, your class is not important to them. Like, from a teacher perspective, if they only memorized it, it means that I don't have much to offer. I don't have much to offer anymore, because all they want was a grade from me. This student I would invest in because they are genuinely interested in my information. So this student could be a student elsewhere. Like, they could be a different subject, and they would be the same as the B student and still get A's. Who knows? The idea is the one that thrives is the one that ends up using the information. You can have B's, you can have A's. There are a lot of situations and conditions you can't control. The question is, when you're looking at something, it's really startlingly different between someone who believes their idea is stupid versus their idea is stupid, but it's valuable stupid. So I know I'm pressing a little bit, Mika. Every time when you like make a I'm not a fan, I don't really like this, it doesn't really work, I'm a little bit aggressive at trying to make the person do more work, but not necessarily to my own benefit. It does benefit me for you to explain these things to me, because I would be able to better make commentary. My messages and the things I say will become more and more relevant to you. So it's a win-win situation. the more you practice explaining however stupid or trivial those things are, that's what college is, like, right? Like that, what is that stereotypical professor response for colleges? When someone says, oh, professor, this might be a stupid question, and then if you want to know what type of professor it is, one of the more common professors will say, there's never a stupid question. Ask it, ask it. And then they would go and do it, because the idea is that if your question is stupid, that also means you as a professor is responsible for understanding that stupid question and where that stupid question came from. And why does the student feel like that's a stupid question if you're the one teaching? So in the end, in the long run, it becomes more work at first. The idea is it's more work up front, and then in the future, it becomes less work. So I often come with that mentality. It's to the point where it's really not that hard to start. I ask the same question every single time. Like 10 to 20 series of questions to every single stranger I've ever met, if I can, online. It doesn't ever get old. It gets faster each time, and I become more creative with it. So that's kind of what I wanted to say. So it might seem a little pressury, but I honestly think if you want to find that our interaction is valuable, the more you invest in how you're expressing your stuff and like talking about things, like being unapologetically interested in your own reasons, it also means whoever you're talking to will be able to provide more valuable information. That student tech that you don't like, the influencer that you don't like, they can't understand you, right? So it will always be that stupid. Like, it doesn't ever evolve at all, because that person can't change anything since you don't interact with that person. So whenever I go into a classroom and I have an opportunity to interact with the professor or with my students and whatnot, that would be the focus, because it's something you cannot gain by having a parasocial relationship. And that to me is what I'm working on right now. So I am working on an idea, which I can't really disclose right now, because it's incomplete. It's not to a liking of mine. But how do I create a model that increases the likelihood of interactions when it comes to like problem solving, right? I myself am very far behind, because there are so many people who are very good at engagement right now. And engagement is where where attention comes to die, in my opinion. And right now, the thing you're describing about not like the things you're focusing on, it's something that the internet does super well. The things I'm describing are things you can find hopefully still at the university level. The problem is this internet and engagement comes before the university or any situation, professionalism. So it's not your fault. I don't want to say it's your fault. It's not the people whose environment normalized this, right? It came before. Most of this stuff is unintentional too. It's also not malicious. It's the idea that information is given, not exchanged. That's kind of like my new quote that I'm working on or reinforcing. Nowadays, information is given. It is provided. Provided, supplied, given. It's not in the form of an exchange. And what I mean by exchange is there's no active understanding at the time of the information being acquired. So that study tech, yes, it's not going to be effective most of the time. because that study tech is not through the exchange of a client and the person providing it. It has no oversight. It's a blanketed prescriptional thing. Wanikani is the same. HanziHero is the same. Most of your apps is trying to be dynamic, and technology is trying to make it happen, right? With AI. Like, AI is trying to offset to make it look like it's an active exchange. But the thing is, AI also, while dynamic, is limited in the human response. It's restricted by its data set. And the data set can also exaggerate. It can create polarization. One polarization example is, say you're in position A, to illustrate this physically, and you're trying to throw something at position B, right? What if B was here? When you're off by, like, say you're off by 1 degree, right? You're trying to throw towards this and you're off by 1 degree. And then you're off by 1 degree still. This distance is huge compared to this distance, right? This is much smaller. This is a digression, so we're just gonna end it with this. Leave it for rhetoric. This is a demonstration of one of the AI's major problems that is different from humans. Humans course correct as a process happens. So if your goal is here, right? If your destination is here and you're focusing on the process, humans course correct. AI does not. Right? So when AI has any form of error, the error propagates to a point where it's irrelevant. And how does this relate back to, like, influencers? Why I'm not a fan of blanketed study text as well. I was referring to the bits of information that is consistent, but I wouldn't take the whole study tech. I took the part that I thought was most consistent, and I wouldn't give you a study plan either. I would give you enough ideas so that you can create a study plan on your own, right? So humans, how does this relate to humans? Influencers, and they're not bad or good people. There's a limit to what influencer information is. It's static. Because there's no interaction. You're not... So what happens is, whenever you try something that is static, if you're not course correcting while you're doing it, any little differences between you and the person that is providing the information, if you hold course, over time, it will become ineffective. So the error rates in a prescriptional model, especially a parasocial one, where there's no feedback from the person who's selling the thing and the person who's buying the thing, and you're not course correcting in the process, you're assuming you're just going to follow it vanilla. So if the user stays the same on the methodology, as well as the owner of it, the provider, has no interaction or update, then any little differences become gigantic differences, and it's guaranteed to happen. So oftentimes, in order for me to offset this, I usually emphasize process-oriented thinking. When you learn something online, you have to try to use it, because when you use it, you're going to course correct. And oftentimes that course correction, this part where you course correct, leads to problem solving. So then in the future, when you're looking at another study tech, right? Another study tech, it becomes easier to use it. It becomes more and more effective. like any study tech, like even poorly effective, like ineffective study tech, you have learned all the ins and outs of making up for poor study tech. And over time, when you introduce your study tech, it will be a combination of all the course corrections you've ever done for yourself. And then you can sell that product. And that's the product that you started with. The person, that study tech that you hear from that person, it's all of their course corrections, plus the fundamentals. These course corrections are all the things that make you and that person different. So every time you think of a course correction, it can be this big of a difference. AI does the same thing, only it's even better at doing it. As in, AI bootstraps through a database, and any differences get exaggerated even faster than humans. Because if you're talking to a human being like a professor or a college student, they are learning about you as long as you're expressing things to them, and you are learning from them as long as they're expressing you. So they are course correcting every time. Machines do not do that, in my opinion, not in the way that humans do yet. I'll leave it up to like the future of robotics and AI and logic to deal with that. And this is why whenever someone says something is not effective and they're an analytical, self-motivated person, it's largely because the answer is probably in you. And it's a logical fallacy to think that something that's prescriptional will ever be effective in the long run. It's rarely ever effective in the long run. If you're a thinker, you're expecting to course correct. You become more and more individualized. So in the beginning, it might be like, it's useful. It's good enough. So that's what I typically do. I take someone's skill. I do it to like a reasonable degree. I'm going to say 50th percentile. Then I change it. I change it to reach an 80th percentile. And then I move on. I move on to the next skill. Skill number 2. I take skill number 1 and integrate it into skill number 2. And we're going to go take it to the 50th percentile. I think I've seen enough, right? Then I modify it to reach the 80th percentile. So this is them. This is them plus me. Them plus me. Because I don't want to stay behind. I'm not behind in the times. I'm behind when I'm learning, right? So this is me learning how they're learning. And then I get to integrate the things I've learned, plus the things that I have recently learned. Right? And that is, in my opinion, the gold standard. If you're working in like a creative role, if you're in a creative role, which is like solving problems no one has answered, science, discovery process, creativity, music, arts, anything that deals with a creative thing that doesn't have a precedence, it is required that you know how to synthesize people's information quickly and then make it your own, and in your own image. In your own image. So it's different from copying. And oftentimes, whenever someone copies a lot, they can be replaced by AI. That's the new wave of sentiments. Whenever someone is very nervous and they say, oh yeah, my job, it's not an inconvenience. It's a difference between those who don't copy. It's an inconvenience. As in, they want credit because it's their stuff, right? That's different from being worried about being replaced by AI. When you're being replaced by AI, you're someone who copies an existing model. And hope, right? Concern, not like entirely fearful, but if you have existing concerns about AI replacing you, then it's usually, if it's a mixed concern, it's because you vibe. When you vibe, you can't control. You're not entirely sure if you can control what works and what doesn't work. So offering a little bit of like maybe 50% of your time to figuring out what you're actually vibing. Like, what is it? How is it working? May offset a bit of this copying. Because when you start understanding what and how you're vibing well, you will eventually course correct. You're going to course correct and become ahead, not behind. You're ahead with yourself. So if you want any confidence booster, right? This is a confidence booster. The idea that when someone says to me, Duolingo doesn't work. Give me a year. It worked for me. And someone's like, oh yeah? Well, can you explain it? I did. Go and watch it. If you have enough attention span to actually be invested in your study like the way I did, then go ahead and try to understand it. If you don't understand it, that's perfectly fine. Because in my opinion, it's not because I'm right. It's because you had something more important to do. You had to do something that worked for you. I did something that I made work. That is different. It's different when a person is able to make something work versus a person who wants work for them, wants work done for them. And both exist. I do both of these things. The things I want work done for me are the things I don't care about. Things that are mundane. Like, I don't want to learn how to run to the grocery store. I'll drive a car. Because the grocery store is like 20 miles away. Sorry, that's English units, I understand. Pardon my English units. Very far away. Very far away, right? I don't want to ride a bike because I'm lazy, right? So I do both of these. UK uses miles? Oh yeah, that's fair. That's fair. So that's what I'm saying, Mika. Like, you get to choose your battles, right? And if you ever want ideas on how to do things, you might try writing some notes in Japanese when you're better at it. I think that is a golden opportunity, because language learning, thinking back, see, I wasn't that bright before. Thinking back, I did learn Spanish, right? But I didn't encourage myself to learn Spanish well enough to use it in science, which is where I spend most of my time. Like 80% of my time is in science. However, I did use Spanish and its influences in my creative writing class. And I used it to communicate with peers in like sociology, and psychology. And I still use whatever limited Spanish I have now to occasionally talk to other people who speak Spanish or prefer to type in Spanish. And sometimes Spanish can help me kind of wiggle my way through like Portuguese and Italian. In the essence of like, if it's absolutely necessary, someone needs to have me say like, do I want to go or not go? It's like, okay. But these are applications, right? It's not about completion and perfection, not about completion or perfection. It's about sufficiency. So sometimes I do that. I actually spend 60 time. I would say I spend 60% of my time making things work. Then having things that do work, or use things that do work. And this is me trying. Okay? In reality, the 40% that I use things that do work, they end up being suboptimal. I would say 5% of them work as expected. And usually the other 35% end up becoming things that I make work. More like work better. For myself, personally. Not for anyone else. For myself. So we're talking in an empathetical point. Because we're talking about what we can do, right? Mika, you don't give me the impression that you're going out of your way to want to collaborate with people. So me, that's what I think about better too. So when the thing is suboptimal, it's like, oh yeah, this person said that this is like a life hack, right? So I'm like, all right, let's go try it 40% of the time. Right, verbatim, I'll copy the life hack. 5% of the time, it's like, all right, 10 out of 10. 35% of the time, I'm like, I'm going to adjust it. And now it's a 10 out of 10. Or maybe I'll reach higher than the score. Maybe it was a 5 out of 10 at first. And I'm like, I'm going to tweak this. At least get it a little better. So what I did was I learned something. Here, I learned a strategy that I wouldn't otherwise use for the application. So I remember this person's life hack better because I improved upon it for my own personal use. And then if this worked, I learned that it worked. So it reinforces the whatever that person's offering. And also, if it fails, which that 35% effort, there's still a failure rate, right? This is not a perfect 10 out of 10. So what did I learn from the minus 4 out of 10? This is also information I can use to either avoid, focus on in the future. So now I know what doesn't work about this life hack and what does work about this life hack and what I can do about this life hack. So this is the three-part approach. You know your failures, or like you know what fails, you know what succeeds, and you know what you can improve. So this is you no matter what. To me, this is the most important thing. To give yourself confidence. Because all of this, whatever happens here, will feed back into the future. This is what you'll carry off in the future. Sometimes you might carry other people's successes. Sometimes you dump it, right? Like if you learn how to wash dishes and then suddenly you own a dishwasher, you no longer need the skill anymore. So even successes can lead to dumping of the information. What you have done to improve your situation based on this, like, I don't like washing dishes. Like, let's say you learn something about washing dishes. It's like, oh yeah, it's easy. I like it. But I don't like it that much. I think it's easier to just buy a dishwasher and learn how to use the dishwasher better. You've improved upon whatever you thought was successful. But this information, despite being a success, gets dumped. Failures happen the same way. And the reverse is true. If this taught you something about yourself, when it succeeds, when it fails, it also teaches you something about yourself. Like being not a fan. When you're being not a fan, it's telling you you can save time if you're not a fan. And you probably do that. The difference is when I ask, you probably didn't give me the reasons because you thought it was stupid, right? As you said. Alternatively, if you said you had hand pain and you described your hand pain as a wrist pain, which I'm assuming, right? So I don't know for sure. That's likely a wrist pain, and that you used it to describe how you're not a fan of a specific study tech that emphasizes writing a lot. What would be an alternative? Bring a laptop. You don't know, you think it's hand and wrist pain? Okay. So bring a laptop, and you mentioned about learning to type normally. I don't know how you type. That's an interesting thing. You mentioned something about learning how to type properly. In what way do you mean about typing properly? Because a laptop, if you learn how to type properly, then yeah, you can probably just avoid. It's like if someone says, "Oh yeah, go and write your notes," it's like, nah. Oh, you're one of the one finger ones. Oh, position. Yeah, you're a position writer. Yeah, I call it a precision writer because it's very different. You have a different skill, and I can tell you now, you can type way faster than me if I was restricted to one finger, right? One finger per person, per hand. So your position, I call this like position typing. Which, like, in a way, you can do it even without looking at the keyboard. Probably, because you know the relative position of your static. When you have a static position and point of reference, you can still get that, right? That's interesting. I wonder, I always thought that would be less strenuous on the hand when you're doing this way. Because you're using your arms. You're using your arms as opposed to, unless you're like doing a hand motion like this. I don't know. To me, mechanically, you would have less hand strain if you're just using one finger. Unless like your shoulder or your elbows are getting stiff. The regular typing, the proper type, I'm not sure if this is going to solve your problem. When you're typing properly, it actually strains the hands even more. Like, because you're increasing the dexterity. However, it could also condition your hand to be more sturdy. So there's a lot of outcomes, and it would be interesting to see what happens if you do that. You're trying to implement a third finger lately? Oh, you also think using thumb for spacebar would help? Oh, okay. Yeah. You get 60 to 120 words per minute. You just hope you don't get strain issues later and can type without looking. Ah, okay. So you are liberating some stuff. Hopefully it comes up. I think based on the averages of how people type, generally that's a really good spot. Like anywhere between, once you get consistent enough, it's like 90 to 120 words per minute. Not to give you an excuse not to try this, but I think a vast majority of people don't type in this way much anymore. They do the one finger thing, and the one finger thing is very effective at doing touchscreen swiping. I can't do touchscreen swiping. Like I don't know how to do touchscreen swiping, so I haven't ever learned how to do that, like the swipe texting. And whenever I'm like next to a person and we're like trying to do the same thing, I'm nowhere near. Like I'm the psychopath that taps every individual letter with like both their thumbs, right? I do the double thumb method. Meanwhile, you have these people who like hold one hand and they're just swiping with their thumbs, and like I don't know how you get all the letters in. Which is also true for Japanese. What do you call them? It's like the kana keyboard, right? The flick keyboard. I was playing Wagotabi, and Wagotabi introduced the flick keyboard as a game mechanic, and it took me, oh my goodness, flick keyboard is it's a whole different ball game. It's also a downside that you use right hand for significantly more keys than left. It probably slows your efficiency. Oh, okay. Oh, I see, like a rate limiting step, because you're as weak as your weakest link. Yeah, I see what you mean. Yeah, one is gonna say like you need both hands, and if one is imbalanced, like strained more, it would be the rate limiting step for your typing for long durations. Oh, on the topic of swipe texting, you don't for English, but you're learning Japanese flick keyboard simply since you think it's a really cool skill. Me too. And I got to use it in a video game. Wagotabi ended up making it as a mechanic, and it was like, it's so much fun buffooning through it. I don't know if you ever get let me see if you empathize with me. When my favorite parts of learning is the learning curve. I don't know if you feel the same way, because when I am buffooning, you know, quote unquote, some people call this the delay phase, the lag phase, which I don't think that's accurate. My favorite parts, so if I had to pick, you know, the learning curve, right? This is 10 out of 10 experience for me all the time. And then this is kind of like an 8 out of 10. And this, obviously most people agree with this. This is the part that most people empathize with me, which is like a 1 out of 10. Yeah, so you're more like a 10 out of 10 here. And you give me the impression that this is more like a 5 out of 10, because this also includes initiation. And then this part, I think we're both kind of on the fence, because this part is more the grind, right? This is the persistence. You don't really think about it. I'm saying like 1 out of 10 is not like a bad experience. It's more like you don't think about it as much. Like you're going on your, like for example, walking. You're in this phase for walking. It's not like going to make you negative. It's not gonna go and make you positive. It just doesn't move you. So these are more like emotional states. I love this state because I'm most emotional during this state. This state is when I start concerning myself with becoming this state. So whenever things start to click, I use it for, I don't know, like until I notice that my enthusiasm drops. When it clicks, my enthusiasm drops. Largely because now I have less to learn. And what I mean by that is less to learn per unit time. So if you like efficiency, yeah, less per learn for unit time. Your biggest growth is during the click phase, but most people, when this ends up creating a honeymoon period. The honeymoon period is here, where in this phase, when you don't start new things, this makes it harder to start new things. So there's no diversification anymore. When you invest in a skill and it reaches past the honeymoon stage, right, where it clicks, you have your honeymoon, then you're stuck. As in, you like to do what you already like to do. Rarely do you think it's interesting if it's anything different. And I don't typically do that for most of my skills. But the skill that I'm in my honeymoon phase that I don't really process anymore a lot of times is communication. So in order to even jolt my communication, the last 7 years was dedicated to online conversations. Most of my conversations were offline. So the stories that I talk about, like speech, seminars, I maybe have a 5% chance of ever using that. The closest to what I do offline is whenever someone says I sound like I'm a lecturer. So whenever I enter like lecture mode, which is kind of this, sort of when I have something really interesting to talk about, like drawing a graph and doing things, I sound like a lecturer. It's because that is my offline mode. This is my 1 out of 10. I do it because it's my bread and butter. What I'm doing now on screen, this note-taking thing, right? That's bread and butter. Rarely do I improve on my note-taking skills anymore. Like this diagramming thing, it is improved in the last 7 years because I started using internet stuff. So how do I diagram stuff that is engaging and part of storytelling? I didn't do this when I was in college. In graduate school, I diagrammed neatly pertinent information and assume my audience connects the dots. Nowadays, I extraneously like draw arrows here and dotted lines here, and some, if I were fast enough, I could maybe install some macros to change the colors on the fly. That's what I'm doing in the future, by the way. In the future, I'm looking for a device that I can do one-click macros efficiently without like breaking the plugin and whatnot, where I can toggle between like 5 shortcuts. I want 1 to be like red, 2 like different colors, right? And each of the colors will be prescribed to a specific purpose. And then I will ingrain that into my workflow. So then my white pen would change colors immediately on the fly to illustrate different types of links or relationships, right? So then the arrows could be red, orange, green, etc. I'm only doing this when I'm talking about my tentative takes or my opening opinions and my concluding candid conclusions for like projects, the beginning, middle, and end stuff. And I'm working on that. So despite being, I would say, relatively good, I told most people, like, the thing that I'm not humble about, maybe like grain of salt, is that my communication skills are pretty high. It's like a 9 out of 10. But my imposter syndrome keeps me motivated to keep on improving. We can still make it better, constantly better. So streaming has become an awesome way of challenging all my old skills that are no longer kind of in its original state. So most of this like writing and stuff has developed into even bigger things. Like yesterday when I was writing my notes, I drew a scene, right? So I talked about memory blanking. And whenever you need to memory blank, you can form a specific image. In your head in order to think about it very reliably, in order to blank your memory so that you can try to think about what it means again. And this is the imagery that I tend to use. Stock. So when I forget something, I blank my head and then I try to do it again. And this takes about 20 seconds. It almost took me less than a minute to draw this image as well. So this is a skill that I haven't used before for communication. Like being able to do this immediately and incredibly quickly is a skill that I've developed in the last 7 years. So in the future, if I ever step into a classroom again, or I step into like a science room, I can draw different things. I can immediately create imagery and diagrams off the top of my head to aid in communication. This was only in the last 4 years that I can do something like this. And I only worked on it 1 month out of the year, and that's October, right? And we already talked about Inktober before. So this was a skill, not because I like drawing for the sake of drawing. I like expression. This is a form of communication. Learning Chinese and Japanese is a form of communication. And under all of this is under the umbrella of problem solving. What is the problem, you might be saying? The problem is its application. So I don't see a problem, I see an application. So if I need to speak to maybe my future son, or like talk to a professional audience, if I get employed again, I'm probably going to be in human resources or some sort of management or leadership position. I need to keep developing these skills. So the problem is not there yet. It's what I can envision using. So all these skills will be part, the moment I walk into that interview with that person, they will ask me, what kind of skills do you have to offer for our position? It's like, where do you want me to start? I can start somewhere, and then you can lead the way for me to demonstrate the skills that I have to offer to your team. So when I go to interviews, I'm always prepared for the interviews. That's how I prepare for interviews. I prepare with all the things I've been working on day in and day out. I don't prepare for things I'm not. I feel like this is one of the biggest disconnects. If you are saying you're going to the interview, right? This happens a lot when people graduate for the first time, and they're looking for a position. They often say like, wait. I'm a little nervous about my interview because I don't know what to say. It's already too late. The one thing I would encourage you to do now is go into the interview, talk about anything, like try to situate it in a way that you are comfortable in saying what you have to say. And if it doesn't work out, learn from that. Because when you get to the interview process, the most practice thing you have should be your most confident and useful thing. People prepare for interviews by understanding the nature of the questions that they might get in their context. So whenever like a job posting shows up, for example, and they list a bunch of criteria, A, B, C, that's your notes, right? That's the quote unquote copied notes. So you can copy these notes. Sure, you can say like on your resume, I do A, B, and C. To me, when someone reads that, it tells me that they only meet the minimum requirements of this job. So then you have competition, X, Y, and Z, your X, right? What does Y and Z have to offer that X doesn't? That is this. That is experience. So oftentimes when people say, don't worry about your first interview. If you fail, you failed. If you got it, that's awesome. That's great. But it also loses the opportunity understanding all the things that that make you awesome, but you don't mention them, or you don't know how to curate or cultivate them. So sometimes failure breeds your growth. It doesn't lead to growth if you don't care about it. So you never care about your failures, which is the whole like language learning thing. Learn from your mistakes, right? Mistakes. People make mistakes all the time. They don't always learn from them. And the reason I say this obvious thing now is after saying everything that I've said up to this point, it should sound different now. At least I'm trying to make it sound different. It's not what I feel most people say. When they say everyone makes mistakes, right? How I interpret it, when people say, oh yeah, it happens. People make mistakes, right? What I hear is excuse. And don't worry about it. I'm actually saying the opposite. When you make mistakes, worry about it. But not in a negative way. It's a negative way when you're trying not to worry about it because it's negative. It has no value. You have determined that has no value. So therefore, it's an excuse not to worry about it. When people make mistakes and you're worrying about it, we're talking about a proactive, positive way. What did it tell you? Because when you worry about it, you're concerned. Leads to growth. If it's negative, then you avoid it. So most of my growth, I would say most of my growth is when I was humbled. So now I have to go back to my learning curve thing that we were talking about, right? This is my favorite place, and this is a little bit less so. And then this is, automation territory. It's because this right here is when I am humble. Every time I start something new, I get humbled. And when I humbled, I show the most growth because that means I'm going to enter this phase eventually. Right? If I'm entering this phase constantly, it means that I still have lots to learn. And I probably will learn a lot. This part means I've hit diminished return. And that's where I summarize why it's great that I rarely ever think the things I have to ask are stupid, because I put effort into defining why it is not stupid. So I can ask a stupid question, but I can explain to you why I am ignorant and stupid. So like if I didn't know, I don't know, the capital of, like, who knows Jakarta? What is the capital? Like, what country is this the capital of? If I thought it was, say, I'm going to write something deliberately incorrect. Let's say I thought this was the capital of Nepal. And someone's like, oh man, you made a stupid mistake. And the person could say, like, this is the right answer. The right answer is Thailand, I think. Hold up. Now I'm going to go look it up, right? Now we go up and we go to look at Google. It's not. It's Bangkok. What is Jakarta? Thailand is Bangkok. What's Jakarta? No. That's... Indonesia. Oh yeah, Indonesia. Yeah, so now we look at Indonesia, right? So this is Indonesia's capital. I don't actually know what the capital of Nepal is. I'm illustrating it as we speak. This is what I mean by the difference. Kathmandu. That would be a tough one for me. So in this very moment, I was not familiar enough with Jakarta. That was the first Asian capital that I came up with in my head that isn't Tokyo or like Beijing, right? So, and then I know Bangkok, yet I said Thailand. I can explain to you how I got to Jakarta, which then I picked Nepal and got to Thailand, and then I ended up Googling, which turns out to be Bangkok. It wasn't a stupid mistake that I made because I could explain how I got there, right? Which I won't go into here. But one of the reasons is geographically, I'm thinking of the map. So I'm looking at the region. And then I saw a bunch of like areas. And I'm like, I think Jakarta is about here. And I'm like, that kind of looks like that's kind of where Thailand is, right? That's how I made it, right? Okay, all right. Just got back from English speaking test. Oh yeah, that's right. Churn, how did it go? It wasn't that bad, but you don't get to say your final points because it was 2 minutes already. Okay, the interlocutor stopped you at your 5th point midway. Do you automatically lose points if you don't get to your point? But for the individual part, you're happy because you got what languages you would like to learn online. Ah, nice. You feel like the question is purposely for you. Aw, that's awesome. Well, I'm glad to hear it. I'm glad to hear it. Finally finished adding some cards. Ended with 51 words, grammar, and 50 kanji. Now you have to learn them. Wait. But Mika, hear me out. Hear me out. I know you said you made these cards, right? You made 51 and 50, right? 50 kanji, and then you have grammar and words. And you said you had to learn them, right? You might be surprised you probably already know them. I would love to hear what you think. Like, let me know. Like, keep track. I would love to see what your percentage of retention is from making them. Because there is another way you can go upon learning things. You can learn things by making. My art, for example, whenever you were there when I was doing Inktober, I learned by making, right? And you said you like drawing anatomy, or was it anime girls? Like anime girls anatomy for a really long time. You're doing that right now. You're doing that right now for those words. So it might be easier than you think. Although you did to an extent when adding researching far less tedious to do watching something. Yeah, exactly. But hear me out. You might already be doing that. So it might be way easier than you think. And hear me out. Maybe you'll dissect this for the purpose of expressing it to me. When you start making it in different ways, that is Mind Palace encoding. So what you're doing right now on a card, like the notes you're taking, that's the same notes that I take in class. That is also how I remember our discussions and retrieve our discussions when we have discussions. So if you're able to do that in the future, sooner or later, a lot of that stuff is also mentally ingrained. So in the future, you can hold on to that a lot quicker. And then you can jot it down at any time, like as you please. So I'm looking forward to what happens like a year or 2 years down the road, or how frequently you use it, because there's going to be a time where when you make the card, that's all you need for encoding. And in Wanikani and HanziHero, that's what I'm doing. So I don't review mistakes because I forgot something. I review mistakes and correct them by making more. So whenever I struggle on something, right, and it's like 5% of the time, I described this yesterday in the HanziHero 300 review, I usually make something. I create and add more details. And then that's it. I don't go back and look at... Remember you mentioned something about copying and it's a waste of time. You never look back on your notes. It can even be more efficient than that. Making those notes is how you remember them. So you only go back to your notes if you're going to share it with someone else. And that's what I usually do. So most of the time when I'm doing like the 300-day review, I don't go back and review my notes or me. I go back to improve it, to share with others. So I'm not incentivized to remind myself what I already remembered. I already wrote it down. So the transformative part about this is, if you're used to encoding information in different ways, see it, write it, research it, internalize it, make interest in it, motivate it, right? All of that happens at the same time when you're writing a card. You've already remembered it the first time you did it. So the next step is that when you look back, in case you forget every once in a while, or you look back to what you've done, you're feeling that reward, go back and ask yourself, how could I turn that into something I can share with someone else? Because that is then where I am. Like, we would be able to like really resonate really well, because I don't make stuff and take notes to remind me, most of the time, to remind me of what I may forget. I write things down and take notes so that I may share it and improve upon it when other people give me ideas outside of myself. So the only time I go back to a note is when I'm trying to express and exchange it with another person. If Brie loves French and she's collecting all this way of learning and collecting their French, the excitement is when I start learning French, we will be able to compare notes. And the excitement is that the time you get to go back into your notes, if you already remember it, is the time when you're introducing new ideas into them. So whenever someone says, oh yeah, now I have to go back and update all my notes because this person had a really wonderful idea, that's the winning stroke, right? So oftentimes I don't write notes, and I agree with you in an indirect way. I don't write notes to remind myself of what I already know or what I should know. Because if you wrote great notes, which is your cards right now, if they're good, you wouldn't even have to look at them anymore. And I'm very genuinely curious how much of it you retain without the very first time when you use it. Because I would say challenge yourself to keep track of, if you don't know the answer, do you know what you wrote in it? And that's Mind Palace. The Mind Palace is what happens when, if you don't know the answer, you've done enough in certain order and certain way of thinking. That's what mnemonics is. The way you've written it, the way you research and construct it, where you looked on Google, what page you looked on, can still get you back to the answer. So the more work you have done for the encoding or the production of the thing comes back to your memory. Right? And that's what I do. So you're getting, in my opinion, you and I can get really close in the process. This is how I learn online. When I'm streaming, that's what I'm doing. I'm literally doing that in real time. I don't fix my mistakes by simply reminding myself, oh, I forgot this detail, I'm going to look at it again. I look at what I was thinking at the moment and improve upon it and add the information to it, why I forgot that, and then add more information. Not look at the same information that is already there, because I don't really truly believe that a human has to rely on repeated doing the same thing and expecting a different result, which can work for memory. That's the bare minimum. If you're gonna go look back at your notes already, you might as well bring something along, right? At least in my opinion, it's more efficient to bring something along, add to it or modify it while maintaining the other information, because that creates a change. It could get worse, you could overthink it. The idea is you get better over time of gauging whether you're overthinking it or not through the use of your noggin, right? This is the difference between passive learning and active learning. I think, or passive problem solving and active problem solving. A passive problem solving is you look up something and you yourself have not created anything to remediate that, and you didn't put any part of yourself in it. Like, how'd you get it wrong? And then active learning is you do the passive, you still do passive learning, but that's the bottom line. That's the safety net. You're actively adding more to it, right? Until it doesn't become a problem. Your teacher said if we speak for 4 points, we can already get our marks. Nice! And that's what I was hoping for. And you hope your marks don't get deducted for that. That's good. Like, you reach your goal. That's awesome. Memorizing geography is so hard. Dude. I still remember, I don't know if you like geo-guessing. I love geo-challenge back in the day. Nowadays, it's about geo-guesser, right? But I'm so out of practice. I'm so out of practice that I thought Jakarta was the capital of Thailand. We could do some geo-guessing in the future. That would be kind of fun. You just wish for a C1 level. So your marks, do they come out as levels? C1 level. You don't think your English is C2 plus? From how we spoke, I feel like what? Now I'm kind of curious what C2 plus is in Malaysia. Like, can you give me, is there any way you can give me a specific to illustrate what a C1 is? When you were 14, I was bored, so you went to memorize all the countries' names. Yeah, so you haven't memorized the capital C. When I was 14, it's funny because I was also 14 when this happened. Actually, I take it back. Yeah, it's Western Heritage. Wait, no, sorry, not 14. I was 16. When I was 16, a summer project required me to know all the recognized countries. recognized countries. I don't know how to spell recognize, sorry. Recognized countries and all of their capitals. And then during the summer project, when the first day of class, we have an exam on it. So every country, right? I mean, at that time, I was worse at knowing the states and capitals of the United States than the rest of the rest of the world. We were tested on every single country. What I did was I memorized every single country in alphabetical order. And then I subdivided it into regions in alphabetical order. So I chunked it down to different regions. So like, I think I subdivided it into 10 regions. Don't ask why 10 regions. 10 regions is how I would manage it. And each 10 of the regions would be in alpha order. And then their capitals would then be in alpha order as well. For the states, that was when I was in like 14 years old ish. We had to remember all the states and their capitals. And now I don't remember any of it because I didn't use it very often. Although I do know that Jakarta, like if I see it, so here's the difference, right? Recall and output is still very different from seeing and triggering. So triggering a memory is really different. Like for example, if you give me an outline of something, I would still know what the country is. And I could probably approximate where the capital is. But if I'm recalling the concept, I haven't done it in a long time. So it would take some time. This is not a representation of the American people. Like what I mean is I'm a minority, right? So we take it with a grain of salt, but I don't think it's because people is like, for example, the stereotype American is bad with geography, right? Americans are bad with geography. The idea is not that they weren't taught it. It's more that there's no application for it. And I'm gonna go back to what we were talking about today. Mika, you and I and Chern might have heard some of it. Application. You have not given the opportunity for adults to have application. When you get older, you need application to keep the knowledge with you. Go and watch a trivia channel. Go to Trivial Pursuit about geography. Watch a YouTube short where people ask questionnaire questions. That will create older application. I did not have application for the capital cities. The capital cities and the countries that I know are reflective of the people that I know. So the countries that I know are the countries from the people that I've met online, like Malaysia, right? Of course, the UK was mentioned, Australia, right? What do we have? We have Japan, China, Russia, Kazakhstan, South Africa, Denmark, Netherlands, Iceland, Switzerland, Belgium, Germany, France, one Spanish. Oh, there was a French person actually as well. Portuguese. And then we can move over to Brazil, right? Brazil, Chile, Argentina, Uruguay, El Salvador, Guatemala, Mexico, and then various US states, usually California, New York, Texas, Florida. I'm like I have a world map in my head, so my hand is like pointing to the frame, you know. And then we have Canada, specifically like Ottawa and Montreal. New Zealand, Australia, I already mentioned Australia. Philippines, Laos, Cambodia, Korea, of course. So plenty of places, but those places are based on, like, I can even tell you some of the time zones of those places because of application. But I don't think when people talk about geography and then they insult other people and generalize other people, the idea is, how big is your country? A lot of times. How developed is it? These are correlations. And how often are you incentivized to interact with other people and outside? Like, you might be saying, okay, well, Japan, like, Japanese people don't have that stereotype about being bad with geography, right? Now let's talk about relative size, a culture of Japan that creates application for needing to know other countries. Right? There's a behavioral correlation for how often geographical information is useful, right, in the daily lives. I can't tell you anything about how the fundamentals of how bicycles work, but I can assure you that people from a country that has a emphasis on bicycle travel is going to be far more knowledgeable than myself, despite knowing how to ride a bike. I don't even know what the front part of a bike is called. Is it like a steering bar? I can't tell you I can't tell you the parts of a bicycle. I can assure you that countries that emphasize bicycle travel will probably have an overall opinion about understanding what a bicycle is. Right? Like, here's one that it's usually Europeans that do the American stereotype. If we're going 1-to-1 about geography and like locations, and we're treating units as a form of knowledge, right? Like knowledge units. 51 states, no, not really 51 states. We'll just stick with 50 states. 50 states. Is that 50 separate units? Or are you a European person and think that 50 states equal one country? Because if it's one country, then they're only remembering one thing. They're not remembering 50 things. Now, when an American does the same thing and say, when you look at Europe, are you looking at it as one continent? Or lots and lots of countries? I don't even know how many. We're going to say 30 recognized countries. This is understanding learning and memory encoding. Are you chunking in order to roughly know a collective? Or are you knowing the separate items as part of the collective? Right? So I'm making it about learning again. Sorry. I generally make it about learning because it's really interesting what people remember and don't remember. You only know the Fiji, Tuvalu, and you forgot. Oh, okay. Oh, you still haven't memorized the ocean. Yeah, I know none of the Oceania countries, other than like Fiji is one of them. Samala, no, yeah, Samala. No, Samoa. Sorry, not Samala. Samoa. And that's it. That's pretty much as close as I get. Like, I'm pretty sure Samoa is considered a Oceania country, right? And that, yeah. Maybe one or two islands west of Hawaii. That's about it. Oh, they use that as their domain name? Oh, that's interesting. You learned about Tabulu from Twitch too. I didn't learn about it from Twitch. What the heck? What the heck, dude? Okay, I'll keep that in mind. Actually, I don't even know where that is. Hold up. You learn something new every day. Where is that? Oh, interesting. Oh, it's northwest of Samoa. Oh, and it's north of Fiji. I'll tell you how I know Samoa. Samoa was brought up a lot because the Samoan culture. Here's my tie to Samoan culture. When I was 21, this is very quick. When I was 21, I went to New Zealand, and as part of the college foreign exchange program, we need to know about the indigenous culture, and the indigenous culture is the Maori. The Maori culture. And the Maori culture has semblances and referential things and overlaps to the Samoan culture. So that's how I got it. And the Maori culture was then tied to Moana. Because these Samoan and Maori tends to be generalized together on their references. And one of the biggest giveaway is the tattoos. Or quote-unquote tattoos of the sailors. So Maori and Samoan have some overlaps when they are appropriated based on tattoos. And like the reflection, like the appearance of a Samoan slash Maori person. So one of the big ones is Moana. So if you watch Moana's movie, right, Disney appropriates, right? That's how I got reinforced too. Why I immediately, when I think of oceanic origins, I think of the Maori culture and the Samoan culture. That's where I learned that. I definitely didn't learn about the Twitch thing, so I'll keep that in mind from now on. You guys are filled with information. Very, very filled with information. I've been thinking about oceanic countries and Hawaii because I recently watched the Lilo and Stitch live action movie. And like, I like seeing like Hawaii because I played and before that I played Like a Dragon, Pirate Yakuza in Hawaii, as well as Infinite Wealth, which takes place in Hawaii. And there was a lot of depictions of oceanic origins, like people from oceanic countries, and talk about their like mixed culture and whatnot. So, and then Fictitious is Hawaiian. So right now, Fictitious is probably the person that knows me the longest. Probably like one of the longest, one of 3 people who probably know me the longest from like meeting on Twitch. Obviously, there are more people who knew me outside before the Twitch era or the YouTube era, but Fictitious is Hawaiian, and I usually like to pick his brain about Hawaiian culture. Not that I'm making him as the representative, but hear me out. No pressure, guys. If you say you're from a specific country and you live in a specific country, if you want to feel some pressure, you guys are basically my representative lens to those countries, because I'm not a historian. I'm not a sociologist or something. So whatever you say, know that I'm probably going to bring you up as a way of saying, oh, I remember this information because Chern is Malaysian and Mika knows about the UK, right? And then some, because Mika is also having an off-world thing. You're such a bad UK rep, but you're a UK rep in a different place. So you can become the rep, my lens into what it's like to be of UK origin, but in like abroad, right? Like when I mentioned I was an American, an Asian American at the age of 21 who went to New Zealand to learn about the Maori culture, and then by extension the Samoan culture. That's my way of sharing what I remember as accurately as possible, right? I know when you're saying bad rep, you're saying if it reflects the authenticity or the accuracy of the general population. That's overrated. I can Google that anytime, and I wouldn't get as much value from it than getting it from someone who I know have a different lens, right? At least it's overrated because it's overrepresented. So I at least that's how I think what you mean by you're such a bad UK rep. You're probably comparing it to like the reps of UK, but I'm looking for someone who I know I can interact with who happens to also be there, like be from there. You're what it's like to be a UK rep that feels a significant disconnect from every single country, including the UK, and it's not part of a typical society. Yeah, and that's worth far more. You might be laughing, right? Like, I know you're laughing because it's a reflex, but it's not stupid, right? At least I'm trying to make you feel, I want to tell you it's not stupid to be a different thing, because I'm not interested in what I can Google. Google information is cheap, it's convenient, it's fast, it doesn't tell me anything about you. Like, that's all the discussion we have now. I'm not talking about other people's problems. I'm bringing other people's strategies and life hacks so that we can mold it into our specific things. So never, like, if I find myself ever telling someone like, oh, just copy what this person is doing, and I have no idea what you want or do or anything like that, I think I've lost my mind. Maybe I got dementia or something. But usually that's not the case. We are always talking about what you have to offer. You are not worthless. You are not stupid. You are not like some magical idealistic representation. You are my representation. And whenever I say things, I usually say, this is what this person believes is to be true, and I like it. If you don't fit that impression that this other person is giving me, tell me about it. Explain to me how you're different from Mika, who is a UK rep that feels detached from everything, including her country. I by the way, Mika, I do by coincidence have Prokal. He's a very proud Englishman, like very specifically Englishman, not so much even more the UK, but in Englishman. So I'm gonna, like, I can compare and contrast between the two of you, and it's pretty interesting. Prokal is also a university student. He is probably slightly older than you. I'm not sure if he's in his third. He's getting close, and he's working in machine learning situations. So computer sciences as well, right? Lots of computer sciences. I'm honestly, I have like 5 different country examples of computer sciences. I actually don't even have a computer science, like a readily available computer science example from the United States. Mostly everyone is abroad, so that's kind of interesting. Maybe it's because of my streaming time frame. I do know a goober though. There is a goober who's like, he thinks he's gonna be in computer science. I'm not so sure yet. This channel seems to be the student hangout place. Well, we're learning things, right? I'm glad that's true. Like, think about how awkward it would be if I'm learning something and the only thing I attract are non-students. I would be a little bit concerned about what I'm actually doing. So, and hear me out. It's good because that is what I'm equipped to do. I am most comfortable in my element. So the thing, I'm bad at Japanese. I'm bad at reading Japanese. I'm bad at reading Chinese. I'm bad at like a lot of things, geography and whatnot, and remembering these details. But one thing that I can rely on that the channel is supposed to sell on is that when you know you're bad at something, or you think you're insufficient at something or under practice, I know what to say to get you excited to want to do it. Because that's what a teacher and someone who focuses on executive function, like how to be productive in life and be achieving, right? That's what teachers are supposed to underlying have skills for. They're not going to tell you like, hey guys, hear me out. I did encounter some of these professors in my life. Not like directly, but heard about these professors. Like people who say like, hey guys, I don't know why you're going to this class, but look to your left, look to your right. Either you or the two people to your left and the right are going to fail this class. Welcome to, I don't know, subject X 401. Not that person. I am absolutely not that person. I actually feel incredibly, sometimes I feel a little bit embarrassed to be associated with that type of thing. So whenever someone says something's too hard, let's talk about it. Let's make it work, right? I'm the guy who over concerns themselves with students that are falling behind, and then hope that the ones that are ahead are the ones that are challenging me to give more information. So the two top priorities. The first one is often see struggle. And number 2, push boredom. Like push those bored. So the ones that are bored are probably ahead. That's usually the case. Because if I see struggle first, then that boredom is part of the struggle. So when I see a student that's struggling, I collect them, I invite all of them into a group, put them all together, and then they can collectively learn from each other. Because if all the students have different forms of struggle, they can help each other, which builds confidence. So we kind of do like a study group, right? But I would be leading. So the idea is try to get all the students pulled together. They have separate problems, but they might have different problems. And then if they're all collectively together, they can work together. So it wouldn't become intimidating. And then those who aren't struggling but are bored, they're probably ahead. So then I offer extra opportunities. I offer opportunities for them to educate me, because I don't know what I can do to make them less bored. So I give them questions that they would be interested in. Like, ask me what you would be interested in. Or what do you do? Describe something about yourself so I can collectively make something that doesn't get them bored. Because they're not going to learn anything. Why are you, like, what happens is in the future, if they're bored now, this will set a precedence for their future class. When they go to their next class, it could echo that. They could still be bored and stop pushing themselves. And at some point, they're going to decline, which I don't want to be that part. The next professor might be responsible for that. At least for me, what I can do is engage the ones that are ahead by challenging them, right? And then make sure that the ones that are struggling know that there are other people who struggle, but it doesn't have to be a struggle. You can learn and you have things that are useful to other people. So when usually this isn't as a big a deal. This disparity is usually not a big deal if you're in a university that has a strong selection factor. And so because of the strong selection factor, the ones who are struggling really stick out. The ones who aren't also really stick out. Because if you have if you go to a top university, all of them are really smart kids. The problem oftentimes with those universities is when everyone is smart, right? They're still the stupidest. And I absolutely hate that. Like, I really dislike this. This is one of the things that I feel is still behind the times. And you know what's funny about this? The internet does it better. And what I mean by that is you don't even need a college to make you feel this anymore. When you go online, it does it every single day. And now the irony here is I actually feel like the university, because it does this less better, going to a university is likely going to make you feel better. by default, I'm not saying it's better for other reasons. It's going to make you feel better than being online. I think that's how ironic it has become. Like, I don't need to tell a student that if everyone is smart, then who is the dumbest? Because the problem that they're going to struggle with is the internet is already telling them that one of them is dumb. Right? If you're always comparing, no matter what situation you're going to be in, there is going to be a time in which you are the dumbest. And when I say I'm the dumbest whenever I do something, it means that I have a lot to learn. And if there's anything I can impart on a student, is that when you think you have something stupid, it's a great time to learn about it, because that is probably where most of your personal growth will be so tied to your emotions, and it will build so much confidence. Because imagine all the stupid things that you address becomes less stupid or become useful. It means all the smart things that you think are good at and stuff are even better, because the stupid things, you can trivialize all the stupid things. Like, no longer would you feel the insecurity of that, and yet you can still be humbled by it. Addressing your insecurities are a great way if you have the time. Obviously, you have the time. If I had $1, like here's a little fun thing. If I had $1 for every time a student prefaces, this might be a stupid question, and that student turned out to be a brilliant student, I think I would be around $200. I would say over my lifetime, it was fairly brief when I was in this position. Maybe 200 times when someone says, if they preface, this is a stupid question. Right? And it would be the student that gets the A, or even the student that's a B, who eventually goes on to be a great professional. Because despite them thinking it's a stupid question, which turns out it's not a stupid question because they care about it, that's why it's stupid. A lot of times when you overthink and you think something is stupid, it's probably too hard to explain. So even if you ask me the stupid question, they're going to learn from it. Oftentimes, it's the student that will end up being exceptional in the future. The ones that don't ask questions, they don't, like, no questions at all, and they could care, they don't care, is when they think a question is worthless, or some other question is. Like, they look outward and say, well, that student asked a stupid question. I wouldn't ask that stupid question because it's not important. Those students typically overestimate their abilities. And that's what I want to discourage people. Like, if you, it is going to feel like when you say, oh, this is for stupid reasons, you probably thought about it more than other things. More than things you don't care about, like you truly don't care about. So oftentimes that can create a good telltale sign. It's an excellent barometer for me. Whenever I'm asking a question, I'm like, hello, so does anyone have any questions? Like, this is a pretty good place to accept any questions. Does anyone have any questions? And oftentimes, I still say today, maybe 200 times, the person who says, I don't know if you already answered this question. I might have missed it. This might be a stupid question, but here goes. And I'm like, it's probably not a stupid question. I wouldn't say anything. I would just let them go because interrupting them would interfere with their chain of thought. And then at the end, I would say, well, that is an excellent question. Let's go over it. Like, I did mention something like that, but let me add more information so that it's a little bit more memorable, because you might have missed it the first time. So let's go over from the top and let's add a little bit more. Like, what do you like about this question? Or why do you think this question is stupid? Right? I think, like I go immediately and say, this is an excellent question, but I want to know why you think this is a stupid question and how can we do something about it. If that person describes like, oh, it's kind of stupid because I think you should know this and that, it's like, good. So let's go over from the top and let's integrate and make this question feel less stupid. You just mentioned why it's a stupid question. Let's go find out how stupid it is or how not stupid it is. So that to me is something that takes a lot of time, and usually you can't squeeze it in to like one classroom. So that's kind of the tough part. Pragmatically speaking, if you have a classroom of like 100 students or something, I don't know how big your classrooms are, Mika. Abroad seems like 20 or 30, maybe if you're in an advanced course. But if you're in like early first year, second year, you could be seeing like hundreds of students in the same classroom. So that type of teaching style is usually for the privileged, like people who have smaller classes. So, oh, you don't ask many questions because you don't want to waste the time of other students and try to find out about it afterward. Exactly. Yeah, exactly. You can still do that, right? So that's fine. Wasting the time of other students is another great point. We won't belabor it too much, but oftentimes at some point, I'm not like at a later point. So when you get to like third year or fourth year, or maybe like graduate school, when you step into a seminar room, right? Most of the time when people ask a question, it would be why, like it would be others have something to gain from the questions. So not only do I not necessarily focus on the idea that you don't want to waste the time of the other students, me asking my question could also ask the question that other students are afraid to ask. Not only that, when you become more confident in the way, the nature of your knowledge and your ability to critically think and problem solve, that question might end up being a question that other people haven't thought about. So it's not only not a waste of time, it's generally you're compensating for the question a lot of people might have. So in the scenario that you're talking about, if it's like a classroom of 300, the chances are the question you're asking is going to reflect a significant portion of questions that were already in the audience, but the audience is thinking like you too, where they don't want to waste the time. So if no one asked the question, the odds are that question is probably representative of that. In a big audience, in a small audience, it's usually once your audience will get smaller as you specialize. The typical thing is if you're confident and you know a lot about your subject and you still have a question, the odds are that question will help others, and others will be able to gain from that question. In fact, they might actually follow up on the question. So in a seminar, oftentimes like a scientist presenting their work, there might be only 15 people in there, and they're all experts in their own way, right? So someone will ask a question, and the odds are it's very likely that the next person will follow up on the question from a different perspective. So in the future, when you're sitting among experts or sitting among your colleagues will genuinely always have a different perspective. So every question you ask can be spun in a different perspective. So if I asked the, molecular composition of DNA, it would spark someone to think, oh wait, but what about the structural integrity of it from a structural biologist standpoint? And it's like, wait, but if that structure is related to the developmental stage, what happens as this developmental stage? So at some point, you're going to be the only person that will be asking a question, and yet the situation still holds true. If your belief in yourself is you're well educated, you know the topic, and you still have a question, the likelihood is when you ask that question, someone else has also benefited from that question. So you're going to waste some people's time, some students' time. You will also benefit other students' time. This is anecdotal. Take this with a grain of salt because I don't have a lot of classes. Maybe I've been in, I'm going to say 20 classes. I've been in charge of, in some way, in 20 classes over my time. It's really small. However, the class that's most active in questioning tends to be the class with a significant higher average in percentage. You more so meant questions based on fundamental concepts that don't really make sense to you despite others clearly showing understanding. Now that's also erroneous logic as well. So when someone thinks they know they understand something, it's not guaranteed that they understand the way you want to understand it. So you're evaluating based on the idea that everyone else is understanding it the same way, therefore they think they understand it. I can tell you, in my opinion, again, lots of low sample, that when someone says they understand the fundamentals, they ask about the fundamentals. And guess what I do? I ask another student what the fundamentals are. And it turns out their understanding of the fundamentals was not mine. So despite you thinking that it's a fundamental concept, like right now we're talking about a fundamental concept. So like this, for example, learning SRS. How many fundamental concepts have I rehearsed or presented in this digression today? I can name like 9 of them right now, but they wouldn't be fundamental if someone else think they're not fundamental. So when you think that you have a question that's covering fundamental, it is either going to be review from the person that already knows, which is not a waste of time because we already talked about application, and retention. So even if they do know their fundamentals and they clearly show the understanding, if they care about the class, they would be able to add to it or understand what could be confusing about it. So to me, when I have an excellent class of students, they do not accept that their fundamentals were like, what have spent a long time looking at this one word on the screen. So now I wonder, what word is it? What do you think the word is? Mika, like, hear me out. I'm trying, I'm being devil's advocate here, but I'm being angel's advocate more like it. When you ask a question, you are giving the other people the opportunity to check if their fundamentals are correct. If you're worried about boring someone else, that person doesn't belong in the class. Like, what I mean by that is, for better or for worse, if you ask a question and there's a person in the class that said you're wasting their time, they know the fundamental, ultimately they don't belong in that class. Because if they're too apathetic in reviewing fundamental concepts and knowing what can trouble other people in the fundamental concept, they don't care enough about that concept. So they will learn later when they have problems and they try to ask a question, they're going to avoid it. And in my opinion, they are more likely to fail in the future. And they're not going to care about it enough. You, on the other hand, know how to ask a question despite other people's opportunities to get annoyed at you. You're seizing an opportunity. And that opportunity also creates opportunity for others. So when you're asking a question, and if you think all the classmates know it, there's one way to find out. And for me, I like to test my professor instead. For me, at the other end, if you were to ask a question and you say, it's a stupid question because I think everyone knows, you ask me that question, I'm going to get one of your classmates to answer it. In fact, I will help you with that. If you were bold enough, you could ask another classmate to answer that question. But I can relieve that obligation, and I would pick another classmate to ask that question. And then that person will try to answer it, right? If they know it, they would be prepared. And if they struggle, I would get another classmate to answer that question. And all the while, I will add my ideas to those people's answers. And then in the end, by the time we end our discussion about the question, all the classmates would be at least aware of all the ones that were expressed. So not only would you find your answer, you will also find your two classmates' answers and my answer. And hopefully that gets you a better odds of answering my question in the future, because you have 3 ways to think about it. Even 4 ways. Your way, your 2 classmates, and my way. That is the Anki card that you're making. Only you are the only source of the encoding. Most classes, out of the 20-ish classes, the ones that are most actively in discussion are significantly higher to perform better as a whole than the ones filled with absolute silence. So I've often took this to heart, and if I can't get my class to get engaged in it, regardless if it's not knowing something or knowing something, then ultimately they would likely underperform compared to overperform. And it has nothing to do with their brilliance. All of them are straight A students. Most of them came from Ivy League colleges, because I worked at a top graduate university. So it's not like they don't learn things and can learn on their own. The idea is they don't listen to each other, they don't care about each other, and they don't work together very well. And that's the one thing that they can improve upon, because if they are already the bee's knees, where else are you going to gain more edge? How else are you going to improve yourself? From others, because others have ideas you don't. So the most growth by the time you get to graduate school, right, or go to med school, is probably from your other peers. Otherwise, why are you going to a university? I mean, I guess the other way is you're learning from the professor, right? You're hoping the professor also gives, but the professor is one person. You have hundreds of classmates as well. And it sucks because most students get to college and they hate group projects. And it's not because the group project is boring or the professor is boring. It's oftentimes every single student nowadays, in my opinion, not every single, maybe 8 out of 10 students, operate on the realistic, it's true, operate on the realistic expectation that no one cares about anyone else. And you're at a university. And this was still kind of true before the internet, when I went to college. You know, before social media. But it was much less. When I walked into a classroom, everyone is asking questions because everyone has those same questions. And the idea is, when you have a friend that asks questions, it also means you can also make friends with them. Like, I was too young and naive. I was still like in myself, and I had poor communication skills. Eventually, I became the person where when someone asks a question, I want to talk to that person. So like Mika, if you expressed your answer and your question, that means you might find someone who also has the same problem you have, and they want to talk to you and also work through it. So if you don't ask any questions and you don't announce any of those questions, then no one knows that you have that question or problem. Therefore, you and you alone are the only ones to blame for failure. I ask questions because, like, when I go to a seminar, I try to come up with at least 1 or 2 questions. Like, I literally obligate myself to come up with 1 or 2 questions. Because when I ask those questions, there's a really good chance that whoever was thinking the same thing will approach me at the end of the seminar, and I would use them as a way to collaborate and network. Because if that person has the same questions, then they're my buddy. They're my colleague that has the same questions. So then we would, you know, I don't know if you've ever seen a movie where like there's a depiction of a seminar and people are talking. It's like, hey, you're the guy that asked that question, right? Do you wanna go grab a cup of coffee and we can like talk about how we can answer this question together? Because I'm currently working on that exact question. It's like, oh, hey, I have a different question about that too. Maybe we can collaborate sometime. Because I still don't understand why I'm getting this like result. Do you have any ideas? That is absolutely the difference between a student and a thinker. I know a student can be a thinker. Oftentimes students are thinkers, where like they're thinkers to some extent. But your actions, the thinker side of students that I often think people think is they think to themselves, right? You keep all the ideas to yourself. And that's good and sufficient if you have all the answers. If you have no problems and you don't need help from anyone, and you don't need anyone to ever know what problems you have. In fact, sometimes those students, when they get Fs and they have problems expressing them because they never do. And actually, when I see that, that's number one. That's the student that's struggling or will likely to struggle. So instead, I pull that student aside and try to engage them in a different way. Like, is there something I can do better? Right? It is something we can do better. Right? You work with the student. Oftentimes, when you're concerned with others in the cynical way, to me, that sounds more like an excuse or insecurity or anxiety, right? And that's understandable. So I typically then would try to approach the student in a situation that they're more comfortable with, which is what you said, where you would try to find out about it afterwards. Yeah, and I agree with you. That would be a very appropriate way if you're struggling with other forms of excuses tied to anxiety. Remember that with every negative side of things, the cynical side of things, there's also positive side of things. And the reality for me is that a class that has active questioners, most of the students, the questions that are asked in class, most of the class get those answers correct. Like, they get those questions correct on the exam. So I typically emphasize taking office hours. So whenever a student shows up for a study session at an office hour, it collects all the students with questions in one place. And most of the time, all the students that attend these office hours do not get the question incorrect. They get the question correct. And that's a huge correlation. It's really obvious. Like, if you go to an office hour, in fact, most of the time when a student skips class, sometimes students skip class where they don't show up, I still encourage them to come to office hours. They might say like, oh, but I would be really lost, I just want to drop the class, or like I would be out. Don't worry, because anyone who's coming to the office hours, they all have questions too. So you can do that way too. Like, if anxiety is really scary, right? Know that when you come to office hours, that means you get to meet colleagues. You get to make friends. There's a chance the person that would work together with you is going to that same place. So for me, a lot of times people say office hours is kind of like a waste of their time, because we all are working like their time. I love office hours. The The reason why this waste comes in is because I do run out of time. Right? You run out of time to do your own work, the work that you have to do. But usually I get lost in office hours. Like I would spend like the whole evening doing office hours. If I didn't have experiments running, I would just stay in the office hours. Like I would just sit there. Like I kind of thought about making that the Twitch thing. I would sit here and I would like write up a bunch of questions that might be commonly answered, and I would try to answer those questions, and then hopefully those questions draw an attention where we can all work together to answer those questions from an analytical standpoint. But that would be more of a classroom environment, because Twitch and YouTube, there's no like pre-selection for that. So now I'm using language learning as an excuse to talk about these things. Yeah, and I'm glad you find office hours helpful, because it's also an opportunity to meet other classmates. If the office hours is banging, like what I mean is, if you walk into an office hour and there's like 20 students in there for one professor, that professor is the winner. Like if you're ever want a good green flag for a professor that is incredibly helpful, when you show up to office hours and there are a lot of people bustling, talking, and questioning, it means that that professor is in it. If you show up to an office hour, there's still a lot of students, right? It's not all like, it's not one or the other. It's all of these conditions. It's more likely if you come to the office hour and it still feels like the same lecture and like none of the students are asking anything, it's either the entire student body doesn't care about each other, they intimidate each other, etc., or the professor is intimidating and unhelpful and regurgitating the same things again. So these are the things, in my opinion, if I look back on my life, I got lucky. I got really lucky. Because as far as I know, every time I went to an office hour or consulted my professor, it often genuinely feel like I've learned far more than in the insecure environment that I was in. I'm not going to beat around the bush. I don't like asking questions when I was younger because I found every single possible excuse possible to make me stick out. I don't like sticking out. I don't want to sound dumb. I don't want to, I tell myself I don't want to burden other people with the stuff you say. I can genuinely still remember feeling that when I was 19 years old. The first time I stepped into a college class, I think it was calculus. It was definitely calculus. And I didn't ask those questions, and I got those questions wrong. Like very, very wrong. In fact, that was the first time my 4.0 was challenged. It was calculus. College calculus kind of humbled me. And ever since then, I'm like, if I have this question, I believe I belong in this class. I must believe that to be taking this class. So if I'm asking a question, that means it is valid, and someone else out there must also in the classroom must also have this curiosity. If those people who know the answer, if I ask the question and if they're kind-hearted enough, they would come to me at the class and help me out. It's a way to indirectly ask for help when you don't want to if you feel uncomfortable asking directly for help. So being seen when you need help, right? When you think you want help, is something that's part of expression and communication. You can make a stupid question sound less stupid as well. That's one thing you can control. And usually that's how I went about it. The example that I gave about explaining Duolingo, like, oh yeah, how does Duolingo work? Like if I'm asking a stupid question to someone who's uneducated and doesn't care about you was someone who says Duolingo is garbage. And I asked them, I'm not going to say it's a stupid question. I'm going to ask you, how is it garbage? And that person, if they come back at me and say, oh, well, that's a stupid question. Everyone knows Duolingo is is garbage. Like, okay, can you explain that to me? It's like, but it's a stupid question. I'm like, I only see one person who is very stupid here right now. And it's one person who can't explain why and how they're telling someone a fact and they can't explain it.
That to me is the ultimate challenge of showing who really is the stupid person. It's not usually the person asking the question. What was the character though? This? Let's break it down, right? I wanna show you something about the radical things. So this is a wheel. And this whole thing here is an enclosure. This one's actually hard. I have a hard time with this one. This is more recent. This part here is the sun. And this part, this stroke here is ground. And this thing down here is a wing. Or a guinea pig. And sun is sometimes also used for day and daytime for me. The shortest path to the fewest things that I have to remember is if I treat this as wheel plus enclosure. So we're gonna use that. So we're gonna combine all these things here into enclosure. So it's wheel plus enclosure. And I test myself. So do I know anything about wheel enclosure? I know that Charlie Brown is definitely in the bathroom of the chapel. Hanging out in his makeshift enclosure because he has no friends. So he's just hanging out in like the stall or something. And he's rolling around a wheel. And he's content. Some of the priests look on and say, oh, well, that's unfortunate, but at least he's having fun. Charlie Brown is CH. And then we add ANG. And then we add 4. Chung. And it's the nature of the wheel spinning. The answer is smooth. Or like happening well. Like the thing is happening well. Things are going well. And that's the meaning of this character. And it's Chung. Chung is the... And I don't know the kanji yet, so I can't tell you anything about the kanji. I actually don't have a kanji character for this. I don't know what this kanji. Let's see. Oh, what if we put smooth into the jisho and see if we can dredge up this? Nope. It's not in jisho as smooth, so it must mean something else. The character must be used for something else in Japanese. So complicated. Ah, that's nonsense. I did this in like five seconds, or maybe if I were focused, it'd be like 1,000, 500 milliseconds or something. I think in another year or two, you and I will look back on this, and you will be busting out a lot of things too in your own way. Remember, like, I want to remind you, this is what I've been practicing. This feels way more complicated than me staring at an Anki card and keep getting wrong right now. No. Wait. But Mika. Wait. Let's equivocate. So I've been doing this for 301 days now, and I've done it for an average of 2 hours a day. So we'll revisit this. The moment when you finish making Anki cards for 600 hours. I want you to explain an Anki card to me. Like maybe you can give me a screenshot of an Anki card, right? And then I can try to figure out all the stuff in it. And you can see how easy it is for you. Like I really truly believe if we make things equal, if you spent 600 hours making Anki cards, I think you would be able to explain whatever you're creating in a split second. Well, keep getting Shin. Oh, okay. Shinsetsu. Wrong today. I see. What do you have for Shinsetsu? Shinsetsu is confidential, right? Oh no, it might not be confidential. It's something else. I'm thinking of extent. It has something to do with cutting your first. Oh. Yeah. That's right. It's kind or gentle. Yeah. Yeah, that one's weird. I'm thinking of a different Shinsetsu. Noted down in that way, the individual kanji notes or the note to help remember this. Yeah, well, what are you doing right now? Where are you getting stuck is what I am interested in. So I do this thing. I can't describe it in this moment, but blank your mind, right? Think about cake. Think about keiki, right? Let's just say, think about keiki for a moment. Then go back. Where did you stop? So tell me what, like, are you able to describe, like, you went from cake, keiki, and then you look at it, and you did something, and you stopped somewhere. Where did you stop? And then do your cards answer that? That's kind of where what I want to know. Like, what information do you think you're using to stop it from happening? You're getting stuck remembering the pronunciation despite having a good quality note about the pronunciation. Oh. And which one is it? Is it the shin? Or is it the setsu? Sorry, I could pull out my pen and start writing in kana instead. And kanji would be a little bit more efficient. No, like just remembering the word shinsetsu. Yeah, I know. So you knew the left as shin, right? Oh, okay, hold up. So do you see two things? Or do you see one thing? Do you see two kanji? Or a single kanji? Because I see two kanji. Shin is the left, and setsu is the right. You recognize as being the word. Oh, okay. No, like just remember. Alright. Two kanji, but one word. Right. So if it's two kanji, then they both have separate sounds. Right? Each kanji would have a separate sound. But since it's one word, you're seeing shinsetsu as one sound. Is that where I'm getting at? So you're looking for the one sound. So your note, the card notes that you have, is about the one sound. It's about shinsetsu. I know I should be writing in kana, but just bear with me. So is your card about just the whole thing? What reminds you of shinsetsu? I'm actually kind of curious. Is the issue you run into when you first learn character sounds when counting a word instead of doing that initially? Oh, okay. So what are you doing right now? I'm actually genuinely curious. I have no idea. I don't know. I don't have anything for shinsetsu. Like legitimately, I do not have any mnemonics to help me remember what shinsetsu is. I have something to remind me what shin is. The shin that looks like this. And the setsu. Or sets that looks like, that looks like this. But I don't have one for shinsetsu. Oh, you just thought it sounds like shiny sets because you like the set is special and you think of kindness as how a shiny set stands out, you guess? Ah, I see what's yeah. So, may I? I'm gonna. So, you did a near rhyme. So shinsetsu, which is, I don't know how you visualize in your head what the sounds are. Usually, I see this, right? So shinsetsu, then you're like, oh, it sounds like. So we have a near rhyme to shiny set. That's great. By the way, just shiny set is Wanikani is a little bit close to that. They used setsu as set. That is my keyword. So we overlap there. And instead of shiny, I use either sheen or shin, which is very close. So if we use sheen, it sounds like shiny. So we're on the same path on this idea. And then since these are one thing, you're using it as one thing. So it has to be something, your mnemonic has to be something about something that's shiny set. Exactly. Mika, you could have called me out on it. We're talking about it. You're not going to forget this. You're going to be unlikely to forget this for at least the next couple months because we're talking about this. This is if you think this is a really big problem and you talk to someone about it, you ask a question, you have someone else who also is participating or having this problem in a classroom environment, you're not going to forget this. It's going to be very memorable. So we're going to go through it, right? And this is what I do, by the way. I'm illustrating what I do in a classroom environment. Or at office hours. Because you're invested in this, and I'm trying to gather your emotions, right? So, if I was using a shiny set, I would get to shiny set as well. Now, the problem now, I see you said you're getting, it's the leap to kindness. And I call this something. I actually have a name for this. I call this a leap. Every time I have to do a leap. So there's like 1 leap, 2 leap, 3 leap. The highest I can go is 3 leap. This is 1 leap. So 1 leap is tough. Basically, somehow shiny set has to have a characteristic of kindness. Right? So I had to make this, yeah, from kindness to shiny. So hear me out. It's the full thing because you're seeing it as one thing. So the set has to also be filtered, in my opinion, because you're seeing this as one thing. I'm seeing it as separate things, but let's assume it's one thing. So it has to stay together, right? And in this train of thought, what is shiny? I would go and close this gap and say it's a premium set. And when I think about a premium set, I would love to give a premium set to someone out of a showing of kindness. So now this distance is closer to the act that I would do. I'm not saying this is what you would do. I'm showing you how I would connect it if I need to embellish it more. I would associate it with something that I would do. So if I have a shiny set, I often think of something that's very premium. So if it's a premium set, like food, I'm thinking of food right now. I would buy someone a premium set of food in Japan out of kindness. So then that's how I get shinsetsu. That's not exactly what that's not how I got to shinsetsu when I was reading your character immediately. To illustrate what I do is we have shin and we have setsu. Setsu, it does line up with sets, and shin lines up with shin, as in shin. And shin is actually relative. And setsu is cut, or yes, it's cut or important. So it is important to be kind to your relative. And that's where I get kindness. Because Shin, this character is often used for relatives. As in like your family members. And setsu is often used as cut, as in important. Possibly deep cut. So my mnemonic is, it's important to be kind to your relative. To get shinsetsu. That would be my mnemonic. Oh, I thought of it like a cut of your family's kindness, and you don't have an issue with connecting that. Oh no. Oh, Mika. You're telling me stuff that you're okay, right? I understand that I keep criticizing or I keep pushing back on your cynicism, but that's kind of dark. I hope things are okay with your family. I think of good things, okay? I think of... Like, what I mean is, I don't think it's a cut of, like, okay, maybe I'm misunderstanding. When you mean a cut of your family's kindness, are you saying you're taking something away from your parents? Like, it's a thing, like a burden? Like, you need to take a cut? Like, because oftentimes it's to give. Whenever I think of kindness, I'm thinking of giving a kindness. So whenever I think of kindness, I'm thinking of what is important of giving. Is this like a psychological? No, I'm just curious because in Wanikani, here's one thing. Here's one thing why this is important. Right? Wanikani, when they use emotions, both of these actually use emotions. And oftentimes the emotions tell you what is on the person's mind. Especially the developer. Wanikani, they use death. Death, punishment, embarrassment. All the time. Most of the ones that use death, yeah, it's like taking kindness from someone because they're sacrificing some of the kindness to give you, I think. Yeah, I don't think of it that way. I think of giving kindness most of the time because I'm not taking kindness unless I give kindness. So I often think of the proactive thing as opposed to the need side of things. So a lot of times, like when they think about punishment, death, and embarrassment, I think about triumph. Triumph, endearment. Endearment. And forgiveness. So most of my mnemonics, it's not that consistent, but they tend to rely on things of a burdensome nature. So you can rely on negative feelings to remember your mnemonics. But that also is a portrayal of what you normalize. Now hear me out. I don't think you're in trouble or anything because you're having a hard time remembering your cut example. That could mean that you're actually a very giving person. Because you don't resonate with the thing. Usually startling contrasts can be memorable. And things you resonate with is also memorable. So it can be either. So I'm asking the question, are you okay? Because I don't actually know which one it is. Usually neither of these are like, one is kind of nice. The other one is like, well, concerning. Because if you're constantly talking about sacrifice and you rationalize, you resonate with that, it reminds me of that thing that you're talking about when you say, if you ask a question, you're basically wasting other people's time, right? That's what you're resonating with when it comes to sacrifice. If it's a startling contrast, it means you're kind. Because you don't typically think about bad things. You think about kindness. So you're mnemonic. You're okay enough? Okay, that's good. I'm glad to hear it. I know I sound like a nagging optimist at this point. I'm trying to offer a different perspective. I think the perspective you're representing is pretty good. Like, it's consistent, right? It's often dealing with sacrifice, other people giving, like, doing you a favor for your actions and whatnot, and not the other way around, or you being able to do something and give something else, right? For me, the most important thing, or the cut, is that I'm the one who's willing to give kindness. So no, if you are asking kindness from me, you're not getting a cut of my kindness. I'm giving you kindness. It's not a sacrifice. It's not a sacrifice because it's something for me to give you. I think I've had this conversation before. Maybe not with you, where someone constantly phrased an exchange where they constantly make themselves sound like they're expending other people's. Oh, it's Churn. The kid that was just here. Churn is the guy. I talked to Churn for a couple hours another day, where whenever he says something, it's always like he's a problem. Oh, and someone else too, actually. He's not here anymore. He also happens to be in that general area. He's actually from Hong Kong. He always phrased it in a way like, when someone gives kindness, that there's nothing in it for them. Like, if I gave you kindness, you are also giving something back to me. If you succeed from my kindness, it's not a cut. It's an investment. If you know what I mean. So, like, it's important. So here's my relationship with this mnemonic. It's important to be kind to your relatives, because it can like, if your relatives think the same and give you kindness, you can give kindness back. And what helps the whole elevates everyone. So that's a different way to look at it. For me, for my kindness, right? The conversations we're having right now, this very thing, Shinsetsu. If there's part of me that will make you remember this thing, is probably that I think it's important to be kind to other people, because I believe other people are a form of investment. You don't have to think that I'm making a sacrifice, because your success can end up elevating my kindness. It can return to my kindness without you even knowing. A teacher's greatest form of kindness, in my opinion, is watching the success of their students with the advice that they give. So that is my kindness to give. And if there's anything relatives do, you would like to think relatives do well and normalize, is that I'm a relative as well to a relative. So if I think it is important to be kind to my relatives, I like to believe that my relatives think the same thing. And that's where Shinsetsu comes from, for kindness. Other than that, there's like other things. I think of kanji as two separate things. I think of all the characters as separate things. That's a little besides the point, but that's interesting. I haven't thought of it your way though. I'll make a mental note of it, because that will help me remember it if I maybe feel a little cynical someday. I do feel that way though. I don't ask for help. I would say the first time I truly asked for help was probably much later in my life. Maybe in my 30s. By the way, this is not the only word you struggle with today. The same exercise. I mentioned this yesterday. I described in my 300 day how I troubleshoot. We would do the same exercise again. Like, I'm going to ask you another word. If you give me another word, where did you stop? Where did you stop? Let's talk about it. And we'll use your definition to add something else. And that's what I do. Every single time. And I do this so automatically that, and then, wait, you want to get one more? All right, let's do one more. Let's do one more. I love this because now I get to remember Shinsetsu as well. I remember Shinsetsu in a different way now. A cut, huh? A cut? Like a deal cut. Intriguing. I haven't used that mnemonic in that way at all yet. So far, I've used literally cut. So you literally cut something. And I have a stereotype. I use the phrase deep cut a lot. Or important. Oh, I'm gonna tell you, I'm gonna admit to you right now that I guarantee you, like, those are probably one of the more difficult ones, because I have the same problems with them. I think this one is it was relative. Is it? No, hold on. I think it still means kind. No. I'm thinking of yasashi, right? Isokashi? No. Subarashi? No. Subarashi is utsukushi? No, subarashi. Like, what can I remember it by other than considering family as? Oh no. Honestly, Wanikani's thing is very similar. What is the read that you have written for that? Is it shibarashi? Or is it intimate? I don't actually know without a sentence. How do you tie that with the meaning of that character? I don't actually know. I think it's intimate, right? Or it has elements of intimate. And the way that was tied was you guys know each other so well that they use the word like taking a poop. And the poop was you know each other so well that you're okay pooping in each other's presence. Yeah. When people can see each other poop, then they're intimate. This is Wanikani's mnemonic. I didn't come up with it. I thought it was funny, so I kept it. So it does sound it still uses the poop part, but you're thinking about a personality. You could think of it literally as pooping. And I'm using a euphemism, obviously. We're talking about, you know, taking a crap. But, you know, intimate people can see each other poop. Or share a bathroom. Yeah. Wanikani did that. And they use the word. Like, they refer to in order to get it. Yeah. I don't know if that helps you or not. I'm gonna be honest, I've never been in a room where someone was taking a poop. I've been in a bathroom where people were throwing up from like alcohol poisoning. It's so stupid that it's slightly terrible. Wanikani uses juvenile humor as well. So like what I mean is they talk about poop when they can. And they talk about swear words when they can, like indirectly. I find it very like I can't remember things like that a lot. Occasionally, if something sticks out and causes a laugh, I would keep it, or I would at least try to keep it, I guess. As a practice, I would use it as a way to practice. Shitashi, right? Shitashi. But you still consider it more like some of the people close to you treat you like crap? Oh. Mika. You're starting. I'm glad you're okay enough, okay? I don't know how I feel about this. Are you trying, like, you're really making a strong case in the deficiencies in people. For the record, what do you have for the character meaning of Shin? So like when like your words that include this, do you have an attachment meaning to this? This is still like relative and parent, right? Parents, relatives, family member, something like that. You do? Okay. So, man, so every time you, like, when you see this show up, you think of, you're more likely to remember negative feelings? Dang. Psychoanalysis complete. I'm kidding. There is a chance you just remember negative things more easily than positive things, right? I tend to spin them to positive. You consider like when you look at your family tree with a lot of people. Oh, yeah. Look at the tree that stands in front of you, your family tree. Interesting. Yep, I see it. Yeah, shitashi. Shita. What is here's my mnemonic system. So I have a different mnemonic system from Wanikani. So when I see this, so let's write this out. All right. I can show you what I do, obviously as a form of comparison. So I see, whatever I see is, here's the breakdown. I see eagle. I see an eagle. I see she or sheep. Right. I see a guard or a stand. I see a tree. And I see a either sea or a walking eyeball. So when this is for mnemonic construction. So it's not for memorizing. It's more like for mnemonic construction. So what can I do to construct a mnemonic, right? And I also see shin or shin because I know onyomi before I know kunyomi. So this is all coming into it. I always know the onyomi before I know the kunyomi most of the time, like 99% of the time. There are a few exceptions. So if I was creating a mnemonic, I would start with the subject. I can just take the sheep. So the sheep at the tree standing and watching close friend or close family member is. That's my mnemonic system. Oh, right. I didn't add the actual read, right? So oh, I can make it different. I could say like standing and watching close family shita is. Or we could just say is, arrange it this way, is standing and watching. Right? I can add shin somewhere, or sheen as well, if I want it. But it use subject, position, object, and then verb. Man, you should have just learned French or Spanish. So much words are similar. No, you're fine. You're fine. This will pay off. The reason why I'm writing it this way is it's subject. I'm doing subject, object, verb in English. So I'm making all my mnemonics in that order as well, to remind me how I can express it in the future in Japanese. So I can pretty much write this in Japanese if I try hard enough. So this is to set up the future where most of my mnemonics will be translated. Oh, I can recall it in Japanese in my head. Not now, right? Obviously, because it would take me a while. But eventually this will lead to a transference to Japanese. So whenever in the future when I'm studying again or reviewing my mnemonic, I'm like, what was it? Right. And these would be the way, this would be the way to organize it. It would take me maybe, I just made that mnemonic up. It's not actually my mnemonic. Like, I don't have a mnemonic. I was using my mnemonic system that I have for Wanikani. That took, I don't know, like 5 minutes? Did I spend 5 minutes? I don't know how long it took. But it doesn't take me very long. I'm generally 90% of the time I'm doing the same thing. So I don't actually need to learn anything more about it. So any new word that I need to create a new mnemonic or an old word, I can create the mnemonic out of practice. Like I can create a mnemonic for this using HanziHero's, like a version, my version of HanziHero's system right on the spot. Instead of using like Charlie Brown and stuff, I could use a different character and mask something else. Yeah.
唱
Thanks for sharing. Thanks for sharing, Mika. I look forward to seeing how you start developing your ideas. It's only been 1 day, right? You know, or 2 days, technically. It's only been 2 days. And I can only imagine what it's going to look like when you keep it going for a month. Usually a month is when I see a really dramatic change. In the beginning, because you're on the learning curve and you haven't clicked yet, because you're still waiting for the clicking. And I imagine it would be incredibly rewarding for you. Right. That's the area that you're saying, that's where you get the most like exhilarating hype, is when it starts to click. Laying the foundations is the learning curve. It's called the lag phase, right? In a month, you'll have 500 ways to call people crappy. I really hope not. Well, then I'll give you 500 ways to not call people crappy. Perhaps that's the thing, that's the relationship we're gonna have in the future. I'll find 500 ways to twist your words so that people are not as crappy as they sing. Right. I think... No, I got one better. I hope that in like a couple months or a month, you would have not all ways that people are crappy, And that would indicate to me that something nice happened. Sway, the person I met the other day, like 3 days ago, who's in the Philippines, who's learning Japanese and computer science and want to be a game developer as a hobbyist. He or he or she or them has a way to file people's things that they learn from sources. They would create a folder on their computer, and whatever like word they encountered that is learned from that person, they would put a document in that file with their name on it. And that's what they're doing. So in a way to reflect that, if you get stuck on something and it deals with calling someone very negative, I will offer a way to twist those words to make it positive. And that could be a separate, distinctive flavor of understanding my perspective, right? I genuinely do try to see the best in people. What they did and what they have done can be seen as bad and good, right? Like I'm not saying that I don't see bad people or I don't see people doing bad things. I do see them. However, I often want to be productive and constructive for the future of that person. So future is often, I try to keep it bright and hopeful, despite if their past is dim and miserable, or maybe even malicious, or that's kind of my mantra. I can write bad things that have happened before, like people die. That's a mnemonic. You can make death about death because people do die. They die every second, right? Calling people crappy. Oh, you. Oops, that's the wrong type. 悬什么？悬殊？
悬殊，
成绩悬殊很明显。
悬殊是什么？Vastly different. Oh, right. Gradual. 悬念。
悬念，
这部电影的悬念太多了。
悬念 suspense. 啊。
踏，
Upon. Oh, I screwed this up. Oh, that's what I screwed it up for.
障碍，
他的信心帮助他克服心理障碍。
Maybe like obstruct, get in the way. We'll say like barrier. Obstacle is fine. Oh, and this one, 我觉得且moreover, I have 4 things that I have to update so far. I wrote this incorrectly.
心，
Inclination or incline. I was trying to wrap myself around this, right? Oh, flourish. 盛开
盛开，
玫瑰园里的玫瑰正在盛开。
bloom. 就 What the? Oh, yeah. Offer help. That's for meaning. Not pronunciation. Eo. Ah? Oh, 酱油. That's shoyu. 凉什么？粮
粮仓，
粮仓里储存了很多米。
And I'm still working on this. I keep thinking shop, but few fingers. I swear it's like Mao. Oh wait, that might have helped. Maybe not.
洗，
怀什么？怀孕？
怀孕，
她正在怀孕。
怀孕 pregnant。酱油呢？
酱油，
我喜欢把酱油倒在米饭上。
酱油。津津有味。
津津有味，
我们津津有味的聊天。
Great interest. 喂，津津有味。Yeah, with great interest. It's fine. Great interest is good enough. With gusto. Mandarin looks hard. Maybe you won't learn it someday after all. Nah. If you are learning Japanese, you got Mandarin down packed. Mandarin, you don't even need grammar cards for Mandarin. I'm being a little bit reductive, but when you're learning like words like this, Mandarin has built-in grammar. Most of the grammar is built into the characters themselves. And then the positioning is in the same order as English. Outside of that, there are a bit of nuances, but you can speak English perfectly fine in the same order that Mandarin is. You can actually feel and bridge Mandarin grammar through a vocabulary if you don't like bootstrapping through like sentences and whatnot. You can feel the characters too. Oh, and by the way, there are no multiple reads for Mandarin. Although now that I think about it, the way you're remembering reads, it won't be too big of a difference between Japanese and Mandarin, because you're viewing the read as the word itself. But the order doesn't make Japanese hard. The character pronunciation for it does. That's kind of interesting. Yeah. The thing that makes Mandarin easier, like for a lot of people, is the thing that you don't do in Japanese, which is to separate the pronunciation into its characters as opposed to remembering it from their words. Like in Chinese, if you do it, you will remember way less. You will need to remember way less because there's only one read per character with a few exceptions, or like with a very minor exceptions. Like it's significant, but it's still minor exceptions, and those come from like very frequent use, so they kind of solve itself. And then the other thing is that every character kind of looks and feels like the reads over time. Like this, if I don't know anything about the character, I could guess what the character would sound like. Like this would be like, it looks like Xing, but it could be close, right? Or like this character, what does this character kind of remind you of, right? Actually, I'm having trouble with this character. I think this is one of the ones I'm working on. What are you? Speak to me. You have that rain stock and the silk. I know I made something for you. It's not that. It's not that. It's not that. I don't know. I guess we're gonna type something for now. Oh, do I know the meaning? It's not this. No, it's not department. Yeah, we're gonna have to add something. You, my friends, are weird. We'll come back. But what happened here? It's probably I.
I.
It's mugwort.
剂量
这个剂量对你来说太强了。
All right, we're back here again. It's not that. Yeah, it's not that. We're just pushing until maybe I can come up with some sort of inspiration.
畏缩
他面对危险时从不畏缩。
说 Right, 腐朽啊，腐朽。
腐朽
这棵树已经腐朽了。
Ah, that's Rin. It doesn't look like Ni. Oh, I got tricked by my own gut feeling. Heck. This looks like Ni. I mean, it's self-explanatory. It kind of looks like two. But it's Ren.
人
Oh, man. Ganhan.
干旱
沙漠地区十分干旱。
All right, we're back here. Do I have any more inspirations? It doesn't look like Murasaki. Is it supposed to be Murasaki? Oh my gosh, is it? No, no, no. It doesn't look like Murasaki. Murasaki has...报仇
报仇
他们在计划如何报仇。
求
We got the textures blocks too, by the way. The textures blocks. Heck! I typed the wrong thing. 雇员
雇员
他是公司的新雇员。
旱灾
旱灾
这次旱灾影响了许多农民。
洗包寻
So we have two characters right now that's giving me a go. So a few wait. Few fingers. Wait, I know what this is. It's Chao.
超
Yes. It's a copy? Oh man. The mnemonic came back. It's fine. Okay. That feel good about scrapping through your mnemonics. The mnemonics paying off. Feels so good. 又什么？幼稚园 which is the same in Japanese.
幼稚园，
我儿子去幼稚园上学。
Yeah, 有 and then the middle is 鱼 鱿鱼 游鱼营游鱼营 Oh, I can't untone my right now. I can't untone my pronunciation. This is kindergarten Japanese as well, and the only mix up is in. This is in or n. Sorry, this is n, and then this is yo, and this is you. Yo yuing. I can't untone at the moment. It's fine. I didn't learn kindergarten yet. I just I know that this would probably check out for Japanese probably. Most of Japanese is formal words. Like a lot more formal words are all conserved from Chinese, and they're quite close. A lot of the they near rhyme quite a bit.
删掉，
请删掉这个讯息。
跟什么？跟 hand mountains？跟卓？哦，笨拙，笨拙。不是跟文字。
文字，
这里有很多文字。
Like something like this will probably be different in Japanese. Fire.
发芽，
这些花的种子发芽了。
Sprout. We're back here. Do I have anything with silk? Oh, you know what? It's probably
素，
vegetarian. You heckin' vegetarian. Superman is a heckin' vegetarian. I don't like this mnemonic that I have. Oh wait, it's because I didn't change it. Heckin' Superman being a vegetarian. I'll have to come back to it. It's fine. We got it this time. So let's see how loose it'll get by the time.
仇人，
他的仇人住在这里。
桑树。
桑树，
Are
一只猫
tones
在桑树
tricky?
上。
They are, if you are worried about pitch accent, tones are not tricky. That's my best relative to what your experience is. If right now you're constantly saying, oh yeah, can I hear the pitch accent? Do I really want to work on the pitch accent? Tones are less tricky. If I have to say something, like oftentimes tones are gross, not gross as in like disgusting. Tones are like significant, as in like there's less, you need less sensitivity to it. You do go after pitch accent, yeah. So if you're already going after pitch accent, tones are less sensitive, as in you'll notice them even more regularly. Like it's easier to notice them, and they're fixed with some tonal flexibility, but it's not like pitch accent. Pitch accent, you're working, in my opinion, it's a lot subtler. Pitch accent is way more subtler. Tones get closer to, if you're listening to English and you listen to someone who's very animated. I don't know how animated I sound. My English might sound a little bit animated. So You know how sometimes my sentences kind of like elongates and dip and whatnot. That's how you're gonna feel like you're gonna speak English in a melodic way. It kind of sounds like you're singing most of the time. It's like the closer thing to singing. So like 一双 right 一双狗一双 no 一双猫 that's a 猫 maybe 一双猫在上树上 so once you know the sounds you rarely have to worry about pitch. More anime than you. Some people are quite extreme in though. Yeah. So tones. It's like here's a card idea. I forgot I could do this. If you encoded your mnemonic with pitch accent, tones are no matter what, it's gonna be encoded into your understanding of the character. So the character itself is telling you how to pronounce itself. Japanese doesn't do that. You kind of want it to do that, but it doesn't. In Chinese, it's encoded. So no matter what, so since you're looking at words and you're seeing them as one thing, or a character as one thing, this will always be shu, with a few exceptions. So the tones are just remembering the tones. So like the moment you remember what it sounds like, the pronunciation fills itself up. So like shu will always be shu, shu, and shu. So when you look at this, it's like that's shu. That's it. There are some tonal changes, but they are the exception to the rule. So you never have to say like, wait, is this atamadaka or heiban? Is this heiban? Or is this nakadaka? Right? Like, I don't know. It feels like it's willy-nilly most of the time. In Chinese, this will always be for. Like, in this word, it will always be for, and you know what it sounds like. It's shu. And then this will always be tone 1. So it's going to be like ah. So everything's ah. So this is sang, shang, chang, chun, sun, ji, yi. They're always 1. And then this is always going to be 4. So shu, chu, hu, mu, mo, bo, cho, chang, shang, jang. Yeah, so and to me, whenever I'm reading Japanese, it's like I just assume heiban, you know, the classical stereotypes, like most of them are heiban. So if you're like slightly raise a little and then try to stay flat, you can kind of feel it out. I generally I do this by default, and then I adjust to this pattern. And then sometimes this pattern, right? But most of the time it's like you're trying to stay flat and wiggle a little. And most of the time it's actually up then down. And down has a very pitch thing. So the one thing is if it's a high frequency sound, like E tends to be down. So you kind of learn how to like register the pitch differences. Like it feels uncomfortable to go from E to like a ku. So iku versus iku. Like so there is a iku, which is like to go, right? And it's usually still willy-nilly. This one, no. Once you lock it down, you lock it down. So it's like an upfront thing. It's more like your mnemonics. If you understand the rules, after the first 2 months or so, the rest is history. You don't think about it. Japanese, I'm still guessing. Like, yeah, okay, okay, this one decided to go up, this decided to go down. Oh no, that's a Tamataka. Like, okay, all right, sure. Tamataka versus Nakadaka and Heiban. All right. I'm telling you, I don't want to discourage you from Japanese. I think the reason why I like talking about this stuff is because I'm learning both at the same time, and it helps me pay attention to different things between Japanese and Chinese. Like right now, shu is probably still tree to some extent. This one I have no idea what that is in Japanese. Oh, and for the record, I started both HanziHero and Wanikani. Like they're only 1 week apart. I actually started HanziHero 1 week later, but I do know 3 times more characters in Chinese than I do in Japanese, in traditional Chinese, than in Japanese, largely because the way HanziHero's system works and the way it jives with the way I work, I can learn 20 characters on a daily basis. Oh, you learn Japanese regardless you wanted to pick up Mandarin in a couple years, but you're still slightly on the fence about it? Okay. What I mean is, oh no, but I'm not talking about learning Mandarin. That's a different story. I'm talking about I don't want to discourage you from learning Japanese, because you mentioned the whole Spanish and French thing, like learning a different system as opposed to like learning a system that's more closer to the Roman system, using Roman characters or something. Which, by the way, I do have Spanish and French on the docket. Actually, I know quite a lot of Spanish. I would even say that the Spanish saves me like the first 3 or 4 months of intermediate, like getting into intermediate. I just haven't made enough time. There hasn't been enough time yet. And then French is on the docket because Bree really likes French, and Bree likes talking about how learning things are, so French could be acquired very quickly if I had someone that I talk to on a regular basis about French. Like, the more you talk about things, the more likely you're going to remember them, in my opinion. If you're not gonna speak Japanese, you can at least talk about Japanese in the meantime. And I'm learning Chinese, but I can talk about Japanese anytime I'm learning Chinese. That's pretty much the gamble I'm taking. Oh, you just feel like you made your life harder by picking Japanese, although you did previously do some French, Spanish, Latin, Greek, but it wasn't because you were interested. So, okay, like high school stuff. Or like education related stuff. Yeah. I like Spanish. Spanish is great. In fact, most of my pitch accent related things and pronunciation related things for Japanese came from Spanish, which you probably already heard before. It doesn't, Japanese doesn't sound alien to me, nor making the sounds and stuff that's in Japanese. If you're combining Spanish with Mandarin, you get Japanese. And actually, I think English does all the languages, because I spent most of my life listening to Japanese speak English, and also Chinese people speak English, and Spanish people speak English. So what I'm very used to hearing English being spoken by the accent of their parental language. So because of that, I know that English can accommodate those languages. So if you use Japanese pronunciation and you're still trying to speak English, like use English, it's still intelligible from their accents. That speaks to me that it is tolerable to their auditory. Oh, you just had a lot of audio input throughout life for Japanese, cough games, so that's how you get your... Yeah, I've been listening to Japanese since I was 5. You know, since I was 5 years old. Anime, obviously, was the first exposure when they were on DVDs or, like, television. And then video games. Sonic the Hedgehog was not necessarily written in Japanese, but because of its exposure, I know about Japanese culture. So... I've been listening to Japanese since I was, so that means that it's been 33 years of listening to Japanese. You think it's a common early exposure reason for your Japanese? Interesting. I have a different theory on like I have a different theory on affinities to language. To like the aptitude of language. And it might sound a little cynical, actually. The amount of time that someone actively pays attention to a language is almost exponentially shorter required than the amount of time someone passively listens to a language. So I mentioned that I've been listening to Japanese for 33 years, but it means I've been passively using it in a manner in which it is not to process that thing. So despite having 33 years, the amount of detail that I've encoded in 2 years time made those 33 years of exposure very rewarding. But from a mechanical and an analytical standpoint, or a skill set part, that 33 years was like a drop in the bucket compared to the last 2 years. And that's kind of both a good and a bad thing, however you want to look at it. It demonstrates how powerful someone becomes when they become older and more experienced at connecting the dots and learning. So you take advantage of all your experiences very well when you become a very trained adult. It's something that an adult can do, but a child cannot. Like, there's this common misconception that children learn languages very quickly. Do you know how long they spend using a language before they can learn how to form a sentence with proper grammar and write it with proper grammar? Like, it's the stereotype is most people cherry pick the aspects of being a child without the context of the child, right? Like right now, in this very moment, I have worked on Japanese and Chinese for over 2 years now. I'm expecting to be an intermediate level in these two languages. When was the time that you became an intermediate in English? How long did you think it took? Because an intermediate in English is barely middle school. And barely middle school, that's like 7 years as a child. Yeah, no, children take up 12 years to have really good English. Yeah, like even remotely decent English. And even then, you're still not learning the vocabulary that you want. Like an adult is exploring vocabulary, context, sentences, story writing at a level that a child can't ever appreciate. Like, there are people who graduate high school who still cannot contemplate reading a fictional content in another language, let alone their own language. Like, there's exposure that an adult wants that is inconceivable by their younger self yet. And yet I still hear this stereotype, like, oh, adult, when you get older, it gets harder to learn new things. Like, I don't think children were any better. The difference, and I want to highlight the most important difference, is adults can obligate themselves. So they can choose the obligation for better or worse. A child does not choose its obligations most of the time. I mean, you know, you can have children who graduate through high school and say that all of their time was wasted in school. You can still have that. It's still possible to say that the 12 years you spent in school is all wasteful and not useless. You can still get that from a child, despite obligations. An adult can choose to do it and not be punished for it. So it's even easier for an adult to say, no, my heart's not in this, therefore I can't learn this. A child doesn't necessarily have a choice, and yet they can still reject it. Like, I can't even begin to emphasize when someone says their child, when they were a child, they learn a lot of stuff. The very nature of saying that as an adult tells me that they didn't learn a lot as a child. Like, no offense to them in a way, because I think they're perfectly happy believing that. To me, it doesn't seem like they learned a lot as a child. Because as an adult, it would help you appreciate either how little or how much it is when compared to what you're saying, right? And I know it should be the other way around. The other thing that goes along with it is they might not learn a lot as an adult, which is very possible, right? If they think they learned a lot as a child, and that can also say that they don't learn a lot as an adult. That doesn't mean they're not happy, or very skilled, or successful, or have a loving family. You can have all those things without learning a lot as an adult, and not a lot as a child as well. Relatively speaking, I learned like nothing as a child. I can achieve more things in 1 year's time than I can willy-nilly trying to figure out what it's like to have feelings, right? But that child is me. So it's really weird when people try to disembody themselves from themselves. Like, what makes you are everything you were as a child and more. And somehow it still gets that advice like, oh yeah, just learn like you were 13. You mean when you were hating school and you didn't believe in anything that people tell you because you only cared about yourself and your only feelings and you never learned from anything else? Oh yeah, by the way, you want to learn like that while you pick up a textbook. It's like, good luck. Good luck. If it didn't work the first time, are you expecting it to work the second time, behaving exactly like the first time? Because my adult brain would tell you, you're gonna do what you did as a child, but you're gonna do it as an adult. As in, you're gonna do it differently because you've learned now that textbooks are good. They can be helpful, or you can learn to appreciate things that you couldn't appreciate as a child. If you were bad at school, oh, I love sharing this bit of statistics. When an adult later in life chooses to go back to school to pursue a degree, statistically they are more likely to do far better than the first time they did it. And one of the, in my opinion, what I like to believe is the definitive factor is that an adult can obligate themselves, for better or worse. A child can't. A child can't see something they can't obligate to. Like, you stick the child in a Spanish class, right? In high school, it's like, hey, oh, don't worry, Spanish is going to be important for your growth in the future. The child's like, well, I don't use Spanish right now. Why do I care? I don't even see why I need to learn Spanish. It's not like it's useful. As an adult, adults can learn something despite it not even being useful. Adults can learn things just for fun. A child, you might be thinking, oh yeah, well, don't children always do things for fun? Well, they do things that they think are fun because it's the first thing that they know. They are incapable of like seeing things and observing things that they can consider as fun. It's whatever came first. So whatever is interesting at first is the fun thing. You're not weighing different fun things. You're not saying, oh yeah, I'm getting to high school, now I have 6 different languages. So if I have enough experience, I would know which language is important. No, I learned Spanish, and I learned to like it. Because as an adult, I know that the time I spent is very valuable. So I keep the Spanish with me. Despite that was like one of my 3 options. And like a child, I saw that most people around me took Spanish, or there were Spanish speakers already around me, so I chose Spanish. I didn't choose Japanese because I couldn't conceive the idea that there was a chance to learn Japanese. And that is the power. That is such a strong thing that a child does not have. And the comical thing is when someone says learn like a child, somehow the people who say learn like a child, they also behave like one. And to me, great. You really do mean it. Like when they say learn like a child, they also behave like one. I'm like, okay, you got me. I hope it works out. Like, good luck learning like it's your first language. If they behave like a child, why can't they speak 5 languages? Oh, you're going this way. That's cute. That's really cute. So, like, if A leads to B, then B could lead to A, the reciprocal, where, like, if there's a lot of people who behave childishly, why can't they just keep speaking? Why can't they speak a lot of language? It's true. It's a good point. I'm not sure if this goes both directions yet, but it is a good point. That's very cheeky. Yeah, like, they behave like a child. What is like a child? Japanese is the only language that is important. If you can't say it in Japanese, you don't know English. So if you don't know it in Japanese, you don't say anything. And I might be, accidentally tripping on some people's triggers. I'm sorry, but this is what happens. Right? Like, I think it's healthy to be aware of this, right? So, and then you never speak. You never speak until you're sure. Now, not all children do this. Not all children do this. The idea is, even when someone says they're behaving like their child, it's a combination of their adult experiences with the child behavior. That is what I see. Never speak until you're sure. That's only a small number of children. Typically, children speak their minds. So that's an ironic part. That's a really ironic part. It's pretty crazy because they're modeling themselves after, in a way, the Japanese children. This way. This is the English child, or whatever other language, the other language. So it's pretty weird. And here's my fact that will always be true. When you were a child, you had an environment. If there's anything that taught me about my life as a, right, having Chinese parents, that the environment greatly, you can call it a ceiling, greatly shape your language acquisition. It's weird because the apps, immersion, and stuff is about environment, not necessarily about you acting like a child. It's usually how the environment gets you to act like a child. So when you're talking, whenever someone says like, oh, you just gotta learn with immersion, it's like the environment. What is your environment like? And yet they're like, oh, immersion is so that you can learn like a child again. I'm like, what are you on about? You chose your environment. Like, if you believe things like a child by your logic, you should just stand there and magically speak Japanese one day. Yes, if you stand there. No, this is what I think people believe. I don't think so, but they believe that if you stand there and you're surrounded by Japanese people, right, as a child, you would sponge it up. I mean, I'm gonna be real. I spent a lot of time around Mandarin speakers, and I certainly didn't do that. I think I'm reasonably intelligent, and I think I reasonably know quite a lot of things in my life and learned quite a lot of unrelated things. But I certainly didn't sponge it up by standing there and immersing passively. Now, this is a stereotype. This is not what I think the people who are doing immersion or like are saying. They're talking about active immersion. So what is missing from this equation as a child? The environment. So when you were a child, you had parents, or at least a guardian, right? Some sort of guardian. And you had structure. School. That, whenever a big adult, like a big adult that's acting like a big baby, like a big child, they don't have that structure anymore. There isn't anyone that's telling you like, hey, you need to be active. Pay attention to your grades. Pay attention to being polite. Pay attention to saying the right things. Pay attention to doing this so you can get good grades. They're not there anymore. So what is the first thing that works for people? When those people are saying like, oh, I learned like a child. Immersion did it for me. It's like, no, I disagree. It's the structure and the school and the self-obligation as an adult, your self-adult, that is the common factor between all the successful language acquisition. It's not the type or the method. It's all of it. Any of the methods, all the combinations of those methods, they're fine. The underlying commonality is the lack of structure or environment and self-obligation. If you're committed to learning Japanese and you have a structure that can creates a consistency for your commitment to that, that is the environment that the child ironically learned a lot in. If you give a child something now and you don't give them structure, you know what they're gonna do? You know what they're gonna do? They're gonna watch Coco Melon for 18 hours a day and have a speech deficiency. That's what a child would do without structure. Without supervision. It's whatever it's engaging first. Well, what is the first thing that an adult has to struggle with when they're learning? How not to go on TikTok. How not to be distracted by, honestly, very important things like family, bills, a career, speaking English or whatever language they're using when they're talking about family, bills, and so when someone comes around and they're like, I don't know, if there's a way to explain your age immediately and your situation, is you go around, you come up to an adult and you're like, oh, why don't people just delete TikTok? Adults is why you don't delete TikTok. They get to choose. They have a choice, right? So does, but children don't get a choice. Children attach on to whatever they are guided to because they don't see any other option. When you say, why don't people just delete a TikTok? It's provided that the adult knows that there's an alternative to TikTok, like doing something alternatively motivated, right? With structure and discipline. So in this one, when like a fantastic kid, like, oh, I'm 16 or I'm 16, I'm a polyglot now. And you go up to like an older person and say, oh, don't worry, you just immerse. Like, be interested in the thing and immerse and forget about everything else. Just immerse and it'll work. I'm like, you must either live somewhere where someone is providing the structure for you and you have nothing else you have to juggle or focus, no other skills that could interfere with the learning process. You don't have to juggle any of that, and you have all the time in the world. And since you're bored, you're always motivated by this thing, which is good. But remember that the person you're talking to have all these things going on because they are an adult or they are older. And the thing that is most consistent that work is to help the person negotiate this stuff and then apply a method. And which method it is? All of them. If you can get an adult to make time to apply all the methods in any way possible, if they can liberate the amount of time, consistency, and discipline, they will outpace their child. But they won't, because there's so many things. There's so many things that are interfering with you because they're more important. Family, friends, speaking English. Hear me out. I'm taking this from a Wanikani forum. Someone finally, in 2 years' time, they finished Wanikani, or they went over the 3,000 characters, or 2,000 characters, right? And I can't tell you how consistent it is when someone says, you know how I succeeded? I stopped listening to all the big babies out there who keep telling you to do whatever babies do and stick to a thing that's a fad. No, you stick to the thing that gives you discipline and structure and consistency, the things that motivate you, the things that give you positive feedback. Encourage yourself to output in a way that's meaningful to you so you keep going. That's how they finished. And what did they learn? Everything that they were interested in. Not whatever this person is projecting and saying, oh yeah, just forget half of yourself. Like, oh, you keep using English? Make the English functional. Try to get it to encourage you to use Japanese. It's as opposed to thinking about it as like, oh yeah, oh that habit, it's really hard, right? Can you just like whack yourself over the head really hard and just forget that you have that habit? Or go cold turkey? The greatest like hot take or hustle of the generation is, oh, drop everything you're doing, move to Japan. You'll become fluent in Japanese. Yeah, and you'll also probably ruin your life and uproot everything else, but that's fine. Like that is definitely goated advice, right? You work with your experience. Now you're stuck with new works. Yay. Wait. Now you're stuck with new works? You remember Shinsetsu after a moment of hesitation? You'll take it. Oh, you're stuck with new words? Okay. I still remember making sacrifices, Mika. And for sure, I still remember the people being crappy, being shitashi. Yeah, you went back, Jack. Okay. Shitashi. I will remember that. It's gonna be ground into... Here's one that I can show you. I still remember this. And this person's no longer around. Or they're kind of around, I guess. But they have... me and this person has a conflict of interest. But I still remember this one. If I can even remember to write it. It's war and blue, which is Shizuka. I still remember this. War and blue. So imagine war, sen, and ao, or se, right? And then when you combine them, you get Shizuka. War and blue. Let me know. Let me know if you see war and blue. The blue war. That's from someone... $18 months ago. 18 months ago. Yeah. War blue equals Shizuka, which is quiet. And for the record, I learned Shizuka in a different way. They shared that with me, and I remember both, but I still remember theirs as well. And that's how I also remember that person. That's one of my tethers to the memory of that person. You know what I'm making? You know what? I'm making Blue Warrior note. She's got. Yeah, Blue War. That's it. It's Blue War. I got a few more. Not every, like, it's really hard to get other people to tell me their mnemonics or like their things, because they don't like doing it. They find it a lot of times. I almost feel like it's a little bit embarrassing, or they feel it's kind of silly and they don't want to be silly. But those moments are the moments that I remember. So I don't forget, like, every time those words come up, they don't just mean quiet. Shizuka don't just mean quiet. It's Blue War. It's a fucking Blue War. Yeah. So weird.
秉公，
在这种情况下，我们要秉公处理。
秉公。Have you decided which kanji you're using for your name? For mi and ka? Like, which one are you using? I explained to Bree what I thought about Bree's name. At first, it was the cheese Bree, but then it was I think of Bree more like breezy. Breezy, and I wrote like I talk about it more like in a form of a poetry. Like what's the characterization of being breezy? Like fleeting but chilling, possibly comforting at the same time. It has like an ever presence, but also a fleeting presence, that type of thing. And whenever I think about names now and learning Chinese and Japanese, I often think you can also elevate your attachment to, like, if you start feeling the characters, like the essence of the characters. It's cool to ask again later down the road, what would you pick? What would your transliterary characters would pick? Like, I joked about this. Did I already joke about this when you were around? So I use MAKU, right? Or MAKU is usually MAKU. So I was thinking about Chinese. So MAKU, it would be 4 2, like MAKU, or it could be flat or MAKU. And I thought, what if it's mother and cry? Cause it could be like MAKU, which is mother, or MAKU. So MAKU, which is mother cry. And then you just write mother and cry. Makudo, you said nothing. Yeah. So, it would be cool, like in the future when you think about your characters and you start feeling them. Like here, I attach feelings to these characters. All these characters, you can feel out what this means. What do you think this? How does this character make you feel? Yeah. Because it feels like a Kang.
Kang.
It's burdensome. You're carrying a crossbeam on your hand. You're carrying your crossbeam with your fingers. Oh, we're on the same character card right now. Oh, really? What is it in Japanese? I don't actually know if I got the Japanese character yet. This is what the this is what the Chinese association is. It's about like shouldering burden, like shouldering something or carrying a weight of something. That's so coincidental that we're on the same character card. 笨拙，
笨拙，
他的话总是听起来笨拙。
笨拙，眉孔，
毛孔，
哦，毛孔，
毛孔是皮肤的孔道。
毛孔 is weird. Pore.
齿，
主森，隐私。Oh no! Oh, that's Chi. Yeah, that's Chi.
吻，续，
Oh, never mind. It was slightly different and came up again, but close. Maybe it'll actually happen sometime. I hope it does. We would have to mark those situations. The one that I think the character, this character, right? Is a late character. It's a late character. But the one that I might guess you would have, which one looks like this character, but it's close? It's probably this. It's probably this character. I don't think it's this character because I don't actually know if that's a thing. I don't think it's this character either, which I don't, these two, I'm not familiar. I think it's this one. What else can look really close to this? Because this is a body of water. What else? Oh, let you get it? All right. So I'm trying to think if there's anything close to this, just to challenge myself in knowing what the character is. That one was an inlet. It was most recent, actually. I'm thinking it's a body of water. Like you might have something dealing with body or construction of some sort. There's construction. Or just this. This is construction. What else can there be? Huh. I love doing this, by the way. Guessing character combinations. Oh, the spike. Ah. Utsu. I see. The hit? Yeah, the spike. Oh, I should have pivoted to spike. Yeah, spike. This one is a early one. Yeah. This is an early one. As well. The hit. Nice. What is your mnemonic for that one? It's a kun, so I want to know what your kun mnemonic is for that one. Wanikani has a very cute one, and I kind of like it, and I still keep it to this day, but I obviously use a different mnemonic system for kunyomi. But I can share with you the thing, but I want to know what yours is. You're still beginnerish? Okay. So I'll keep that in mind. I feel like you would dab in whatever. Like your deck would be like dabbling in whatever suits you. So there could have been a chance that you're overlapping with other characters. Like the characters themselves don't limit their complexity. It's usually the vocabulary word. Since you're going at the vocabulary word as well. Oh, it looks like a fist punching something with the leftover mark in the wall on the right. Oh, that's cute. That is very cute. So let's like connect this. Right? That's very cute. And how do you tie it with u? How do you tie it with utsu? For that. So hit, I can see the fist and the hit. Where do you get the read utsu? What does that sound like? Yeah, you have everything between N5 and N1 in the deck. Not exaggerating. I'm pretty convinced you probably. Yeah, I don't have a hard time believing that actually. Most people just download the 2000 kanji deck and start there regardless of whether they start there or not. I'm not saying you did. I'm saying like it's very common for people to start with N1 to N5, all of it, most of the time. Oh, you don't know. You just remember it's as Itsu quickly. But you guess people say like oof when they hit. Ah, yeah, me too. I want to share with you Wanikani's one, which is not what I use anymore because Itsu is like really early on. So Wanikani is like it's like it's like a DJ. So it's like hitting the beat in things. So it's and it does deal with like hitting something. You're hitting something and it makes a sound like it's. Later on, this like it's thing comes up in other verbs as well. For this mnemonic. So that's how they went about it. I don't quite use it anymore, but this very specific one is which is for uni. So you're supposed to imagine yourself punching an uni, and that hurts. So, and uni has spikes, which this is a spike. This can be seen as a spike or a street. It's weird. And it can be as cho as well. Okay, we're going into. You keep messing up the card for something. Gato. No. Gato. Is that like an ending? Is that one of your grammar ones? I'm not gonna be able to comment on that since I don't really know that stuff. It's grammar stuff, okay. Dato. And it's an ender. So you put a space, it's an ender. Dato. Interesting. I don't actually know what that is. Nine days. Oh, rising sun. Fire ears. Oh.
Geng. 秉持
我们必须秉持公义。
Uphold. Hold on is fine. It's fine. Oh, that's true. True. Okay.
闸
Sluice. I learned a new word today. Yesterday. Sluice. Is it? Is it sluice? Yeah, sluice gate. I learned the word sluice. All these last cards are similar ones with a relationship when something happens. Ah, okay, okay. I see. Hmm.
间
Treachery.
烟
Again, 淮
淮河
淮河是中国7大江河之一。
删除
你可以删除不需要的讯息。
Oh, this one doesn't age very well.
绝
Wait.
爬
Oh, this one is rough. Ooh, I felt that one.
聚
That took me a long time. Special weed.
会 苏
Shortbread. I don't know if this ever happens with you, but after I have a good conversation with someone and then I was able to fill my time up with some emotional positive stress, I get very loose, and then when I'm doing these reviews they get actually easier. Like my brain is more elastic. Like I start thinking a lot more. I have a lot more clarity, like a lot more flexibility after spending some time talking. Like I've practiced wiggling my brain around a little bit, like I'm warmed up. So whenever I'm talking to someone a very long time, usually the moment I get back to the work, as long as my stamina is still up, the thinking is very loose. Like it feels like I worked out quite a bit, and the rest of the set is pretty standard.
红
Yeah, like we just clear the rest, right? I do have to improve 4 things, so we're gonna go in and modify 4 things. Oh, okay, I got more vocabulary. Oh, I was a little worried there. I keep entering the high character mode, but we do got more vocabulary to look forward to. All right, state. Joe. Wrong. What am I looking at? Wait. Diao. Chang. Why do I keep thinking muh? That's not right. My. Sing. What intonation? Oh. I. Done. Ah, man. Oh, wait. That's supposed to be a pedestal, right? Yeah. Yee. Ciao. Kai. Oh no, the singular soapbox. Well, you're now done with your 110 cards and you added some more to do, although you definitely don't remember everything. Got a class to walk to now anyway, so I guess it works out. Very nice. Way to keep it consistent. Don't, try not to burn yourself out, right? Moderation. 110 cards is a lot for like 2 days. Job well done. Good luck with your class. Thanks for hanging out, Mika. I really appreciate the company. We're gonna have to share more stories in the future. Keep each other motivated. Soapbox makes me want to type like woo. Yeah, it's probably woo. It looks like a woo. You add a bunch more cards this evening. Well, I look forward to hearing your favorite ones. Like, write something that you're like, oh yeah, this is so good. I need to share it. I look forward to that. Right? Give me at least one or two. Like next time. Like, it doesn't have to be every day, obviously. Whenever you have the time, give me like one or two. We have been chatting for 5 hours now. Yeah, we have. That's usually the typical amount of time. Usually someone else has something to do and come up before because tomorrow is kind of a long day, but chatting, time flies. And I look forward to hearing some of your teasers for your cards. You know what? You know what they say about Shinsetsu. 親切はね親切は大切ですね I threw in a funny cheeky thing. I used taisetsu, which is also the same setsu in shinsetsu. Shinsetsu and taisetsu, they form a pair. All right. 书写，书写。Yeah, I'll write down. 陷阱。陷阱。降服。甩掉。抒情诗。斧头。All right. Let's see. We have James Bond outside a bakery. James Bond outside of a French bakery on a mission to determine the state of the fantastic baking technology that the French have in the French state. All right. So we have Robin Hood, who's in the basement of the temple. Basement of the temple, looting the table filled with ancient monk crowns. What type of crowns are we talking about? Oh, yeah, it's this one. Ancient monk crowns. Actually, I'm not quite sure where the rong comes from. Rong. He was helping himself to something. Oh, the superfluous. We're gonna use also excess, probably. Excess. So that he can redistribute it to the poor. Excess. Not yet to engage in superfluous words. Harry Potter is in the electricity plant where I guess he is trying to gain access to the generator through the saloon door, but he is stymied by a mystical electricity pig, and his magic skills are still under. Yeah, the electric pig is obstructing the way, and he has limited magic skills to get by. We have Diddy Kong, who's in front of the barn. Wearing a cape, monkeying around on top of a slide, being, playing tricks on the local barn animals. Get it? Monkeying around. So, let's see. We have Charlie Brown, who's in front of the chapel. He's being chased for 2 days. 2 days straight now by a ferocious poodle, which really isn't a ferocious poodle. He's just very unlucky that there's a poodle that chases after him, and he's afraid of poodle. Maybe. He just wanted to attend church service without being chased by a very friendly poodle, a neighbor from a neighbor who's attending the Sunday service. Then we have Mario, who's in the bathroom of the high school in the evening. Working on a plumbing gig in the high school by the cliff. And to make sure his blood vessels are pumping nice and healthy for heart health, he decided to bring a tofu snack as well for his evening nourishment. We have Xena, who's in front of the infirmary, once again on guard duty. She is guarding the core and the hearts of patients everywhere. But while she's out there, she's also enjoying the flowers, the smell of the flowers, like the core. Master Chief is in front of the high school once again. Only this time, is it high school? I think it's high school. Yeah. In a funeral dress. Like dressed for a funeral. And he was silent. You know, nothing came out of his mouth, where he is silently in his grief about a fallen comrade who was so young, who used to go to high school maybe, who still went to high school until he lost it. Okay. Then we have Dracula outside, exiting out of the pawn shop. He has a hood on. Doesn't quite look like a hood, but that's fine. Hood on, and then suddenly a drop of blood hit the ground. Right. A drop of red blood. He must have found his victim in the pawn shop. We have Yoshi, who is in the bathroom of the house. This one's kind of weird. But getting ready to play in the bathtub, right? So he dropped off his eggs and his shoes at the pedestal and put on some fins. Where's that coming from, though? I'm not quite connecting it to the actual word or to the meaning of the word. It's something about like preparing or deals with the dropping off and putting on the fins. Also, oh my god, and also his shoes. Oh, also it's gonna be tough. Also his shoes. Yeah, that's definitely the toughest one of the bunch. Alright, so we have Kirby, who's in a bathroom of the barn. Having to do chores. It's a shame his fingers are so inept. So there's a bunch of fur, right? There's a bunch of fur jammed in everywhere. And so instead of using his fingers, he just suck it all up to pry open all the jammed equipment with the fur that has the fur in it. And he just wad it up into a fur ball and just cough it up. Okay. Then we have Kermit, who's gone to the basement of the high school, trying to help out in the high school. He was going to the storage room to pick up a mountain of beans, canned beans, to bring up to the table in the cafeteria. And he was triumphant, of course. It's Kermit the Frog. Don't you doubt Kermit the Frog. Alright, then we have Walter White, who is inside the house. Is it? Yeah. But what about a soapbox? Oh, no, wait. It might actually... Yeah. So how do I make this into a soapbox? So I think it was... something about like he is repurposing soapboxes. Soapboxes to help like from the ancient Wu dynasty to smuggle some of his product, like to transport his product. All right, so we have 4 things to go over today. A P ping. P ping is the fingers and then comparing fingers. Now it's all coming back to me. P and then ping. Ping was fine. Although I did kind of forget criticize though. In both cases. These are 2 criticizes put together. So I gotta remember at least one of them. And Su. Heckin' Su again. It was the goat that keeps throwing me off. Goat and moon. Goat, moon, and dirt. Yeah, that combination is wicked. Su. Or plastic. We'll have to work on that. And Chi for order. I think I can improve on order now. Which is the shack and the mace. And last one was chair. Chair is a disappointment. I forgot the electricity plant for the moreover. It's Kirby getting flattened, so we can fix that. We can add more to that too. I didn't put Kirby in the electricity plant. That's the problem. So we're gonna go look. Let's start with a P. I think this one's pretty good. So it's Pinocchio in front of the house where there's a huge stack of fingers on the lawn, right? Prosthetic fingers. And Pinocchio criticized him saying they look dumb, so the fingers advanced. Oh no. So Pinocchio in front of the house saw a stack of prosthetic fingers. He wanted to try on different ones to see which one, I don't know, has the least criticisms, right? Least things concerning about it. And then we have Ping, which is also criticized. This one is a little bit weird too, so we're gonna do Pinocchio is inside the English manor. Saw a yard sign, or just a sign. A yard sign with words criticizing childish behavior, or criticizing and forbidding childish behavior. which was, you know, which was directed towards Pinocchio. Okay. We have plastic. Shu. Su. I think I'm gonna get both Su's down. The vegetarian one is pretty rough too. Got it eventually, but it's not that great. So Superman is in the bathroom of the house, where he is using his special abilities to, or maybe he's cultivating special Kryptonian beanstalks and for his vegetarian diet and materials to, I don't know, fabricates special alien silk cloth for his suit. How does beanstalk become silk? Special alien stuff. And then we have she order this one's a little weird. I don't know how I'm gonna do the ceremony, but I think we're gonna make it about his students, right? So Professor X is in the bathroom of the house. He noticed that one of the mutant students built a shack propped up, that is propped up by various ceremonial maces stolen, like taken from the mansion, right? Or from the house. He calmly deconstructs take down the shack and reordered and place everything back in order with his, I don't know, telekinetic powers. Kids will be kids, right? And then we have moreover, or also, but also furthermore, etc. So, oh, I combined it with Casper and Yoshi. Oh yeah, I did do that. Because Kirby, like Casper and Yoshi, works at the power plant. Ah, that's how I got the power plant. So this is 侧, 一, and 且. Oh, wait. Yeah, 侧, yeah. Wait. Hold up. Is it actually yeah? No, it's yi. Wait. Oh, is it yeah? No. How does Yoshi factor into this? Is it yi? I thought it was yi. Oh no, it's yi. I'm looking for... No, it is yi. It's Paige. Where's Paige at? Is it not Paige? The heck? Yeah. Right, it's... Oh no! It's oh yeah, it is yeah. Okay. Yeah, they're all connected in the power plant. So I did miss something that I added last time. They're all connected at the power plant. To learn about electricity, basement to find bookshelves of books and moreover pages. Dang it, it's actually really good. All right, we'll keep this in mind. That's so unfortunate that I didn't remember this. I combined all three, but I couldn't get the word moreover, and I used moreover twice. Yeah, moreover, if, so, of, as if, just like. All those are kind of tough. One day I'm gonna cluster all of them together and then go about it. I think this one's fine. I actually put quite a lot of effort into that. Oh, it's 4 o'clock now. Oh yeah, it refreshed because we took yeah, we yapped a lot. All right, that's fine. It's a above average day, slightly above average. All right, folks, that's a wrap for HanziHero today. If you're gonna watch this later, shit. As always, feel free to follow along, pick up HanziHero, give it a try. Let me know what you think, right? You're more than welcome to come on by, yap a little. We can share some stuff. I've spoken at length about like learning, right? Try to talk about the education. I like talking about education. Maybe promote at least some sort of help, some sort of solace from talking about stuff. I like the idea, I wanted to emphasize the idea that sometimes keeping yourself from expressing a concern or question, oftentimes when one feels like they always treat themselves isolated or think that their problems are one in their own and other people can't possibly have the same problem, and that can be a bothersome. I empathize with that in a way. What I can say is though, where there's a potential to be problematic, it could also be a shared problem, or it can be a place of reinforcement. So I wanted to be a little bit proactive. The idea is, if someone is suggesting to do something that is inherently passive and or discouraging one to take action, I think discouraging action tends to, if I had to take a gamble, encouraging action in which you can see that not only can it maybe be detrimental, it can also be beneficial. So that balanced idea is a lot more reasonable when it comes to problem solving or making decisions. Having cynicism and potentially like imposter syndrome or self-deprecation in a way can be very humbling, and it can keep one very, humble, for lack of a better word. However, it can also dampen and make one not be proactive or leading, or understand that doing things also creates that expression and attraction, and it can even minimize or mitigate the occurrence of the thing you most fear, right? For example, ignoring a problem or circumventing the problem doesn't necessarily make that action any easier as it continues or become prolonged. So finding an appropriate opportunity to practice or engage in that is a way to make the next one more productive. So in the case of the setting of a classroom, I think viewing, answering a question and sharing that question with other people is a little bit at odds with the appropriate environment, right? the classroom is the appropriate environment to quote unquote waste people's time or not waste people's time with scholastic questions. I would earnestly find that more appropriate when it is not in a classroom environment, or there are plenty of environments where that could be misconstrued as a waste of time. However, maybe it can be a little bit more of a selfish approach, but honestly, if you are selected and qualified to be in a class, the chances are whatever questions you have will be relevant to someone in that class. And even if it's something that they already know, it is still relevant. That creates repetition, and repetition creates retention. There are, in my opinion, arguably far more upsides in an appropriate environment to exercise the thing that you can see the negative trade-offs as well. So in a classroom, participation, question asking, however, if it's repetitious and or detrimental, you can express and know who are the people who are genuinely interested in the topic and not interested in the topic, and that can be its own determinant. Generally speaking, without the contrasting perspective, it's difficult to ever see a upside to do something despite its proactive benefits. And one of them is often more of a self-deprecating thing. And that comes with behavioral corollary behaviorals like feeling like you're a burden, despite you are someone who was selected in the class, qualified for the class, right? The class is there for everyone. So not seizing that opportunity can be limiting. It can definitely limiting. The alternative is having the professor reach out, right? And obviously I don't teach anymore, but seeing someone that has a question and being able to spot that someone has a question but they don't want to ask it during class. I got one even better for that example in Mika's case. If Mika is one of those, it's a very classical behavioral pattern, and I would say it's probably the more normalized behavioral pattern nowadays if I were to go back to teaching or something like that, where the vast majority of people won't ask questions until after the class. So I would structure it around there. We would take in office hours, which I mentioned before, and Mika shared as well positive thoughts about office hours. So instead of making time perhaps to force students into asking questions during class, if they ask me questions after class, I would then bring up that question and share it, maybe anonymously or maybe draw attention. It depends on which the students that interact with. If it's a student that looks like they really want to have other students work with them, I would probably bring it up in class because I would own that. Like, for example, whenever I get questions, it's a reflection on the information that I'm giving and the information that I'm trying to instruct and impart a nuance to, right? So the questions help me inform me what questions I will bring up in class. So despite if, say, someone I was speaking to didn't want to draw attention to themselves or waste time, and they seek me after, I will develop an understanding of what could be a problem, and I would address that in the class as well. So not only would I want to demonstrate that whatever question they had, they could ask in class. And in order to demonstrate that, I would take their question, ask it in class, and see who can respond to it. And that would be my way of reaching a potentially struggling student, in my opinion, if they are in fact struggling and unable to vocalize their question at the time that they have the question. So I would take Mika's question and I would posit it in class as maybe a challenge or something for students to answer. And I would say I'm willing to bet that despite what someone might think about the fundamentals, there will be some discontent or dissonance between the group of group of students. Some students might know a little bit about something else and might know a little bit about something else, and ultimately that gives a little bit of comfort, right? A classroom is a place of learning, so that learning deals with sharing the inconsistencies and consistencies with the information presented to a collective, and that collective is there to help each other. I think sometimes asking questions welcome opportunities in which you will make friends for a lifetime. The scholarly place is one of an ageless, maybe even a timeless situation where that is it. I'm thinking of like a really old dynastic period setting where the instructor is doing dictation, but it's not quite like that. I know like the old school ways where it's like dictation, people are always responsible for their own competence. I grew up in a different environment, and the strongest thing I've ever seen is the intellectual environment that you can speak freely in exchanging and helping each other intellectually. That might not be, obviously, this can be overreaching. I might be generalizing too much, and that might not be the environment for whoever is in their respective school. I wanted to say that for me, I hope that if I ever get into a classroom environment or an instruction position, rarely do I feel that type of environment is conducive to intellectual prosperity, right? So call me a little bit of romantic, but if one person asks a question, then it opens up the floodgates for anyone to ask a question. So to me, I prefer to be the person who initiates and enables other people to do so. If you're a person who needs to ask a question and no one else asks a question, you can ask one. Don't be surprised when there's a follow-up question and then a follow-up question. I think ultimately the higher you get in intellectual pursuits, it becomes more and more collaborative and collective. Right? There's going to come a time when if you pursue education to the fullest extent, you and only you can ask those questions anyways, and then the other people will offer a different take on those questions. I think that's a great way to build the confidence and kind of the narcissism or the self-confidence in self to bridge that. Like, how are you going to get to a position where someone's going to trust you and rely on you and also raise concerns when your expertise is required? That is the transition between being someone who's behind, who's still learning, to someone who has a position of being creative and instructive. You can still create to instruct, right? And you can still be behind in other respects, but most of the stuff you're behind, you're learning to get your what you're ahead in even further ahead. At least that's the emphasis I was trying to do today. And it was really fun going back and forth trying to figure out the specific Japanese words despite learning in Chinese, right? And the way I went about it was I was trying to imitate or mirror what Mika was trying to do with her Anki, with her Anki cards. Right? Anyways, for them, actually I'm not quite sure about it. Anyways, until then, you're more than welcome. Come on by, yap a little, share some stories. We'll do a little bit of a deep cut. 5 hours. Not bad. Until next time, 大家下次见，感谢观看。Thank you for watching. I'll catch you guys on the next one. Bye bye.